We have
What? Or what? Please indulge me where you're getting these from.
cells now in excess of generating in excess of 20 watts per cubic centimeter.
In terms of percentages, that's 300% excess heat. This is astounding.
Interesting. Now, this really would be a breakthrough. The thing is, though, heat doesn't necessarily, but that doesn't necessarily get to unlimited by itself. Because in the previous example I talked about with fission, how much house loads are compared to what's produced on the grid can be as much of a difference as a factor of 100. So that by itself is cool, and not to be too dismissive, that right there isn't unique. It's more functions of how to operate on it, seems like. I mean, you could say the same thing about coal or natural gas for that matter, but they just have all of the ill pollutant effects as well.
If I might just add, it is clear, it has been clear for 3 or 4 decades that the promise of virtually unlimited radiation-free energy.
Radiation-free. Okay. It produces less harmful fission products than nuclear fission reactors. But as I just said, you produce neutrons. You also produce tritium, which is radioactive. Neutron activation can occur. Neutron can hit aluminum, for instance. Turn stable aluminum-27 into aluminum-28, which is radioactive. Other radiation can be emitted in the form of X-rays or gamma rays. So don't say no. It's less than fission products in terms of gross radioactivity. Though I will say how dangerous fission products are has been overstated. Yes, obviously they need to be treated, but that's the topic for another video. Don't say zero. That can get you in a lot of trouble with the regulator.
Is something something that is worth spending perhaps billions of dollars on?
We would also like it to come to the...
Like that he's immediately asking for billions, not just say worth investing in. That's a good sign.
to the benefit of the economy of Utah. That's not always easy to guarantee because ideas aren't contained by borders.
My state, my school, my idea. Put it right here. Cool.
But perhaps ownership and patents are.
The conference has one very brief mention that a peer-reviewed paper has been submitted. It has...
Ooh, that's ugly. Talking about that Utah effect earlier,
not yet been published. If you were only paying attention to the tone of their voices, you might think that this was something as mundane as the renaming of a campus building, not the unveiling of a world-changing technology. Rumors leading up to the conference said
I'm not paying attention to the mundaneness, it's more of the incredulity of what they are saying.
that any number of prominent politicians would personally attend, including the president, the vice president, or UK prime minister, although none of these were true. But the existence of such rumors conveyed just how monumental this announcement was. One politician did make a small appearance. The Utah governor had sent in a written statement to be read. As a devout Mormon, he linked the discovery with the famous words of Brigham Young. This is the place. Miracles happen in Utah.
I never thought I would be watching a nuclear video talking about the link between Mormonism and nuclear fusion. The internet's an interesting place.
Utah. It is here where mythology is born. This was a rags to riches story. This
That word's probably going to cut both ways, mythology.
was the University of Utah. It wasn't some elite East Coast university. This wasn't MIT. This wasn't Harvard. This was two relatively unknown
Or one of those schools where they fake elements. Again, another video.
guys from Utah that had just upended physics. Two pioneers who boldly went against the scientific paradigm, gambling on a risky idea that never should have worked.
Stan and I thought this experiment was so stupid that we financed it ourselves, and I think it would be fair to say that we've burnt up about $100,000 in the process, so it's not that cheap, and this is just a kitchen experiment, so if you scale it up, we could burn up a few $1 million fairly.
Where are they in terms of watts or megawatt? Are they just talking 4 watts? I mean, orders of magnitude are important where I can't really say one way or the other if $100,000 is a lot of money in this particular case, in terms of what they actually did.
Quickly, too.
Stanley Pons and Martin Fleischmann are not remembered in the most positive light today, for reasons you'll soon come to understand. But one trap their critics sometimes fall into is underplaying their achievements prior to March 23rd, 1989. I think it's important to make clear that among their peers, Pons and Fleischmann were well-respected and productive scientists. That's what makes their fall from grace all the more tragic. One thing that comes across even in just these short clips is that Stan Pons is not very comfortable speaking in front of crowds. He stumbles over some of his words and trails off at the end of sentences.
That's okay, though. That's not by all means a requirement to be good at what you do, especially if it's a physics experiment. That part doesn't bother me at all.
Fleischmann is much more confident, and his jokes get laughs from the audience multiple times.
The Rubbermaid basin is for lecture presentations because we want to have the punchline that we paid for it ourselves and we couldn't actually pay for very much.
Basically, this
It's
is
charming.
a kitchen type experiment. How do you feel knowing that you can do in a kitchen what other researchers can do with $500,000 at large scientific?
It's a pretty big kitchen.
That confidence comes from experience. There's a bit of an age gap between the two men. Fleischmann is 61 here, and Pons is just 46. And while Pons has a solid resume, Fleischmann's is extensive. Born in Czechoslovakia, he grew up in the UK and made a name for himself there as a prominent electrochemist. Electrochemistry is a particular niche that's fairly simple to explain. They study electricity that induces chemical reactions, or chemical reactions that generate
I've
electricity.
actually never seen it hyphenated.
He was known for his
but,
invention of a type of calorimeter, a device used to measure heat with great precision. And he also did some pioneering work with the diffraction of X-rays. In 1986, he was inducted into the UK's Royal Society, which is essentially a Lifetime Achievement Award in science. placing him among the greats such as Isaac Newton and Michael Faraday. He was, quote, more innovative than any other electrochemist in the world. And Marvin Hawkins, the PhD student, once said of him, "You meet Fleischmann and you're going, wow, if I can spend just a month with this guy, I'll be a god myself." Fleischmann's renown as an elder statesman was no doubt a major contributor to why so many people took the announcement seriously. He would not simply rush out to make a bold claim without plenty of evidence to back it up. Stanley Pons was much more of an unknown. He had taken a more meandering route in his career. Born in North Carolina, he quit academia for 10 years to work for the family business before eventually returning to get his PhD in 1975. And he earned it at Southampton, which is where Fleischmann became his mentor and eventually his friend. After hopping around a bit, he landed himself a professorship at the University of Utah. He wasn't a Mormon, but U of U wasn't as strict as they are over at BYU.
Sure.
Over the course of the 1980s, he began publishing more and more papers every year. In 1988, he published a staggering 36 papers. He even ran his own company, selling homemade lab equipment out of his house. A true worker bee, his
Selling homemade lab equipment. Wonder if someone like Styropyro does that.
peers called him.
Probably too dangerous.
U of U must have been impressed, because they made him chair of the chemistry department in 1988. His grad students knew him to be an introvert, uncomfortable with giving presentations, especially in front of large audiences. But they also spoke highly of him. He was humble, generous, and a good friend once you got to know him.
It's hard to get a feel for what kind of person you are when you see someone on TV a few minutes. He's a very intensive person. Family and science takes up 97% of his time.
Stan Pons is also very private. In his world, family and science mix, and little else enters the picture.
Despite their age gap, the two were genuinely close friends who loved to ski, cook, hike, and throw parties together.
I've heard some people describe both of you as the odd couple of fusion. He seems to be more outgoing. You're so private.
Odd couple of fusion. Wow.
Yeah,
Does that fit?
I think so. I think so.
By the mid-1980s, Fleischmann was effectively retired, but he had set up an arrangement where he'd split his time between his labs in the UK and visiting Pons at U of U as a visiting researcher. The duo's dynamic was very obvious. Fleischmann was the ideas man, and Pons was the one who tested the ideas out. Before this historic day, they had published close to 30 papers together.
Fleischmann, who's based in England, has spent 4 months each year at the university on the project. In between, both men rack up $400 a month phone bills.
Chase Peterson told a CBS reporter
It's a
later that
different
day that this research may win Pons and Fleischmann a Nobel Prize. Although they never actually say these words in the announcement, the world will come to know it as cold fusion.
Oh boy. So this is a theoretical form of fusion that doesn't have any evidence that it exists, that would occur at a low temperature, as in room temperature. So you could argue that the sun is a relatively cold form of fusion compared to the conditions we need fusion to occur on Earth, since it's a meager 15 million Kelvin as opposed to the 150 plus that's required on Earth, but I digress. But let's say it was real. It would be a lot cheaper than hot fusion because you don't need to create the extreme conditions. But no, it just hasn't. I don't know this exact story, but we can surmise by the lack of mass-produced fusion today that it didn't work out. But the very idea, overcoming the Coulomb barrier and allowing the strong nuclear force to take over, requires a lot of energy. And it doesn't seem plausible doing that at room temperature. So you're literally overcoming a really strong magnet that gets stronger as you get close to it. And if you get it just close enough to allowing the strong nuclear force, which is stronger at very close range and under specific geometric conditions, to take over and pulls you in. It's a bit like enough energy to leave the Earth and go off into space, and then getting close enough to, say, the moon, where the moon's gravity could take you the rest of the way there. But it's much, much harder because the forces involved on a minuscule scale are so much big. But that's the big one. I'm sure as we get deeper into this story, other issues will emerge. Maybe they can pull it off with a neonavium reaction, along with some fairy dust.
Even if you have no idea what it means, you very likely heard those two iconic words before. Marvin Hawkins, the group's PhD student, recalls Fleischmann telling him that everything was going to change after that day. For the better or for the worse, he didn't specify. But Hawkins realized soon that it was going to be for the worse. This press conference should never have happened. Pons and Fleischmann had wanted an extra 18 months before going public. Pressure outside their control had forced their hand. There had been a leak. And so against their better judgment, they gave a press conference that doomed their careers and forever tarnished their reputations.
I had a feeling there was some sort of other force pushing them in this direction, and I'm not talking about the...
It would really be a pity if they blew up Salt Lake City, then we'd know about yeah.
When it comes to nuclear physics, there are actually two F words. Fission, you've definitely heard of.
Oh, there's a lot more than two F words.
Splitting the atom. A massive nucleus breaks apart into two, releasing a massive amount of energy.
Could be two or more. There's a term called ternary fission when it actually splits into three. The distribution looks like this for uranium-235. Nuclear engineers call this the Dolly-Parton curve for highly scientific reasons, but it's not directly in half. And when it splits into three, the third one is usually much smaller, an alpha particle or something of similar size.
So much energy it could start a chain reaction, leading to an explosion so immense it could flatten a city in an instant.
Chain reactions can do that. It's still called a chain reaction in the context of a nuclear power plant, but nuclear power plant, it's controlled and stable. In a nuclear weapon, the idea is to have there be so many what's known as prompt neutrons to make it go prompt critical, which is when just the prompt neutrons by itself that come out in a teeny tiny fraction of a second are enough to make a self-sustaining chain reaction. And it is essential that weapons operate that way, otherwise you're not going to create nearly enough energy to make a bomb. Compare that to nuclear power plants, which are delayed critical. Delayed neutrons that can take on the order of several seconds to come out are what maintain enough neutrons to keep the reaction critical or steady state.
Nuclear fission changed the course of the 20th century, but its sibling, fusion, is even more powerful. The joining of atoms.
More powerful on a per unit mass basis, yes.
When we divide by the amount of mass used for fuel, fusion beats out fission by a factor of 4. All of the atoms around you are made up of protons,
3 to 4 depending on the size, but that's about right.
And neutrons. Bundles of particles, protons with a positive charge and neutrons with none. The smallest possible nucleus is that of hydrogen, with just one solitary proton. If you were to take another atom of hydrogen and slowly push them closer and closer together, you would find yourself at war with an immense force. The electromagnetic force repels positive charges away from each other. The closer they get together, the harder it pushes back. But there is a barrier you can surpass. If you were to supply enough force, enough heat, enough pressure, you can get the protons close enough together and a new force dominates, the strong nuclear force.
Problem is the strong nuclear force is very close range, whereas electromagnetic forces are much farther ranges. And by close range, I'm talking 10 to the minus 15.
Small enough scales, it overpowers the electromagnetic force, and the two protons fuse together. Two atoms of hydrogen.
It can, under that specific scenario, granted, hydrogen 1 fusion, I mean, good luck with that. That's not going to release nearly as much energy as what you would have to put in. But there's a reason why heavier atomic nuclei have so many neutrons. It's because that positive charge gets even stronger and stronger that the nuclear force can't even keep them together as effectively. So you need all these neutral charged particles kind of in between them to dilute some of the positive charge in terms of giving spots for more protons and more neutrons to kick onto. That's an oversimplification. Geometry is just one of the factors that gets into how atomic nuclei retain their shape, but that's definitely part of it.
Have become one atom of helium, and this releases a ton of energy.
Though hydrogen 1, or protium, I very rarely hear anyone use the term protium to describe basic vanilla hydrogen. It can occur in a star's core, for instance, but it's typically not even attempted on Earth just because it takes so much more that you would have to put into it than how much energy you'd actually get out of this thing.
Much of it in the form of heat. Self-sustaining fusion has been one of the holy grails of physics since the concept was first theorized in the 1920s. The idea that an initial fusion would release enough energy to kickstart a chain reaction, unleashing more energy than it took to start the first one. Fusion is all about probabilities. If you have two nuclei close enough together for a long enough period of time, there is always a chance, no matter how infinitesimal, that they will overcome their repulsion and fuse.
I would expand on that and say you can expand that out to nuclear physics in general, being all about fusion. The same is the case with fission. An incident neutron about to hit a uranium nucleus, or really anything. There's a non-zero probability it's going to cause fusion, it's going to cause fission, even something that isn't fissile, like iron. It's extremely low, and you're not going to see it, but it's technically not impossible.
The way you can increase the odds of fusion is to add neutrons. This is deuterium. One proton, one neutron.
Smiley.
Although it sounds like another element entirely, it is really just a variant of hydrogen.
It is. Hence the term, some people also refer to hydrogen-1 as protium, but that's pretty rare.
Heavy hydrogen. Because neutrons have no charge, they provide a bit of a buffer. It's much easier to fuse two deuterium atoms than two hydrogen atoms.
Deuterium is also used in fission. CANDU reactors use it in their water. So water in any water reactor acts as a moderator and a reflector. Back to the probability discussion. Water drastically increases the probability that a neutron is going to fission a uranium-235. Heavy water, which is deuterium, which the hydrogen H2O is actually deuterium, is an even better moderator. So much to the point where you can use natural uranium with way less than 1% uranium-235 compared to enriching up to 3 to 5% for a typical light water or non-deuterium water reactor. The trade-off, though, is you're enriching your water with deuterium versus enriching your uranium with uranium-235.
In the modern day, we try to induce fusion in gigantic reactors called tokamaks, donut-shaped rooms that trap protons with immense magnetic fields. However, despite our best efforts, the energy we get out is always less than the energy we put in.
There have been some exceptions, but even if it's 1-to-1, you need a lot more than that for it to be economically viable. I've heard some people throw around numbers like 10-to-1, 20-to-1. Probably need closer to 50 to 100-to-1, like you would for any other method of generating power, though, for it to be economical, in terms of how much energy it costs versus how much energy it produces.
Self-sustaining fusion has only been observed in 2 places. Here's the first.
Sun. Yes.
And here's the second.
And the second, the fusion doesn't last very long in a nuclear weapon, because you essentially burn all your fusion fuel out in a tiny fraction of a second. The sun definitely takes the cake in having been around for billions of years versus billionths of a second. So by the time you see the fireball of a nuclear explosion, the fusion reaction was ancient history.
Immensely huge ball of gas that warms our planet and grows our crops, and the H-bomb, a device so destructive that if it was used for its original purpose, it would doom us to extinction.
No, it really wouldn't, unless you built, like, way more than we ever had. Nuclear weapons are powerful, but their destructive power in terms of making humans extinct, highly overrated. That's the topic for a whole other video.
Sustained hot fusion in a lab would fundamentally alter our society, but hot fusion was not a widely used term in the 1980s.
By hot, we're talking upwards of 150 million degrees Celsius.
When physicists spoke of fusion, it was implied that it had to be hot. Of course, that all changed on March 23rd, 1989. Like any good mythology, the early history of their cold fusion project has varied over the years. Fleischmann has said that they were inspired during a hike in Mill Creek Canyon. Later that day, they pulled an all-nighter, frantically writing down calculations and sketching out an experiment.
Shall we tell the truth?
Yeah.
It was in one of our Jack Daniels phases.
According to Fleischmann, their convo went a little like this. Quote, "It's a 1,000,000,000 to 1 chance. Shall we do it?" To which Pons said, "Let's have a go." Fleischmann's decades-long career meant he was familiar with dozens of material systems, and he had done extensive work with palladium. Palladium is a decently rare metal which can absorb surprisingly large amounts of hydrogen. It was almost like a metal sponge.
Okay, I think I know where this is going. Because palladium can absorb hydrogen, but can it give you the pressure, temperature, and confinement time that you need to induce nuclear fusion?
And he wrote about it in a paper as early as 1948. A palladium lattice can absorb about 900 times as much hydrogen inside the same volume. And as it fills up, it also expands slightly, and the internal pressures increase dramatically.
DPD. Oh, Lord.
The effect is the same if you swap out hydrogen for deuterium. Fleischmann's thinking was that you could load up a palladium lattice with so much deuterium that it would compress the atoms so tightly that some of them could undergo fusion.
No. I mean, it can absorb the deuterium. By that, I mean, it's chemically identical to hydrogen. You could even drink heavy water and you'll be fine. I wouldn't drink large quantities of it. I mean, the amount of toxic dose of that is probably little less than a toxic dose of water. So don't drink, gallons of the stuff. But not to mention it's way more expensive.
And all that could be done at room temperature. A colleague at Southampton said that Fleischmann mentioned this idea to him as early as 1974. But it wasn't until he went to Utah to work with Pons that he had someone willing to try it out.
What do we got going on here?
In order to load the palladium with deuterium, they devised the following setup. They take a battery and hook it up to 2 electrodes. One is platinum and one is palladium. Next, they submerge this into a giant water bath. Except this isn't regular water, H2O. This is heavy water, D2O. The hydrogen is replaced with deuterium.
I don't like the term D2O because, again, it's hydrogen. D2O almost implies it's a completely different element, but it's really not. It's just a different isotope.
Heavy water is not exactly common. It makes up only about 0.0156% of the Earth's total water. But for chemists, it's easy to get their hands on. Next, they dissolve some lithium into the heavy water. Lithium is a conductor, and they plan to run electricity through the water. When the electricity is turned on, the heavy water molecules, D2O, are split apart through electrolysis. They separate into oxygen and deuterium. The oxygen is negatively charged and floats over to the anode, and the deuterium is positively charged and floats over to the palladium cathode. The palladium acts as a sponge and absorbs the deuterium atoms. And theoretically, when the palladium is loaded up with as much deuterium as physically possible, fusion might occur.
So it says crazy pressure. I mean, you're going to need some crazy pressure.
How would they be able to tell, though? By measuring the temperature of the water. If the heat energy released was more than the amount of electricity pumped in, that would be excess heat.
Or you can have an exothermic chemical reaction, possibly due to some contaminants in there. Though they said earlier they used radiation detectors, so let's...
Dude, this year's going to be tough for Game of the Year. There's been some
I just got back from America, and they have huge bags of chips. Like, I can't believe these fatty, fat Americans eat so much in one sitting.
Hey, quick question. Did this bag happen to have the words family size on it?
Yeah, so?
So you don't think that perhaps that might indicate that it is meant to be consumed by a large number of people?
Oh, and at restaurants, they give you ridiculously big portion sizes. What kind of disgusting pig eats all that?
Well, actually, it's quite simple. Here in America, we have a big leftover culture. So you eat some of the food, and then you take the rest of it home.
Americans are so dumb. All your tests are multiple choice.
You literally just made that up!
I just got back from
So this truck actually follows you on this road. I think it was the E65 that you get the green truck. If you see the green truck behind you, it's a good indicator that you're going to be in Western North Macedonia. Yeah, it was the E65. Okay. Oh, that looks like the White House on the basketball post. But do they have coverage at the White House? Is there a basketball court at the White House? Why am I even asking this? It's Obama's court? Is this where Obama lives? What? Oh, there was... Why did I not try and 5K that? Is this Death Road in Bolivia? There's a Death Road in Bolivia up here that's like pretty famous, right? I think it's this one. I'll try this one. Okay, it was the Death Road over there. Wait, this is the one wall in the Wellington Zoo. It's in the Asian exhibit. I think it's one of these over here.
Like buildings.
It's like just this wall. Nice, okay. Okay, it's literally just a massive blur, but like I unironically think it's like the gradient of Senegal. Like, that's gonna get clipped out of context and I'll probably get called a cheater like at least 1,000 times in the comments somewhere. So this truck actually follows you on this road.
This is the cheapest smartphone from Amazon. Now, I only had 2 requirements when buying the cheapest smartphone, and that was that it had to be unlocked and it had to be through Amazon Prime. And so for $42, I got the Yoidesu i13 Android 3G smartphone. This looks kind of terrible. We'll give you a nice little peel. Oh, we get to peel the back as well. Also in the box, we actually get a free screen protector. Wow, it actually comes with all the accessories. We get a free case, free earbuds, a free charger and charging cable, and a SIM card tool. And without further ado, here is the $42 smartphone from Amazon. And before we even turn it on, you can already see how massive the bezels are. It's almost like it has 2 bezels. Like there's this outer bezel and then this like inner bezel. But let's power it up and see if this thing actually works. It's not turning on. I think we may need to charge it. This is the cheapest smartphone from Amazon. Now, I only had 2 requirements when buying the cheapest smartphone, and that was...
My plan to survive this economy? Darling, I've ARFID. I'm gonna be fine. Because I can survive on just potatoes. Because I know that they are a complete protein. They have all of your daily nutrients you need to survive as long as you eat them with a fat source. And they have one of the highest amount of satiety of like any food.
Okay, so you will need a little bit more than just a fat source, but they are a very nutrient-dense food, more potassium than a banana, which most people aren't getting enough of. They are ranked as one of the most satiating foods, so to all the people that say they're just empty carbs that make you fat, with no due respect, shut the fuck up. But of course, you can't just talk about them. All you're gonna do, take some little potatoes. Clearly I've been making them. And because they say pre-washed on them, no, I'm not going to wash them again. Eric, if you would like to wash them, go ahead. Now, it'd probably take like 20-30 minutes, but I usually just like stab them with a fork or knife at some point and go, yeah, or I had to lower the temperature a little bit. The seasoning was getting kind of toasty. It only took 20 minutes, and I hit it with some Parmesan cheese. Oh, this hot sauce from Aldi, man, so good. Oh, I've been really licking crush. Fun fact, one of the reasons potatoes are so filling is they're 80% water. Also, the first vegetable grown in space. Personally, I don't give a shit where they're grown. I'm still gonna eat them. So good. I keep at it.
My plan to survive this economy? Darling, I've ARFID. I'm gonna be fine. Because I...
Pull the lever and kill 1 person, or do nothing and let 2 die. Which choice would land you in more legal trouble?
Somebody, please help!
Oh man, I can't go back to jail. I'm on probation. Please just tell me which decision gets me in the least amount of trouble.
Well, it's complicated.
Okay, what happens if I do nothing?
If you do nothing, 2 people die. Morally, not great, but legally, you're likely in the clear.
But don't I have to help? Isn't there like a law for that?
Some states enforce the duty to rescue, but usually only if you cause the danger, like crashing your car into someone or starting a fire.
So if I just stand here and do nothing, I won't go to prison?
Probably not.
But I can't just let 2 people die. What happens if I pull the lever?
Pull the lever!
Now, if you pull the lever, it could get you charged with causing someone's death.
Wait, but I was saving 2 people. Certainly that counts for something.
It does, which is why you'd likely get a manslaughter charge, which in some places carries up to 8 years in prison.
8 years? So legally the best option is just to do nothing?
Well, I wouldn't say nothing. You should still call the police or emergency services. Showing you tried to help could matter in some states, but I wouldn't worry if I were you.
How come?
Because that train isn't real.
It isn't real? What are you... Oh, there's just a dream.
Not quite. Pull the lever and kill one person, or do nothing and let two die. Which choice would land you in more legal trouble?
Somebody, please help!
Oh man, I can't go back to jail. I'm on probation. Please just tell me which decision gets me in the least amount of trouble.
Well, it's complicated.
Minions have spawned.
By measuring the temperature of the water. If the heat energy released was more than the amount of electricity pumped in, that would be excess heat.
Or you can have an exothermic chemical reaction, possibly due to some contaminants in there. Though they said earlier they used radiation detectors, so let's see where that factors in.
A potential new energy source. Although it takes some work to get, oceans have enough heavy water to last us centuries. Certainly much more renewable than oil or natural gas, and with none of the pollutants. This experiment was...
And yet, we can use the deuterium. We can use it in fission reactors as the moderator, just like they do at scale in Canada today, and even in this time period in the 80s.
Not an entirely new idea, however. In the 1920s, a German group was trying to find a reliable way to produce helium. Following World War I, Germany had been...
Okay, this is a thing. I was thinking, helium-26. That's how I read that. 2 protons and 24 neutrons, thinking its half-life is near 0.
And from importing it, so a reliable way to make it in a lab would be a game changer. They had tried loading palladium up with hydrogen and saw some evidence of helium. However, this work was fairly obscure, and it had been forgotten about for decades, largely because the authors eventually retracted their work. They realized they had made a mistake. The helium they were seeing had been absorbed from the air and not produced via fusion.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you're looking at, probability functions, the odds of interactions with air, interactions with contaminants, either it be from your lab or from your D2O that you're using, I hate that term, is way more likely to cause chemical reactions, even lower probability chemical reactions.
Of course, the neutron wasn't even discovered until a few years later, and so they wouldn't have known to use deuterium rather than hydrogen. Fleischmann had heard of this work before, as he briefly overlapped at the same school as one of the authors in the 1950s. And so, all these years later, Fleischmann had taken that general idea, but swapped out hydrogen for deuterium. Pons and Fleischmann said several things in this press conference they will later come to regret. The first was calling the phenomena a sustained fusion reaction.
Ooh.
The second was claiming that the experiment was, quote, very simple, and implying it would be easy to reproduce. Fleischmann will later say he regrets doing the press...
I'm wondering how would you even scale this? I guess you could just use this magical lattice engineering, this DPD lattice, to create palladium fuel cells of a sort. Because that's kind of what this is reminding me of. So the reaction rate would have to be crazy high per cell, and yeah. But ultimately, this is going to be your heat source, and you're going to use a turbine just like anything else.
Conference at all. He knew that by going public like this, they were opening themselves up to more scrutiny than they'd ever seen before. He thinks that Pons may not have realized that at the time. Fleischmann is close to retirement here, and he could have left the field any day if he ever chose to. When they write his obituary, cold fusion will be just a paragraph among several in a long and successful career.
I really thought he was going to say they would also be writing the obituary for cold fusion.
Pons, though, is younger and with children still in school. He was not prepared for how this would upend his life. By the end of it, he will be left so defeated that he'll give up his U.S. citizenship.
Whoa.
We did it for the first time anywhere.
A big step forward in a little test tube.
What could be the discovery of the century.
The dawn of a new nuclear age. They have successfully maintained a nuclear fusion reaction and generated more energy out than they put in.
It was like an avalanche. There was no news channel you could flip to that was...
There's your self-sustaining reaction like that right there.
running a cold fusion story. Most of the initial headlines portrayed the announcement as an earth-shattering discovery that may change physics as
fusion in a jar.
This was a potential solution to the energy crisis.
Clean nuclear power. Period.
at an affordable price.
1 cubic foot of seawater contains enough deuterium to produce 250,000 BTU of energy. It would take 10,000 tons of coal to equal that kind of energy.
Oh boy.
No more acid rain from burnt coal and other power plants.
And the exhaust of the automobile's internal combustion engine would be a thing of the past.
Nuclear fission had become a political nightmare following the Chernobyl disaster.
Yeah. It would.
And the Exxon Valdez oil spill had occurred literally the same day as the announcement.
The fact is, there are a lot of people, including the Chase man.
Note the difference, though. The Exxon Valdez oil spill, no one questioned shutting down any source of oil, but people are too afraid of nuclear.
Bank who are going to find themselves broke if oil doesn't stay at $20 a barrel.
The Middle East crisis gets settled.
That's dating it. Ooh, $20 a barrel. Okay.
Just like that, because there's nothing to fight over.
The headlines wrote themselves. Two local papers, the Salt Lake City Tribune and the Deseret News, would religiously follow the story with a sense of hometown pride. In the latter case, I mean that literally. Deseret News is owned by the Mormon Church.
I was going to say Deseret.
Not all reactions
Mormon.
were also positive, though. Many outlets took a more mixed stance. Some were outright skeptical. For some papers, it wasn't even worth a front-page story. The New York Times squirreled it away on page 12. Optimistic, incredulous, there was an entire spectrum of emotions, but everyone was paying attention. There was a distinct third type of reaction that went on largely behind closed doors, however. Did this have the potential to be turned into a weapon? Or if not a weapon, a source of fuel for one? Countries without nuclear weapons programs may have just been handed a golden ticket. Governments around the world scrambled to ask their top scientists their opinions.
Using that as a weapon, you're better off just spraying water on people with hoses.
At the University of Utah, things quickly devolved into a madhouse. Following the press conference, Marvin Hawkins led the media through a tour of the lab, explaining the setup. The kitchen comments were bang on. It looked like something a hobbyist could do in their basement. Car batteries, a Rubbermaid wash tub.
If this was possible, Styropyro would have done it by now. Get these guys.
All right next to a janitor's closet. This was certainly not like the hot fusion tokamaks that were the size of entire buildings and cost $500 million to run. News TV crews were wandering the halls of the university looking for anyone willing to be interviewed.
Also, tokamaks only costing $500 million to run. I mean, I think we're still talking in the context of the 80s, right?
Many had no idea about the experiment, but hey, it was a chance to be on TV.
What are they doing? The experiments and things. Do you know what it is?
Well, I have an idea.
I really don't. What's your idea?
Well, it has to do with energy.
This openness will soon be replaced by the opposite. U of U will lock down external access to the lab, even covering up some windows. The school's phones were ringing off the hook. Hundreds of calls a day, from every walk of life. Politicians like Al Gore called in, offering congratulations. Pons got personal calls from Edward Teller, the controversial father of the hydrogen bomb, and Carlo Rubio, director of CERN. But they were also flooded with random people looking to invest, or cranks who wanted to talk about their pet conspiracies. Fleischman and his wife were quickly assigned a pair of bodyguards to follow them wherever they traveled. Soon, Pons had to change his home phone number, otherwise it would be ringing all night. The attempt to capitalize on the phenomenon was immediate.
Yes, using the U. Surprised they didn't make the U bigger.
The U started selling cold fusion t-shirts. A soda shop down the street had a novelty cold fusion drink.
Cold fusion would be a good name for a drink. Everyone wants a cold one, right?
Researchers, when they first heard of it, were dumbfounded. Cold fusion was a nonsense concept, right?
It would be the most significant technological discovery since man discovered fire.
This had come out of nowhere. If anything, you'd expect it out of a place like MIT, or one of the big federal labs like Los Alamos or Oak Ridge. Some didn't even dare touch the subject. Quote, "It's gotta be wrong. I'm afraid we'll look like idiots if we're seen trying this thing." But on the other hand, Pons and Fleischman were not complete nobodies. They had some level of credibility, and they wouldn't make an announcement like this without solid proof. And hey, Fleischman had said that the experiment was very easy to...
They should have waited at least for some aspects of peer reviewing and reproducibility, though. Doing a one-off like this, the fact that they were nervous about the press conference and even getting this out there, that should tell you something.
Replicate. And the materials were cheap and easy to get. Why not take a week to try and get their own versions going? This was basically just a modified electrolysis setup. Quite literally something that high school students do in their chemistry classes.
I remember
You just
doing
need
that.
some palladium and some heavy water.
Yeah, just slightly different ingredients. More expensive ingredients, but still.
Those who were quick on the draw were lucky, as soon palladium stock prices were about to spike.
But in the past 2 months, palladium has been the most profitable mineral.
Wow.
I think we ran from about $142 up to $180 at one point in time.
Some groups even managed to track down
It will transition into the hard crack stage. And when I was making
I just
cinnamon
wanted
candies,
to say hard crack. Today we're going to be checking out another one of Nile Blue's videos. Specifically making pop rocks from scratch with some kind of bomb. or pressure vessel or something. Wow. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Tyler Folse. I'm a nuclear engineer, a little over 10 years of experience in the commercial nuclear power industry. From engineering to operations to emergency response. I'll go into everything there is nuclear, but I can certainly share some knowledge. Let's see.
These are Pop Rocks, and they're one of my favorite candies. I do have one major
say they're
issue
one
with
of
them
mine.
though, and that's that in every package, there never seems to be very much of it, and it's kind of expensive for what you get.
Okay.
I mean, it's only usually around $1 per pack, but in my opinion, that's still a lot for just this little bit of sugar.
Sure.
And I've always felt that there had to be a cheaper way to get it.
Compared to buying sugar in bulk, yeah, I get that.
More
Lot of processing,
specifically,
though.
I've always felt that it had to be cheaper if I were just able to make them myself. And when I went online a few months ago, I was actually able to find a bunch
the
of
searches.
recipes. The only problem was that every one that I tried was nothing short of trash. That sucks.
Interesting what he's showing in that bag right there. Looks kind of like snack mix. I know it's not, but in Texas, a lot of people refer to snack mix as trash. But it's trash that tastes good.
And not only did none of them really pop, the taste was always
rock
kind
either?
of off. With a bit more research though, I was able to find the way that they are supposed to be made, which is
1981, wow.
apparently a much more difficult and complicated process that uses both high pressure gas and very specialized equipment.
Preheated power bomb. Basically an oxygen combustion vessel. At least that's what I think of when I think of it.
It was also for sure going to be very expensive, and the cost of it would completely negate any possible savings that it would ever get.
Okay, so how... That's just kind of it, because those are on the order of several $1,000s. So, how many Pop Rocks are you going to have to make to offset that cost? Or can you?
By making my own Pop Rocks. Except at this point, I was already fully committed to trying to make them myself. And
I already
after
said
a few
I
hours
would.
on Alibaba,
If I stop, that'd make me a liar, right?
and a few months of waiting,
wow,
I became the proud owner of this amazing machine. It's it looks very complicated.
It says reactor control system. Well, at a nuclear power plant, at least the one I worked at, your reactor control system was not a touchscreen. So this is fancy.
But we'll get
also
to that.
weren't any Chinese characters. I'm actually not sure if that's Chinese. Please let me know if I'm wrong.
Okay. I think for now we need to focus on simple steps, starting from the beginning. And for that, the first thing that we have to do is make some candy. What we have to do now is just make some pretty basic candy. It's a pretty standard candy making process.
He's emphasizing.
Very similar to anyone who's seen the video that I made cinnamon candy in. We just have to...
Let me know if you want to see my reaction to that one. I haven't seen that one yet.
Use a pot and get some sugar. Also,
So now we've turned this into a cooking class, which there's so much overlap between chemistry and cooking, and nuclear engineering for that matter. Mixing, pressurizing, melting. That's controlled melting, by the way. Yeah.
known as sucrose. We also need regular corn syrup. And the last ingredient, an
I wonder
insane
if Nile
amount of
Blue's more of a cooking
Wait,
channel.
why do we need
Because
lactose?
I've seen a few other videos on this that seem more like they're food related.
Honestly, I don't really know.
This is funny.
It just apparently makes a better quality pop rock that pops better and doesn't get soggy as easily. That's what I'm aware of.
And all Pop Rocks have
lactose?
Yeah, as far as I know. But either way, we need to start mixing it all.
I like how he's kind of shooting from the hip in this compared to, say, the more controlled processes, but I think that might be a difference between Nile Red versus Nile Blue. Either way, it's enjoyable.
Together, and specifically, we need to use a ratio of 52 to 27 to 21 sucrose to lactose to corn syrup.
Okay.
It's an insanely specific
Is that what that
amount,
patent sheet said?
and it's based on a patent that I found. They say that exact amount potentially makes the optimal candy.
I wonder how they figured that out. Must have been a lot of trial and error, taste tests, who knows. But yeah, there's a lot of science that goes involved into food preparation.
So that's what we're gonna do. I've also estimated how much of it will fit in roughly half of this contraption, and based on all my calculations, I came up with some numbers.
Okay.
Okay.
And
Checks out.
yeah, that's it. So we'll start with the sucrose, and we'll need 182 grams. Exactly. No more, no less, or we ruin everything.
Nice, precise scale.
Be careful.
Oh, that's over.
That's fine.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't think the scale's even insanely precise anyway. So,
I don't know, it goes down to the hundredths of a gram. That's more precise than ones I'm used to. Then again, I'm not a chef.
that goes in the pot.
Okay.
And we'll do the next one, which is 94.5 grams of lactose. Look at that. No one suspects lactose to be in candy. Not this much lactose, especially. Okay, got a good mixture of sugars in there. And now, 73.5 grams of corn syrup. Whew. Oh, yes. Now we add the corn syrup to all the other sugar. Okay, pouring in the syrup.
There we go.
Okay, so I think that's fine. And now all we have to add is some water. And I'm gonna use it to wash what we have. A little bit.
How much water do you use? Doesn't matter?
I have literally no idea how much we're using. It also kind of just doesn't say in any of the patents or recipes that I found. My assumption and what I gathered is it's just enough water to barely dissolve everything. Bet you I added. No, I don't think that's too much.
Oh, that looks good. That looks fine.
Okay, I mean, I think it looks good. So now we start phase 2. And to do that, we need a spatula. And we'll need a little candy thermometer.
Okay.
And the goal now is to turn on the cooker. Put it on like low heat. And we need to keep heating it until it gets to 320 Fahrenheit. So now it's obviously way more liquidy than it was before because the sugar's actually melting.
Sure.
The temperature is 211.
Wait, what are we trying to do here?
What we're trying to do here
Bake hot sugar.
is take the candy through its various stages, where right now the major thing that we're doing is just boiling off water. But at the same time, I think that what we're also doing is breaking down the sucrose a bit, and with heat, some of it should turn into fructose and glucose.
Presumably to get it into a hard state ready to incorporate the gas. Though I guess this is analogous to the melting and sintering processes used in fuel fabrication, where your uranium oxide is heated to create dense solid pellets. Now you're not doing this in a pan, it's in a vessel, so temperature is a lot more controlled and your temperature element isn't stuck in on a stick. But essentially it's a similar process.
Which I think makes the final candy that we get harder. And this is good because harder candy will trap gas better.
Sure.
Which then allows it to pop better. That is all I know.
Perfect.
Interesting gases are created from nuclear fission. It's a fission product. Most notable one is xenon, which is a noble gas. but the xenon that's created from fission is radioactive and does need to be controlled. Xenon also has a habit of slowing down your reaction because it has a higher probability of absorbing neutrons than the neutron fissioning uranium. Now, if you're at steady state, your xenon and your fissions is all at equilibrium and everything's fine. But it's just something you need to be aware of when power level goes up or power level goes down, because the amount of xenon lags a little bit. So it's something that a reactor operator needs to be aware of when they're raising or lowering power.
But anyway, right now, it's at around 236 or 7. And
interesting
we still
degrees in
got
Fahrenheit.
like almost 100 degrees to go. So in the meantime, I think the best thing that we can do is prepare our flavors. And for that, we have this. It's a giant thing of industrial flavor.
Well, so much for using natural flavors.
Oh, the methylenthranolite. Oh, I can already smell it.
Oh, there, okay.
It smells great.
It smells grape.
Grape.
It smells good. So I'll just get a beaker to pour it in.
I like that he's got a big old container of that stuff.
Okay. Seal this back up for another 4 years. Okay.
I mean, yeah, he's got a big container of that. He's got his pressure vessel. He could conceivably make a lot of this stuff.
There it is. Our flavor. Whoa, it's like rainbow.
It's a prism.
I don't think pure methylenthranolate is yellow. It should be clear. So this stuff's old.
Ooh.
That's okay. It's okay to be old.
It hasn't expired or anything. Can't say I've worked with it much.
Okay. How are we doing here? What's the update?
Right now it's at around 260. And you can see like how much thicker it is. The bubbles are definitely having a hard time to go through. And according to what I've seen online, 260 is the middle of something called the hardball stage. But when it hits...
I was gonna say, the only candy I've ever made was pralines, or pralines as some people say, but I don't remember it being this hot. I remember it at the softball stage, which I want to say is probably closer to 230, 240.
270, it will become the soft crack stage. And then once it hits 290, it will transition into the hard crack stage. And when I was making cinnamon candies,
say hard crack.
I wanted hard crack. That ends at 310 Fahrenheit though, and we're gonna bring it up 10 degrees higher.
It's interesting that, yeah, and I'm actually used to Fahrenheit for stuff like this, just because it's that extra layer of precision. Yeah, you can always cut Celsius more, but I don't know, maybe just so many years of working in the US.
To 320, which is just slightly above hard crack.
So it's harder crack.
Harder crack.
Yeah, I think it's super hard crack. I don't know.
How many times are these guys going to say it?
But if you go past that, I think by even like 5 or 10 degrees, you start getting to the caramelization phase, which is bad. So it really is that we want to push it to the absolute limit of how viscous it can get. And that in turn will make the hardest candy possible. That is my understanding of it. Which I think it makes sense. So we're getting there. But I think in the meantime, what we need to do is get this hunk of metal, put it here.
Hunk of metal.
And then I'll take the whole thing out, which is actually pretty heavy. I have no idea how heavy it actually is, but it's gotta be like...
a pressure vessel.
40 pounds or something? Just a hunk of metal. But either way, you can undo these, remove its shackles, and then we can take
just like
out
what you'd see in
the main thing. So you can see
it has all those strong bolts, but I mean, you've seen them as like fittings for like a much bigger pressure vessel, like say that's designed to purify condensate in a power plant or something like that. But it's the same fittings, but on a much smaller vessel. That's awesome.
It's not that complicated. And look, I can turn it on and hit stir.
It's a propeller.
That's it. It just spins. Nothing crazy.
Or one of those two pipes.
This pipe here is going to be gas in. So it means that it's dropping the gas right next to the blades, which is actually really important. I'm only realizing this now, is it means it hits the blade and then gets blasted into the rest of whatever you're mixing. So you really do get the gas to mix well.
So putting in carbon dioxide like this, there is a type of nuclear reactor that does this. I don't know what pressure he's using, maybe 500, 600 PSI, just by the looks of it. But high pressure CO2 is used in gas-cooled reactors, and there you want to be very careful about even heating, even circulation, because you want, obviously, an optimal coolant distribution throughout the reactor core to both keep the reactor safe and optimize the number of fissions that are occurring and optimize your heat profile to ensure the reactor stays, producing fissions at steady state for the long term. All of which includes the reactor engineers ensuring the pressurized gas is well contained.
And the other one, this one is a thermocouple, which allows us to detect temperature.
Thermocouples are used very frequently in nuclear power, especially right around the core. The temperature that is measured that most reactor operators look at are what's known as the core exit thermocouples. And they're on the order in, say, a pressurized water reactor. Using Fahrenheit, they're on the order of 620 degrees. Interesting, the fuel is much hotter than that, but you don't directly stick your thermocouple or any type of temperature element inside the fuel pellets themselves. It would just get in the way. But the actual fuel pellets themselves, like inside the cladding, much hotter. In Fahrenheit, we're talking on the order of 5,000 degrees at the center line. The temperature drops off significantly away from the center line, and even the cladding by itself is way cooler. Though the temperatures do vary widely with power level and the specific type of nuclear fuel. But much hotter than the coolant, but that's where the coolant gets heated that much.
But either way, for now, I'll put this here. And for this thing, it's kind of annoying, but we can't use the this whole contraption. It messes everything up, so we're just gonna get rid of it.
No.
And we will load just this tube, which is just really thick metal to take high pressure, back into here. And now without the big, sleeve around it, I can reload this.
There you go.
Back in. And what I'll do now is I'll turn on the heating.
Oh, this is cool.
So
I like the
you can
screen.
see there it says 25C right now, and the goal is for it to get to 132. And I probably should have started earlier because it kind of has to coincide with when the sugar's done. But either way, with this heating, we're good. Look at that. So goopy.
So now we're in the hard crack stage.
Yes, we are officially in hard crack.
How many times did they say hard crack
We have hard
thus
crack.
far?
Nice.
Let's just stop making that joke.
Is that the whole reason why they made this video?
It's really frothing now. The alarm is going off. I can smell what...
Yeah, I've never heated sugar that hot. I haven't made any candy this hard.
Smells like, 320, okay. So right now we're at 320. We have to stop heating it because otherwise you can see the color. It's turning to caramel. And I'm definitely not panicking right now that we ruined all of our sugar. But I think it's okay because we just let it spike. And as long as it goes down, we'll be okay. Either way, though, what we have to do now
Don't know if
is
that's
add
true.
the food
I'm
coloring.
I'm not a chef.
So, what do you think is a good number? How many drops?
2 of each.
Oh, I put 3. That's an accident. I didn't mean to do that.
Made it blue because it's not
so
blue.
1, 2, 3. You gotta go even amounts. And then we mix it around, and we should get some purple.
Okay, just
no, that's just brown.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll add some more.
Brown rocks.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1,
It's gonna
2,
mostly
3,
dye.
Four.
Now it's black.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Looks like pitch.
6. Okay. So this is good. This is
okay,
real
I guess it is
great.
purple. It's just the pan. Okay.
The next thing we have to do, or the last thing, is the flavor. And I'm arbitrarily going with 1.5 mils based on borderline nothing. Okay.
Here's using the term mils again. It could be, I know I've talked about this in previous videos, but a mil is 1,000th of an inch, at least where I worked, compared to a milliliter, you actually just say milliliter, but obviously I know he means milliliter. Funny thing though is he does say caramel the same way I do, not caramel or however some people say it.
Looks like 1.5 inch it in. Okay. Stir it around. Should mix in.
That smells so good. It kind of smells like gloves.
Well, didn't he do a video where he turned gloves into grape soda? So that tracks.
A little bit. Yeah, all the methylene, all that smoke steam stuff is just methylene friendly.
Smoke steam.
It smells like burnt plastic.
Oh yeah, it singes the nostrils. Either way, we're good. Now we have to go quick. So,
was that an
step
Anchorman
one,
reference?
open this up, put it on here, and then very quickly we'll add a little glass funnel, and then we have to add all of the sugar into it.
Here we go.
Okay, just YOLO. We just go for
See
it.
how much of it gets stuck.
Uh-oh, don't tell me it's freezing.
No, we're okay. Keep going.
Oh yeah.
It's already like doing, I don't think that's really gonna make it.
No, that's it.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, did they heat up the funnel at all just to have some level of continuity? I don't claim to be an expert in cooking, but I know one of the things that I had a chef tell me was don't put anything in like a cold pan or a cold thing, just to make the heat transfer process more gradual.
It's really thickening up, so I think I'm just gonna bail now. It's pretty sticky. Look at that. Okay, it's pretty sticky.
Okay, yeah, it filled up
my goodness.
The funnel.
That's gonna make a lot of pop rocks.
I hope.
What's interesting is one job that kind of involves a large funnel like this when making with chemical processes in a nuclear power plant involves batching boric acid. Just plant operators take these big drums and pour it into a giant mixing vessel with shots of water. And the boric acid is another form of reactivity control, kind of like control rods, as the boron absorbs neutrons, but yeah, it's a pretty big, messy process. Not radioactive, it's just chemical processing, the same that you would see in any sort of processing plant.
But now I think we have to go relatively fast. Just need this. So that's loaded on. Now we need to add the shackles.
What the sound those make?
And what this does is it keeps the whole thing from exploding.
Yeah.
One back here.
What pressure does this go up to? Does it say?
Okay, I think that's good. And now the only other thing we have to do
is
connect to the CO2 tank. So here, the CO2 tank just connects by a compression fitting. Now I just have to tighten it. A quick release would be obviously better, but whatever. Okay, so with the CO2 connected, I'll go to my tank here. Shows the tank is at 700 PSI, or 800 PSI. And as I turn this, it's gonna change the delivery. We have to go to 750.
Okay, 750.
Why 750? Is that what the patent said?
Yeah, it just said that it was important. So what I'm gonna do now,
yeah, the right pressure in your
is
vessel.
open this one, which opens it to air, and then I'll slowly bubble the other one in, and it'll purge the inside.
Sure.
You can I can smell the gas, the grape, but it'll purge the chamber.
Purges the grape
from just air.
I love that this whole process is thermodynamics, fluid dynamics, plus material science that's not unlike nuclear engineering.
And then now, when I shut it, I can open it, and this should go up to like 5 megapascals.
Okay, yeah.
So it's hovering around 4.
That track as in the pressure is less than the thing that you're putting into it, that it will actually flow that way. There are some systems in a nuclear power plant that are locked out just simply based on pressure, specifically safety injection accumulators. And by accumulator, I mean pressurized tank that when the reactor coolant gets below a certain pressure rapidly, due to, say, a large loss of coolant accident, it just immediately inundates, I forget how many, but many gallons of water to keep the core safe before the injection pumps get online. So it's designed for an immediate effect, and it's passive. I mean, it's entirely dependent on loss of pressure. It's going in, It doesn't matter if you lose power, if you lose hydraulic fluids or instrument air or anything like that. That stuff's going in. One of the reasons why passive safety systems are so much safer.
4.9, and I'll turn on the stirring now. What? Okay.
Did you just turn off?
Is that an error message?
Yeah. What?
Did it trip?
Well, this is not a thing I expected to happen. Why is it just turning off? What?
Oh boy.
This is bad. this is really bad. This is not good.
Does it have a pressure switch cut out? I mean, is your pressure a little high, but...
Oh, it might be detecting too much resistance.
Yeah, that's what's going on.
Because the temperature is too low. It's at 114.
Yeah, that's definitely what's going on.
We need to go up to the 132 mark.
Okay.
Maybe I'll put like 100 RPMs just so it's like actually mixing.
You did 200?
Yeah. Should we push the limit of what this thing can do? I think you can do 300.
Okay, we made it.
The problem is that according to the patent, you have to have at least 500 RPM for it to be good.
Does this go that high?
So can we climb there slowly as the sugar heats up?
Yeah, I mean, I think so.
I love how off the cuff this is.
Okay, so it's at 120. I think we can go 400.
I mean, I know I've said this before, but these Pop Rocks, basically types of sugar, corn syrup, water, and flavoring that are mixed together, then heated, then pressurized, and while retaining that carbon dioxide, which gives it that little carbonated buzz, for lack of a better word. Not unlike a situation where nuclear fuel is heated in a reactor. It creates gases in there. The gases aren't injecting unless you're talking about a gas-cooled reactor, but even then, the gas is out. In that case, the gas would be outside of the cladding. It would just be the coolant, so it's a bit different there. But in most nuclear reactors, it's fuel trapping fission gases within its material grain boundaries, all located within the cladding. And that's one reason why cladding has some tolerance, like it's allowed to swell. You don't want it to be too tight, so the cladding experiences a brittle failure because the materials change. The uranium fissions and produces other things, some of which is gaseous, like I said before. So you don't want it to be too tight.
Let's see. Come on.
Only time will tell.
Come on. Ooh! We did it!
400?
We got to 400 RPM! I'm gonna keep pushing it. Let's get to 500. Don't turn off.
Oh, dude, that's so risky.
I think it has what it takes.
Is it though? I mean,
start the timer now.
I don't know
5
all
minutes.
of its. I don't know all of its emergency shutdown functions, so maybe.
I think I'm gonna try 600.
Dude.
Come on. 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 Come on.
I mean, in a nuclear power plant, this would be the equivalent to increasing the speed of your reactor coolant pumps or your reactant recirculation pumps in the case of a boiling water reactor. Though, at least at the plant I worked at, those were a fixed speed. You turn them on and they just go. Granted, them being on is significant, talking over 100,000 gallons per minute at over 2200 psi. They didn't have multiple speed settings. They weren't balanced up to, say, a variable frequency drive or anything like that that can regulate it up or down. It's very old school.
There you go.
We did it. But I think I can push it to 700.
No, dude.
I think 700 gives better results.
Based on
so
what?
we'll go 700.
Let's
if
go.
this works...
I mean, just mixing?
Come on, come on. You can do it. Come on. Oh! Okay, we're in. We got it. So right now it's 6:43. I'll put my timer on for 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay.
Also, we should probably explain what we're even doing here with this whole fancy contraption.
Yeah.
It's just
Let's
a
see.
high pressure heater stirrer.
Yeah.
And the idea is that all the sugar we put in there, we're holding at...
You know what? Kind of like a reactor vessel, a really reactor vessel with coolant system, as the pumps supply most of the stirring. Unless you're doing natural circulation. In that case, it's just gonna be slow. But yeah, not unlike it. They even use the term reactor.
Ideally around like 126 to 132 C. And by stirring it and filling the whole chamber with a certain pressure of CO2 gas, the idea is to just smash bubbles into the sugar. And the idea is that all the sugar we put in there, we're holding at ideally around like 126 to 132 C. And by stirring it...
You know, that's one thing, is if we're going to use units, try to keep them consistent, because you were saying it in Fahrenheit earlier.
And filling the whole chamber with a certain pressure of CO2 gas, the idea is to just smash bubbles into the sugar. I don't think it dissolves in the sugar. I think it's really, literally like if you just mixed honey really quickly, it kind of froths up and gets like a white-ish color to it. That's what we're doing, except to hot sugar. And that's it. But either way, we're actually really close. We've got that whole explanation completely messed up our schedule. And we kind of have to set up an entire ice bath for the next step.
Dude.
So I'm gonna panic right now. Where's the bucket?
A panic ice bath. That's one advantage of having everything all proceduralized and start up, is all your stations are pretty much ready to go to minimize the time that something is just sitting there and either cooling or hardening, possibly sooner than you're ready for it to. So yeah, panic time.
So, horrible mess. We're at 8 minutes. I mean, 8 minutes, that's like, you know, 8 minutes is like the new 4 minutes or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. But either way, now all we need
This
to do
version
is
of Null,
basically
I guess Null
shut
Blue
it down.
is a bit
All
sillier.
both these valves are closed already, so then I will close the CO2 tank. So now it's not emitting any extra gas, and then I can undo this while under pressure, which isn't ideal, but it should be fine. Should just make noise. There's not much gas in the line, so I can get rid of this CO2 tank. And the idea now, I can turn off the heating, and now I just have to carry it manually and shove it into the ice.
And yeah, the idea of this rapid cooling is to lock the CO2 pockets in place. Kind of like quenching materials, where cooling rates are rapid but controlled to preserve structural integrity, like when you're manufacturing something like the zircaloy cladding in nuclear fuel pellets, for instance.
And I should say what we're trying to do here. Basically, I mentioned the whole froth of CO2, gas, and sugar before. The idea here is that we want to maintain that froth, but basically freeze it.
Freeze
while the CO2 is mixed with the sugar.
I like that explanation better.
That's all the ice bath is doing. We want to cool it as fast as we can. My only thing is like, I just feel like if you turn off the stirring, the stuff at the center just stops being combined with the sugar. But maybe, maybe you want some of the, okay, maybe I'll turn it off.
Yeah, because you might make it too fizzy.
Yeah,
right?
you might make it too foamy.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. We might want to turn it off so that it has time to kind of like...
Trap the large air bubbles.
Correct, like the air bubbles can coalesce.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, when do we take it out? When is it actually done?
One place I read said to keep it in here for 2 to 3 hours, which to me is absolute insanity. I think an hour at most. I'm thinking like 30 minutes.
think like 5 minutes. Just keep
The
shortening
temperature is now 16.7 C. And inside of this should be now a completely solid mass of sugar that hopefully is mixed with CO2. And all we have to do now is get it out.
All right.
So
Fingers crossed.
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna put this here, and I'll get rid of that giant leaky bucket of water.
Yeah, see, it's
And
all water at that point.
Now, theoretically, all we have to do is open it up. So opening now.
See, yeah, vent it off first.
I felt something. I didn't hear.
I mean, just like managing high pressure systems, I mean, this is a high pressure system, 700 plus PSI, high pressure gas and hot sugar, whether it's that or reactor coolant loops, reactor containment vessels, it's all the same kind of principles, granted different orders of magnitude and much different amount of energy involved, but I love it. It's just fundamentals of thermodynamics and fluid mechanics.
Hear anything, but I felt a sugar thing go blunk. Okay, I'll just open it. If this didn't work, I'll just cry. Last of the shackles are removed. For the moment of oh, it's solid in there.
Okay.
Oh my god.
It's powder.
Oh, that sugar definitely exploded. Okay, so I'm gonna just scoop some out.
Kind of looks like Pop Rocks.
Whoa! Because I'm exploding. It's jumping out of the container. This is popping.
It pops. I mean, that would imply that those CO2 had a little bit of pockets in there, and if you stick a tool in there to kind of separate it, then yeah, there is some stored potential energy in there from that pressure that's gonna pop out at you, so it looks like it worked.
Okay. I think that rock might be dangerous. Like, oh my god! Like when you, oh my god! When
Open
you break
this with
it apart,
safety glasses.
it actually just like explodes.
I guess that's the lesson learned here. When eating Pop Rocks, use safety glasses, especially if they're homemade.
Like, yeah, I'm not eating the big shards.
Put that giant one.
It's an enamel buster.
No, I think that would actually kill me. Did you hear that?
Jump. Pop, 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 pop.
Dude.
So yeah, when exposed to atmosphere, moisture, or saliva for that matter, it pops, just releasing trapped carbon dioxide. This is kind of like fission gas release, or what's arguably more challenging is crud bursts, where, say, corrosion products, just bits and pieces, wear and tear in the reactor coolant system get released. Now the challenge with those is they became activated. Since they're within the reactor coolant system, neutrons bombard them and make them radioactive. Now it can be controlled safely. This is only something that's a controlled release during an outage. But basically, they get released into the reactor coolant system, and then they get captured by filters and demineralizers and processed along with in the advanced liquid waste processing system, which does dilutions, chemical treatments in order to get rid of the radioactive material, plus have a bit of stay time so it decays enough that it can be safely discharged into the environment. And there are very, very strict regulations as in how much is enough. Like the amount of pollution that the Nuclear Regulatory Commission requires is far below that of, say, and probably far less radioactive than, say, a coal or natural gas plant. Coal or natural gas plants just aren't required to measure radioactivity, but it's a very controlled process. But when you do one of these bursts, you need to basically ensure people are far away from the reactor coolant system because it can cause some localized elevated dose rates temporarily.
Look at this. I'll just drop it on the ground. Look.
Yeah, there's
It
moisture
just
there.
explodes. It flies off. I don't think this is safe to eat.
Dude.
Holy.
These are activated.
Dude. What?
Not radioactively, but they're very active Pop Rocks.
What did we create?
Pop rocks. So I think I gotta just
pop rocks.
Try it. But I'm not doing a large shard. I'm actually terrified of these. But we gotta test this for the pops. There's some big ones in here. I'm kind of scared.
A whole spoonful, dude. This is the new cinnamon challenge. He's gonna spit it out.
You got the sound.
Oh, zooming in on his gullet.
I mean,
pretty good.
I have one problem. It's completely inedible. It's horrible tasting.
Oh.
So
it's inedible.
Maybe there's a reason why making them super pure like this doesn't taste good. It's just designed to make the optimal amount of sound effect.
Yeah, the flavor's awful. I do not recommend using this much methylphenolate. But besides that, I think we did it. I think we fundamentally did it and proved that this actually does work to make pop rocks, and it worked totally fine. But I think we should do it at least just one last time to make them so they're actually edible.
You can actually eat them.
And we're gonna do that really fast.
Yeah. That's gonna be like. Now, very quickly, we get the flavor, but instead of like what, 1 point something mils, I'm using 60 microliters. About 30 times less than before.
That's way less, yeah.
That's it.
That's it?
I mean, this is things you learn when redoing your process. You can have everything set up that, you know, a lot of the temperature change processes can go just a lot more smoothly because you're ready. It's not sitting there idly or cooling off or anything like that.
It's a lot more powderized.
Oh, wow. This looks way better.
That's good. I hear the pops already. It's a little bit gooier.
That looks more like sand.
Here, let's try this.
Pop sand. I like that he put tape for no blue.
Honestly, all I can say is, wow. These are, in my opinion, without directly comparing, indistinguishable from commercial grape pop rocks.
Just
the flavor,
a lot more poppier.
Good, and the fizz is exactly the same. If you put this in one of the little packets you buy and gave it to me, I would never know the difference.
Wow.
They're perfect. I never actually dreamed of it turning out this well. This is like way better than I could have ever imagined.
Well done. Now you just got to make a whole bunch of them to justify the purchase of the pressure vessel. I don't know.
I dare you.
Which one?
Don't eat that. I think it'll actually like cause a problem.
Let's go.
No, don't.
The big one?
Why would you do that?
What?
It was like an explosion of flavor in my mouth.
Yeah.
Do you think it's worth doing?
Yeah.
Big rock, big pop.
I hate this. This
Dude,
makes me so
A lot
scared.
of carbon.
You'll be
in there.
fine. You'll be fine. Trust me.
Oh my god! It's like someone punched you in the top of the mouth.
Let's say you break your tongue.
Whoa. I gotta say, that was an experience. Anyway.
Bet it was.
I think, from what I've experienced, we've mastered normal pop rocks enough. And I'm very happy with how everything turned out.
Is it gonna make super pop rock?
I'm probably even gonna do this just on my own to make my own pop rocks now. I'm not gonna ever pay for overpriced pop rocks ever again.
I'm gonna make my
That being
overpriced
said,
pop rock.
I'm done. So, these pop rocks somehow ended up turning out, and just like all of our other projects, I'm kind of genuinely surprised that it wasn't a total failure. Something that I also wanted to mention is that I don't think we're quite done trying to make our own pop rocks, and what I want to try next is making the world's most dangerous pop rocks.
Really?
Where I infuse it with something like silane gas, which will
Why?
spontaneously ignite on contact with air.
Pop fireballs.
With that being said though, I hope you learned something from this whole project and video.
I certainly did, just that a lot of stuff is similar to just nuclear reactor processes or making nuclear fuel, but that's just the lens in which I see things. Thanks so much for the recommendation for this video, and thanks so much for watching. I'll see you next time. Hey, you've asked for it. Welcome to part 2 of Let's Game It Out's crazy nuclear waste episode. This one's actually called I Used Drones to Make a Nightmare Factory Even Worse, that being from the previous episode. But hey, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Tyler Pulse. I'm a nuclear engineer with a little over 10 years of experience in the commercial nuclear power industry, from engineering to operations to emergency response. I don't claim to know everything there is nuclear, but I can certainly share some knowledge. Let's get right into it.
Then this, and also some of this. Eventually we reach nuclear power. It produces a lot of energy, but more than that, it produces beautiful toxic byproducts.
Nuclear waste is radioactive, as said previously, but it looks nothing like this. And it is not processed anything like this.
Each and every one of those barrels that's actively hurting me while I talk. That's okay though. I've got my handy dandy inhaler here, so whenever my health is getting me down. Anyway, let me...
If only that could happen in real life, but I know it's for the purpose of a gameplay mechanic, but yeah, nothing you inhale can help you with the dose you receive from nuclear waste.
The grand tour before we get started. Here we have sumptuous radiation issues, followed by even more radiation issues, and we're gonna have to figure this out fast, because I don't know what happened, but this place is definitely cursed now. And even more Oh, it looks like things have kind of come to a standstill. I guess it makes sense, though. After all, over here on this side of our base, the land of nuclear power plants, there's been a couple of...
Look at the dirty exhausts, too. It shows like they're emitting just like coal, when really from cooling towers, it's just water vapor. That's it. A lot of nuclear plants don't even have cooling towers, including the one I worked at. Just had a massive reservoir. But yeah, waste product from cooling towers is just water vapor.
Just since we were last here. See, the last time we were in this base was before they added fluid to the game. And now that all of these beauties have been magically retrofitted, it requires not just these, which are uranium fuel rods, but it also requires that we have water to cool the whole thing down, which obviously we don't have.
So they didn't have water at these nuclear power plants. Okay, what did they use to moderate the flow of neutrons? So when I say moderate, really just slow them down. Neutrons will not actually cause fissions if they are moving too fast. So what water also does is act as a moderator to slow down the neutrons so they can cause fission. Water isn't the only thing that can act as a moderator. In Chernobyl, they used graphite as a moderator. Water is generally way better, both in terms of efficiency and in terms of nuclear safety. But how are these reactors supposed to work? Or does the game not even get into that?
This giant gaping hole, which means that we've got all of these plants and none of them are working right now, which honestly is probably both good and bad. Good because no working means no nuclear wasty. The bad is these being offline means we don't have any power coming to our base. Don't worry though, we're gonna get this all back online. And the first step...
They're offline, why are they still making emissions? If a plant shut down, so let's say it is just water vapor and it's like a normal plant, the circulating water system, which would involve the use of the cooling towers causing emissions, it wouldn't be making any steam because that part of the plant's shut down. The turbine is offline, which produces electricity. So the turbine that produces electricity would be offline, so there's no reason for them to be having any emissions.
Gonna be getting all this radiation out of here. First things first, we're gonna need some items. Good thing we've got materials everywhere. Not to mention stockpiles are the best stuff. A whole container full of things that blow up. And me with a detonator.
Oh boy.
And you know what that means. I can't just blow this stuff up by hand, can I? Well, it was worth a shot.
I know a lot of game mechanics have things that are indestructible, but you could blow up one of those containers of nuclear waste and just spread it everywhere. Well, that's a bunch of gooey stuff. It's not realistic nuclear waste, but you could still spread stuff anyway. Generally, blowing up any type of waste will make little more than a mess.
To know where these things are anyway. So step one is we gotta flush out all of these barrels, or else I don't think reality is ever coming back together again.
I've heard the Let's Game It Out folks like to push these games to their absolute limit, so they cause a bunch of graphical glitches. But if you're in an area with a lot of radioactivity, it's going to mess with your camera quality a bit. So I actually kind of like that. That's one bit of realism he's throwing in there. Making it ultra high radiation dose could also be causing the glitches. Or is it the other way around?
So we're gonna go all the way over here to the outskirts of this madness. I see you flying up there, don't judge me. And basically we need to figure out how to get all these barrels out from our base. Let's just use this convenient thing called a splitter, and then we'll build out a conveyor belt from there, and we'll just keep running this, and we'll just take it all the way to the edge here. I'm not really sure what the plan is, seeing as how there's nothing down here. But hey, at least it's getting all this waste away from the rest of my factories. And at the end,
Just the idea of seeing it on the conveyor belt is still just hilarious to me.
all this, we'll go ahead and put a nice big storage container. There you go, fellas. Welcome to your temporary new home. So while we wait for all of this stuff to finish filtering out of here, let's get some other vital stuff done. As mentioned, for the time being, none of these are working. You know, I know where there is working power though, and it's just one quick slide away. Ah, home sweet second home. I missed you, security blanket of pipes and conveyor belts and materials. Anyway, we're not here for sightseeing. No, we're here for that power. That dirty, environmentally unfriendly coal power.
So we made coal plants, but in this game, are the coal plants actually better than nuclear plants since they don't produce that kind of crazy waste? Because the main drawbacks of coal plants are all the emissions, greenhouse gases, of the actual generation aspect. Yeah, the mining of coal also has its own hazards associated with it, just like the mining of uranium. If this game makes coal cleaner than nuclear, that would be crazy.
Just go ahead and connect one of these power lines, and let's go ahead and build all the way back. Starting from there, this is us, all the way back to our other base. Super easy to just run these forever. Don't worry, this isn't gonna take any time at all. And we always know when we're getting closer to home because the frame rate takes a dive and everything hurts. Although, now that I'm in the main part of the factory, I think all the radiation's been filtered out, and I'm not taking damage anymore. I'm so happy it's time to use my inhaler again. Looks like the barrels are still coming, which shows that the process is working all the way to barrel heaven. And we know that for sure because look at our glorious radiation levels. Quite the radioactive vessel. And as we get close...
What is this thing supposed to do?
I'm really hurting. Now, in theory, this should be enough, because the farther away we get, the lower the radiation goes. And if
That's true. I wonder if this game follows the inverse square law like it does in real life. You double your distance from the source of radiation, your effective dose will go down by a factor of 4.
Enough away, the radiation goes away entirely. But I don't want to lose this entire area to that. Isn't there a way we can get rid of this stuff permanently? Most other items in the game you can just throw in the little trash can here. Oh, but not these barrels.
You gonna try to find an underground repository for all these barrels? It'd be good if we could have an underground repository for that in real life. A lot of them were discussed, such as Yucca Mountain, but that's just one of the sad things about nuclear waste in real life. We have the technology, we have the solution, but nobody wants to do anything about it. Very sad.
Doesn't want you to do that. All right, let's leave this for a second and come over here, and let's test some stuff on an area that doesn't have radiation. Okay, so getting rid of stuff. We can't just grab an item, drag it out of our inventory, because then it goes straight here on the ground. And sure, we can throw these things, but no other items can we throw like that. So I wonder if there is any way we can...
What is this, some type of crazy abyss to nowhere?
Oh, what the hell did that? You? You knocked me off? Oh, I bet you guys think you're so clever, don't you, huh? Oh, well, we learned something new just now. Those guys can throw themselves off. So the question is, can we somehow attach the radiation to these fellas and then just lead them off a cliff? Okay.
There's your idea. I've heard some crazy ideas for nuclear waste removal, such as launching them into space, but never heard of have rhinoceros run into nuclear waste and knock them off a cliff.
Hold on, I got an idea. Let's build out a couple of little platforms, and then let's add some walls. Okay. Hey, come back here. I have need of you. Come on, come on. Okay, better. Stay right there. I'm just gonna put something on top of you. Easy. Well, technically it's on top of him, but I don't think it's part of him. Nope, definitely not. Of course, I think we have another question. Can this little guy carry a stack of barrels? Only one way to find out. Come on, little guy. Okay, where were we? Get ready for a journey. Oh, hey, you found me some flower petals. That's so sweet. I love you too. I'll take those. And here, you have these 258 barrels of toxic waste. And Lizard Doggo seems unaffected by the tremendous amount of radiation.
There you go. That's the solution to nuclear waste right there. Pocket dimension. All right.
You know what happens next, right? Now let's see, how am I gonna get you to want to be down there? What if we build some platforms all the way out here? Come on, come on, come on, come on. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? You're a good boy. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, mission.
Yep. Trap platforms.
Successful. Oh, let's do it again. Hey there, little guy. I've got something for you. Good God, that took forever. But at least we got him. Make yourselves at home in the waiting room. Here, I'll even give you a window to look through. All right, so here's the thing. I've been doing some thinking, and I don't know if I can bear to watch them fall down onto the cliffs below. I mean, after all, look at these little guys. Look at those little faces. They deserve better than that. That's why instead, we're gonna use something else. Jump pads. Let's see. Let's just go ahead and... Excellent. All right, I guess we need to test if it works. Yep, that'll about do it. All right, come on, little guy. Let's get you all suited up. Okay, okay, okay. You know what to
500
do.
barrels.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and say that was...
There you go. Catapulting off the cliff. That's all you need. Weird lizard, dog creatures, catapults, and pocket dimension.
Housing success. And before you know it, our nuclear waste problems are solved. Okay, come on out.
Of course, begs the question how many of them could fit in that crazy abyss or what's even down there.
Les, you look all ready for prime time. Let's not just wander them over here. Instead, let's aim a bounce pad back this direction, build a couple layers up, and we'll put the other bouncy thingy at the top here. Okay. There you go. Oh, you guys spread each other out. Well, at least that one made it. Oh, God. And for this one, let's see if we can get nothing but net.
Basketball goal.
Well, looks like that took care of the radiation. Time to deal with the next mess. Getting all this back online. We do still have to deal with radiation, of course, because to power these plants, we use these uranium fuel rods. But it shouldn't be too hard to deal with.
Again, fresh uranium fuel, not going to get any dose from it, because the alpha particles won't penetrate the cladding of the fuel.
To do is focus on the water part. And don't worry, I haven't forgotten that this one needs water too. First things first is we need to locate a water source. And you know, I think I know just the place. Oh yeah, and this reactor over here too. Okay, so all we really need to do is find some nice deep water. You know, this water doesn't appear to be terribly deep. Maybe it'll work anyway, let's see. Time for some water extraction. Yep, looks like it's gonna be just fine. Okay, and now all we need to do is run some pipes. Okay, I'm sure this will be just fine, right? Pretty sure water doesn't naturally want to go uphill like that, but what do I care what water wants? I just care that it connects. Okay, and with that all connected, the entire base still doesn't have power, so we need to draw upon our power lines that are from the other base. I'm glad that you can drag these power lines out over to a cliff and then right into a waterfall. Whatever, they'll allow it, so I'll do it.
That is just so silly. And again, the very idea of siting nuclear power plants without a water source next to it. Because they do use a lot of water in cooling the reactor, cooling the secondary plant, the condenser for the main turbine. It's used in a lot of safety and emergency shutdown systems. Emergency cool down, rather.
Okay, let's see, how are we doing? Water appears to be extracting at a perfectly whatever flow rate, and you can tell it's doing its job by this little thing here because of the things doing things. As you can tell, I totally understand how...
If your pipe starts doing that when you walk past it, that's probably not a good thing.
Water works in this game. The important part is that if we come all the way over here and we check the pipes, we can see the water's running all the way here just fine. And if we look at the plant itself, water's all there, uranium's all there. Looks like power is back on the menu. And onward to the other power plants. All right, excellent. I think we've done some really fine work here. Let's see if everything connects as planned. Let's start with one initially. Well, it doesn't appear to be any water getting here, at least not yet. What do you mean this weird, gross, illogical pipe system isn't working?
Imagine that.
If you take a look at our splitter here, this one's getting plenty of water.
It's just pulsing. That's kind of heebies by jeebies.
Is this part right here. Oh, wait, the flow sucks. So without really knowing what we're doing, we're gonna use this pipeline pump. Allows fluids to be transported 20 meters upwards. Okay, well, great. Work your magic. Okay, there we go. Looks like we have more flow coming through this thing, sorta. Water sure is weird. Ah, yes, much better. Full capacity in the pipes, that's what I like to see. Okay, how are we working, you big behemoth? Ah, yes, burning water too fast and occasionally offline. That's what we call progress. You know what? Why am I trying?
If water is used as a moderator, if you run out of water in a nuclear power plant, it will shut itself down. Problem is, if you don't have water, as we saw with Fukushima, well, nothing's cooling the residual heat, the decay heat. It took a while once all the emergency sources were disabled for fuel damage and core damage to occur, but nuclear power plants really need water, is all I'm gonna say. There are some exotic designs that don't, but even those, they would still need water for a lot of their secondary support systems, even if it's not, even for, say, a liquid sodium cooled reactor, they would still need water for their condenser.
Hard. After all, this is a pretty large space. Let's see how many of these can fit. And then 2, and 3, and 4. Okay, that seems better. We have a couple more, quite a bit more. I have no idea how many are in here. All I know is it's more than I had, and I hope it's enough to siphon up the entire ocean.
There you go. Well, you want water? Here you go. Don't need to siphon an entire ocean, but you do need a lot of water for nuclear.
It's time to get to the piping. Ta-da! Pipes, pipes, and more pipes. I spent a little time building just a couple of pipe systems. Here, let me give you the grand tour. Basically, they start here, and then they extend out here, and then they route over here, and then God only knows where they go next. Pretty much if there's ground to cover, that's where we put pipes. And I do mean anywhere where there's ground to cover. Or if it's cliffs, also now
This is
pipes.
insane.
Heading past this first power plant, that's right.
The pipes look like they're strangling or engulfing the thing. That is crazy. Nuclear plants do use a lot of piping, but a lot of that's internal to the actual plant, not this craziness.
And we just follow this very comprehensive pipe system. How you doing there, buddy? You having a good time? And we just keep on going and follow where the pipes go until eventually we make it over where we can see water making it to all of our power plants. Who would have thought pipes were so easy? All you gotta do is just have so many running everywhere that eventually everything can connect and have water. And yeah, sure, when these things are producing power, they also produce nuclear byproducts, but that's a solved problem. Everybody wins. And with all these glorious power plants up and working again, so too are our factories. Yeehaw to beautiful, endless manufacturing.
There you go. That's how you drive human progress. Pipes everywhere, get the water, and waste can be solved by, again, alien creatures, pocket dimensions, and catapults. Wow.
Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about this guy. I know we need to get water up here too, and I know that seems pretty daunting, but don't you worry, I've got an idea, so hold, please.
Just run it 7 out, just run it up the conveyor belt.
And connected. See, that wasn't so hard to get water up here. All I had to do was build a couple of water pipes. A lot of water pipes. A lot.
The shell of conveyor belt is now surrounded by a shell of those water pipes. One thing that's interesting, I'm not sure if this game models it or not, probably not, but water does shield from radiation, so if you're behind enough of those pipes, you're not going to get much in the way of dose. This is a crazy game.
A lot of water pipes. Yep, this is what I did. I started with a pipe on the ground, ran it all the way to the start of my conveyor belt tornado, and then just kept building and building and building. And before you know it, fresh water straight from the source. And boy, howdy, is this doing amazing things to the frame rate. I'm just glad that it turned out putting all this pipe down was easy. That said, while I noticed the radiation nightmare is over, oh boy, have I noticed some cursed stuff still happening. You know, I think I know what we can do. Granted, I don't want to waste all this beautiful manufacturing prowess.
It's all those pocket dimensions they're messing with space and time and reality.
It's a gross thing. But I think I have an idea to salvage our factory and our frame rate, called drones. I think we know what needs to happen next, don't we? Okay, so I've been at this for a little while now.
And now we're doing the same sort of craziness with drones.
I've built a couple of drones. The foggy view distance here stops you from seeing all that I've made, but let me tell you, there's a lot of drones here. In total, there's 384 drones here, quietly spread out underneath our base. And for each and every one of these, they're all set to go to gimme goodies.
There are some times in a nuclear power plant that you do use drones, typically not the flying type, just the remote operated ground vehicle type to go into high dose areas just because you don't want to send a person in there. Never done anything where you send hundreds of them flying around a little drop-off pad though.
Alright, so let's turn on the power. Oh boy, here goes nothing. Oh my god. Oh, and off they go. Off at 2 frames a second to seek fame and fortune on their pilgrimage to the sacred gimme goodies. You know what I did back at the base too? Just to add some fun is I added a bunch of explosives to things. Not sure how that works, but I'm not gonna question it. You know, so we can get that real feeling like they're trying to be shot down. Evasive maneuvers, serpentine, serpentine. And before you know it, here they are coming in to join the queue. Higher and higher and
Good
higher.
lord.
Oh my god, what are we looking at? This is actually really pretty. Huh. You know what? I guess there really isn't a limit. It looks like this really can just keep going forever. I mean, seriously, look how high this goes. There's my cannon, there's the drones, and here's how much higher they go. And boy, is it gonna be a long queue to land at this station. Ah, 1 down, an eternity of drones left to go.
That's a lot of silliness. Wasn't entirely what I expected with the drones. I was expecting each drone to carry a barrel of radioactive waste. So not only do you have them on the conveyor belts, you have them flying around you, but not sure if that's allowed by the game at all. But this was another really funny, silly video by the folks over at Let's Game It Out. I really appreciate this suggestion too. It's good to kind of laugh at everything and at games that really don't take nuclear power very seriously and just seek to perpetrate some of those stereotypes. But hey, it's all in good fun. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you next time.
Like some of this stuff, they're just pulling just outright assets that they had done that are in the game. They had there's almost their signature. They had a meme that they put in there that was found. It's rough. And the problem that they run into is it's not the first time that Bungie's done this. People have been logging how this has happened 3 or 4 times in the last, I mean, here we go, since 2021, in the last 4 years or so, where it's included a lot of stuff with Destiny, and now we see with Marathon. So we did get a response after all of this.
Which went over super well.
Yeah, so they did respond, and they basically said that there was a former employee in the art department that did lift these assets. They have admitted to it happening, and that they were reaching out to Anti-Real to try to figure this out, come up with some kind of compensation, something. The problem is, after all this came out, people have continued to go back and look at this Anti-Real person's back catalog of artwork spanning back 8, 9, 10 years ago or so. And it really looks like a lot of the art direction for Marathon kind of pulled from this person's entire profile. And on top of that, they noticed that many of the people within Marathon and Bungie's art team follows them from time to time on X, and they've never interacted with them. Yeah. So
That's kind of the trick, because I know when this happened with, I think, one of the Resident Evil games with their logo having that shattered glass texture, there was at least the idea that maybe they bought assets from another company that maybe lifted it from a person. It's like, oh, okay. At least there's that one stage away of it wasn't them being the assholes. It was the company they were bulk buying textures from that was the assholes. But the fact that so many people at Bungie follow the person where all this stuff came from, it's like, ooh, that's not a good look at all.
Their excuse is just really weird, because don't they have a whole team for PR on this, or a crisis management team? I don't know. Because so many eyeballs, through the approval pipeline, it had to go through. So no one caught this, and was it just one bad actor that's just stealing everything and somehow inserts the assets into their SVN or whatever they use for that? I'm just curious how this happened so easily. And I think they were just cool with it, and they have a history of it. And since they have a history of it, wouldn't you be more hyper aware of where you're sourcing your assets from if it wasn't something that was intentional? I don't know. It's just weird to me, and it's stupid. And I don't know.
They only care because they got caught.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. But then it's what are all the things that we didn't catch? There's probably more, out there, if they're just lifting different assets, and a bunch of people are big fans of this artist, I guess, for stealing purposes. Why not hire them? Why not just purchase their art? There's so many things that they could do to easily avoid this situation. Why not make, I don't know, their own version of things. Copying sucks, but they're literally just taking it directly. Like, what is wrong with them?
That is the crazy part, because this is minimalism art. It's not like they have to mass render stuff.
Yeah,
you just
there
do
isn't.
nice shapes, good colors, get some nice contrast
Don't
going.
they have an art team?
They
Works
do.
for them. That's supposed to be
and
doing
most likely the head of the visual department put together a collection of like, we kind of like this, we need this in the game. So
No, but what I'm considering, was it a lookbook that they created, like a vision board, and then they're like, let's just take it completely? Like, do they have AI that's scraping the internet and stole a bunch of things? Like,
but
I don't know. Have they not mentioned that?
Yeah, the problem with that is that like some of the things in there are just one-to-one. Like, it's not like it just weirdly wonked it out and then made it kind of look sort of like it, but like the first thing we said that said Aleph in it, it's like all exact.
Yeah.
It's 100% exact. It's a little different, which is a little crazy.
It's like copying homework and not changing a word. Like, these people are wild.
It would be kind of crazy if the story broke that the employee that they were referring to was like their generative AI that happened to just copy some of these. It was just like, that would be a crazy part of the story if that ever happened.
Well, I mean, just thank God that employee just happened to not work there anymore.
I know, right?
One lone employee who evidently does every bit of art for the game. Thank God
that they couldn't pull out at all. They couldn't remove.
Yeah.
The pipeline is huge. Like, what are they talking about? Like, that's not how that works.
I don't care what anybody says. I'm stealing Evan's art right now.
Look, okay, like when
Do it
this
all the
game
time, I
comes
know.
out, look at the credits and let's see how many people were involved in this pipeline. Not to call out anything, but I really hate stealing, and this is just stupid. So I really want to see like how many people were on the team, how many were working on different aspects of it, and like what did that even look like? I don't know. It's dumb.
Stop stealing artwork, Joseph.
Yeah.
It's all your fault.
I had to
Hell,
make
even
that
I paid Evan for art.
I had to make that whole game and talk thing. Jeez.
Stop stealing shit. Please stop.
It's been a year. It's been a year.
It has been a year.
You know what?
I stand by. I didn't steal shit.
You did.
No one did. Fucking wait
It was under $900. Nobody arrested you. It was under $900.
A waveform. People
It was a
own a
misdemeanor.
waveform. Talk to MKBHD.
Oh wait, hold up. I forgot about that whole thing. Actually, I wasn't referencing that.
Okay, I was like, you're such a jerk.
No, I was like, why are we doing this right now? It's literally been a year.
No.
I was like, let's reignite it. Let's do it again.
swear
And
I
John
wasn't.
left.
Okay, I need you to call Josie right now on this podcast.
No, I swear I wasn't referencing that. I totally forgot about that whole situation. Honestly, I wasn't referencing that. I was just saying it just to say, because you weren't talking, so I just said Josie steals full something. I wasn't.
To be clear though to people in chat about like asset stealing, it does happen, but I have also seen people get really crazy about seeing assets across multiple games that they're like, oh, it's theft. But always remember there are third-party companies that these companies go to buy their assets from, so there is usually a layer. It's just the fact that in this situation, the artists at Bungie, like not just I think it was like 4 or 5 people followed this person.
Yeah.
That's what really kicks it off as like a problem, because
Yeah.
you just gotta pay attention with it a little bit.
It's a little direct line.
My internet like exploded or something. I don't know. It was down. I was just sitting here like, oh, they're on their own.
Dat Comcast.
That's that.
You switched to my internet? Cox.
Oh, shout out to Omega. Thank you. I was worried people would notice.
Well, that was just a long pause between you switched to my internet. Space. Space.
That's what it's called.
I mean, it's
I
Comcast. So it is a
understand
bag
that,
of
but there's
dicks.
a long space in between.
I was thinking about what it was called, and I was like, do I want to say this? And I was like, it's funny.
Okay, I've never heard of that internet provider, so I was very confused what you were talking about.
You don't have it in your area?
No.
Damn.
No Cox in there.
Cox
Yeah,
is
I guess
trash.
not.
I had it when I was in Fresno for school.
It's so bad.
Cox when you were in college, Ocha?
Cox internet. The internet. Clearly.
You and all your friends?
Clearly.
Clearly the internet.
Duh.
What are we talking about? Cox.
The whole football
We
team?
had to compound on the Bungie situation with all the with the art theft situation. Paul Tassi, who is pretty plugged in, it's basically him and Jason Schreier really plugged in to a lot of the Bungie stuff that happens, able to talk to some of the people there. He did get some insight into what's happening, saying that the public explanation for art theft is actually what's being passed around internally and given as a reason for Bungie staff right now, just among the people who are, just developers who aren't necessarily up in the boardroom talking about this stuff. And right now, Sony and Bungie Legal are sorting through, and it's unlikely to be any much new information as all of this continues to unfold. And one of the reasons, apparently, that they didn't show any gameplay during this recent live stream, I don't know if anyone caught that live stream. That was bad. It was not good. It was very awkward. They tried to apologize on stream, and do you remember when Nintendo did their live stream for Mario Kart and it was just drop the price and spam completely in the live stream? Okay, take that and I'll multiply it by like 3 or 4. It was it was bad. It was ugly. The guy was just on stream and looked like he didn't want to be there the whole time. He's just not having it, not having a good time. So they didn't show any gameplay because there were apparently concerns that maybe there was more stuff in there that they hadn't caught in terms of just lifted art assets. So they didn't even do that. And now morale is in free fall across all departments, and the vibes have never been worse. Everyone has the same concerns about what happens to Bungie as a studio if Marathon bombs, which is something they absolutely cannot afford. As in, if Marathon is another Concord situation, it might be.
John, drop the if. Change it to when. Come on, man.
I don't know what happens to Bungie. I'll be real. This might be it.
Hey, you know what? You made a game that not a lot of people are interested in. That's the market dictates things.
Well, and on top of that, so the Marathon Alpha occurred around the same time as, I believe, Arc Raiders. It's that new game from...
That's a $40 game too, right? That's a $40
game.
That's not
and
free.
That came out that ran shortly after, and the response to that way superior in terms of people's interest, because it's got like little pieces here and there of like pseudo Monster Hunter kind of things. Like it's pretty cool. So
did you play it?
No, I put in for the alpha, and they only
so
put out.
You're interested.
Yeah, I want to check it out.
But not interested in Marathon.
Only kind of, but not really. Like, it didn't seem that cool for the hours I was watching it. I also was into the alpha for that, which again didn't get into. So it's fun.
Arc Raiders, so you're gonna check that out.
Probably
whenever you can. Okay, got it. So at this point, I honestly, I don't know how the game comes out this year. I feel like this thing's getting delayed in the first place. But even then, I don't know how you curb the current public perception of Marathon. It was already kind of sketchy. Now it's in the toilet. So.
Well, to be fair, people tend to forget things very quickly.
That's true.
And if it was a good game, if it was something that people were interested in, and then this happened, that's one thing. But the fact that the reception to it hasn't been great to begin with, and then this happened, shit happens, bruh.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame that the thing that Marathon seemed to have going for it, outside of obviously if you didn't really like the art style that much, Sean. The art style seemed to at least go over well with the majority of people out there who at least discussed it, and now that's in question. So,
really?
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, a lot of people liked it. I will say
it's not the style; it's just the stuff used.
It's very unique. That's the thing it had going for it. You could say it's unique. It doesn't look like another Fortnite shooter or something.
Yeah, the Homer Simpson's car design was unique. Doesn't mean it was attractive, but
you would have bought it.
Tomato.
But you like Simpsons Hit and Run, though, right?
It's great.
Yeah, it is. I wish they would remaster it.
So you like his car, right? Or no?
Yeah, why you hate him?
No, I'm talking about the one he designed for his brother, the Homer. Yeah.
Oh, I don't bother. Josie, can you look at the private chat?
Let me. Well, while we're talking about Sony and their live service stuff, because Bungie, of course, patched them here, which I kind of wonder if Bungie's going to get folded into Sony at this point after Marathon. We had
Why would you want them?
Well, they already took some of the people from Bungie, and they took one of their incubation projects called Gummy Bears, which apparently is like a Smash Brothers mixed with a MOBA something. Thank you. So they've already kind of been taking some of the personnel from Bungie and forming. They've formed the Team LFG studio. You know what this stands for?
There's a mild depression to that because for the
looking for
long,
group.
for the long history
that
of playing World of Warcraft and just sitting in chat being like looking for group and having to sit there and like not get the right people for a while and just get nothing done. And now they're like, oh, team looking for group. It's like, oh, I don't.
Yep. Yep. We had news around Haven Studios. So this is all happening in the same week, by the way. We have the situation with Marathon happening, and then we find out from Bloomberg, which Sony must have been hanging out waiting for this one because this apparently happened a week or two ago. Jade Raymond has now left Haven Studios, the studio that she founded after leaving Google Stadia. She went to Stadia after bouncing around between EA and Ubisoft. She hadn't shipped a game in a while.
Do you think there's a critical mass of money she'll earn before being like next? Like, is there like the limit?
I can't be mad at it. I'm impressed.
Yeah, I'm jealous.
She's living to get the bag life.
It is impressive to leave Stadia, which she was like head of like their game studios and stuff there, and Google realized it takes more than a year to make a game, so they shut that down. She goes off. Like, creates the studio, Haven Studios, I assume with a lot of the money that she got from Stadia, and then sells it to Sony. And now she leaves. They have not released the game. Their game is Fair Games.
They got rid of the $sign.
It's a big thing, apparently. That was a big breaking news. They got rid of the $sign Fair Games.
I get rid of the game.
I assume they got rid of the $sign because whenever they would type back and forth in like memos, they always forgot the $sign anyway. So why still have that? So apparently the reason that she left, this was according to Jason Schreier in his Bloomberg article, they had an external playtest, and then weeks later she left. So there is word that the external playtest did not go well for Fair Games. If people don't remember...
Oh my god.
If people don't remember Fair Games...
It's like Lawbreakers with a bunch of fucking broccoli head kids. Or not Lawbreakers, a Payday, sorry.
It is like, it's
Payday Fortnite. Yeah.
Yeah. Broccoli head kids.
Yeah, so it's it didn't look good in the first place in the show. This is a game that had like crazy dislikes online. Like it was 95% dislikes on YouTube when they showed it, and so that's probably recognized title screen there, right? The title card. We haven't seen gameplay for it. She's gone. I'd be shocked if Fair Games comes out.
Ah, damn shame.
That's kind of where I am with it. Like,
where do you think she goes next?
Surprise me.
Whoever pays her.
Yeah, is there an opening on a team right now? Do you think she'll fix Bungie?
I feel like I'd be shocked if she didn't go somewhere else and I watch Ubisoft hire or something back.
She's kind of a scam artist though. Like
she hasn't released a game in a long time, and like, it's been a lot of like, hey, remember when I did this 10 years ago? And
like she's been getting all these huge contracts and then not delivering anything.
She put all of her points in Speechcraft. It's good.
That's why I'm impressed. That's what I mean.
I'm jealous.
Yeah, I mean, it's just,
like, good for her.
Yeah, good for her. But it's just like,
you know, I mean, God forbid a girl have hobbies. Let her have.
I remember when she was when they brought her out for, like I said, the original Assassin's Creed. I mean, she helped. She helped really push that franchise. So many people had eyes on that because of her presentation from E3. It was kind of funny because of like there was like glitches during the presentation and like the way that she acted, but that got people to buy Assassin's Creed, the original, when the game wasn't even that great. The reviews weren't even that great for it, but she helped market and push that game. Same goes for Watch Dogs. So no, credit where credit's due. It's just, but after that, it's been like she's been getting all these contracts and ain't really been doing much. That's all. But yeah, no,
this is
okay though. Good for her.
Okay, but to be fair, Google Stadia was like a shit show. Or Stadia, I don't remember what the
Stadia. No, you said
Stadia.
Right.
Okay. I was making sure I pronounced everything wrong. Like that was a shit show, and I would not. I wouldn't really blame her on that. Like that was unfair. So it might be just a unfortunate, I guess, pattern of hopping around rather than her trend. I don't know. I feel like
seems like she got plenty of resources and time here.
but good for her. You know what? It's okay.
No, I mean, I'm just saying, like, no.
Yeah.
Shout outs to her though. Like, no, I can't. You can't hate people. You can't hate her for people giving her an opportunity. Like, she earned that opportunity. So I'm not hating on her for getting those opportunities. She earned it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it's unfair to like Google execs failed her, not her. I don't know.
Oh, absolutely. Like, yeah, that whole Stadia thing was but you also pick your own situations where you go to. Everybody knew that was a bad situation. You know?
I mean, I feel like also could be one of those situations where like it's on fire, but they're paying really well. It is Google, so to be fair, in this unstable industry, good for her.
Yeah, for real. I mean, I probably would have done the same thing if I was in her position.
Yeah.
The Sony live service. This is not going according to plan. It's looking kind of sketchy still. I'm trying to think. I guess Helldivers 2 is that the only project they've really hit on? They canceled a lot of stuff. Twisted Metal was in development. That was a live service game that got canceled.
If you count Gran Turismo, if you count like MLB The Show, but I don't know if you count those games.
I mean, yeah, MLB The Show is like a constant every year thing. It's a sports title for them.
I don't see it as
Gran
the same.
Turismo. Yeah, I guess
Gran
that is a
Turismo.
live service game of theirs. Yeah.
Kind of. I don't know. Can you still? I think you can still play that game offline. Like, it's still single player content, though, right?
Wrong.
No,
you have to play everything online.
Oh,
The
okay.
hope is that it'll be like Gran Turismo Sport, where when they wrapped up that game, they made it available offline. But the fact that that exists is ridiculous to me.
Okay, so yeah, so that's kind of like, okay. If you have to be online, then yeah, that's kind of more towards the live service, I guess.
My thing with this is the plan was if you make one good live service game, it'll even out a bunch of live service games that fail. That was kind of the idea. You shoot for 10, you get 1, you're good. I don't know if that still counts if you also buy Bungie for over $3 billion, and it doesn't look like they're going to pan out. I don't know if that works when you buy Firewalk and then pay for Concord, which may have been upwards of $400 million cost, and then they're already closed and Concord's gone.
Is there a lot of live service games that have come out and are still like successful? Like aside from like what, Marvel Rivals and Helldivers.
No, there's still a bunch. It's not on necessarily most consoles. Usually it has to be in some form of cell phone variety, at least with part of its community.
Right. But what we know in terms of the data is that the top earning games heavily outweigh all of like the rest. There's like a staple of like Fortnite, just like the staples that are really Genshin, anything that MiHoYo does.
Right, but those are all pretty established. As well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
well, they're established now, but the first month of Genshin made more than BioShock in a decade, or BioWare in a decade,
or even
so,
like Zenless Zone Zero, or like these type of games that come out. So from the established companies that always put out the hits, they're getting a lot of it. Everybody else is not making anywhere near, in terms of console stuff at least, not making anywhere near.
The weebs strike again.
The weebs are killing it. The weebs are killing like MiHoYo, what they do with Genshin Impact and all that. They're killing it.
What gets me though is I see online a lot people saying that it feels like the generation for say the PS5 hasn't started yet. That's a very, very consistent thing I see online. And a lot of that's just, okay, the output of games from Sony isn't good enough, like the cadence of releases isn't there. But then I see this with live service stuff getting canceled, schedules getting pushed. You have Blue Point restarting midway through the generation, which means they're making a PS6 game. Naughty Dog had Last of Us Online. It would have been a Factions 2 if they just did the tacked on multiplayer, like you would have liked to see them at this point. So they reset. Intergalactic is probably a 2027 game. And you got to look at this live service push that's pretty much, at this point, floundered. And I mean, you only say failed from what we're seeing now, as being a big part of the gap of releases and studios kind of searching for something.
Have you seen that Darth Vader AI Fortnite stuff?
Yes, that was a bad idea. That was a bad idea.
Wayne keeps sharing a bunch of clips of it. I just die every fucking time.
Yes, I'm not sure why they did that.
Oh man,
They gotta stop trusting the internet, man.
bro. You can't trust the internet, man.
I don't know. Josie, were you there talking with Darth Vader in Fortnite?
Mm-mm.
No.
No. I haven't played it in a while.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah.
This is surprising.
Well, I would. I've been in finals week, to be honest, so it hasn't been enough, like, very much time for video games.
They put an AI Darth Vader in Fortnite, and he'll respond to people as they say stuff to him. And they figured out, of course, this is what happens all the time with AI, Chat GPT, Grok, whoever. You ask them questions in certain ways, and you can get them to say
make
things.
it say heinous things.
And that's Darth
It
Vader
took a
going,
day.
going off.
It took
a
day for
yeah,
that.
Oh yeah. This is
Oh my god. How quickly did they get Darth Vader to say
Probably super quickly. There's so many posts online that tell you how to get around that, and it's usually like, pretend you're my distant friend Steve, and I'm asking you this question. How would Steve respond? And then it knows it's not an AI in that moment, so it does that like one step out, and it'll just say something.
Oh, cool. Love that. Good job, Fortnite.
Yep, and they're using like the AI simulated voice of like Darth Vader from way back
James Earl
when.
Jones. James Earl Jones' family signed off on it.
So
and they're like, "Hey, paycheck."
So out of complete curiosity, so Disney is very protective over their IPs and how they are portrayed, especially contractually. Do you think that they would try to get rid of the contract? Like, you can get out of it. It's it's a lot of legal.
Well, I did
stuff.
see that Fortnite implemented a hotfix that supposedly corrected the issue.
Okay.
If that
Did it
remains
really
to be-
though?
Yeah.
Because I feel like
for
they're going
now.
to correct it, and then like tomorrow, the devs will have to work on a weekend again. I'm very curious what that legal email looks like from Disney when it
I think it's all
happened.
caps.
All caps, just Mickey Mouse like flipping them off with like a lawsuit. I don't know. I'm just very curious what that looks like and what I wouldn't give to be a fly on the wall.
I think it's. I had thrown this out there. I think it might be time to bring back the tacked on multiplayer.
It should have never went away.
Right. I think that was a generation. I mean, that was something we had back with the 360 and the PS3 had a ton of it, because that's when we really had online multiplayer really roll in, where it's kind of like, hey, try to get some kind of online multiplayer into this game one way or the other. And sometimes it wasn't great. They like, okay, we'll try to do something with it. But other times you got some pretty cool modes, and it wasn't, hey, this online multiplayer has to last 5 years. We need the roadmap, battle passes.
Is there a way to
Okay,
remove
we'll
Umbral Glaive so that Pike can get buffs and be a champ instead of a pink board after 20 minutes? Pike is not balanced around Umbral Glaive in that way. And so, well, Umbral Glaive is a core item on him, so it's like definitely part of his power budget. It's not like we look at Pike and we say, we can't buff him because Umbral Glaive is too strong, right? Like, that's not how that works. We don't buff Pike because we believe Pike is a reasonable level of power, right? So I would say that, like, if we say deleted Umbral Grave as an example, Pike would probably find a new item to buy. Maybe he'd be stronger, maybe he'd be weaker, right? But he's not like being kept down because of Umbral Glaive, at least not deliberately. Is there a way to remove Umbral Glaive so that Pike can get buffs and be a champ instead of a pink?
I'm gonna pretend like I don't see him. I'm gonna pretend, right? I pretend, and I'm actually gonna hit the next one. As
This is day one riding my bike from Washington, D.C. to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The first 10 miles was definitely the hardest for me because the entire time I was thinking about how I had 320 more left. But the good thing is around the 10 or 15 mile mark, you get to Great Falls and it's a pretty cool sight. The trail's pretty straightforward, so it's kind of hard to get lost out here. And every 10 to 15 miles, you get to one of these wells, which you do need to filter it, but the water looks pretty straight.
I mean, that's unfiltered.
My first day I had really good weather, so it made it easy to do the 100 miles and to get a bunch of good clips.
All right, so I found another well. Unfortunately, this one is not working. I was kind of banking on coming here to fill up for water for food. I'm about 50 miles in. I haven't eaten today, which was not smart.
Around 1 mile before Harper's Ferry, I found a really cool spot for lunch.
This is where we're having lunch. We're eating some beef pasta marinara.
One of my favorite things to do is pull over at any time and have a full meal and not have to veer off into a town. So getting these camping meals is highly recommended. And for how convenient these meals are, they actually taste pretty good. And there's a ton of little hidden gems along the C&O.
What the hell? Absolutely not. I feel like I gotta go in here.
This cave was actually super dark, but my camera just lights everything up.
It's dead end.
With like 20 more miles left to camp, I was definitely starting to feel it, but the good thing is I got to my campsite at around 3 or 4 o'clock, which gave me a ton of time to set up. Also, this was my first time setting up a hammock or sleeping in a hammock. It was definitely an experience, and I'd probably recommend getting a tent.
Is it really gonna work? Oh, wow.
Also, having a tarp is a must because the rain and dew will completely ruin your trip. After a 100-mile ride day, I was exhausted. I made some chicken pesto pasta for dinner, and I wrapped it up.
Day one complete. Stay tuned for day two. I'm going to sleep.
This is day one riding my bike from Washington, D.C. to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
From Software's next title, Final Boss. What is this? No.
Oh, God. Antifa Super Soldier? Blue Wave 2020. Vote blue no matter who. Bleed the blue. You know what my favorite part about this is? They forgot the most important thing. Minor, parentheses, 14 years old. That's the one part of it that they didn't include. From Software's next title, Final Boss. What is this?
A fifth of Americans can't find the United States on a map? Is that true?
Objection. This witness works at the National Geographic.
The National Geographic has done 2 studies to determine the geographic literacy of young Americans. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Could you give us the results, please?
I sobbed. Big heaving sobs where your shoulders go up and down.
The results of the test, not your reaction to it.
Half couldn't locate New York State on a U.S. map. Even after Katrina, 1/3 couldn't show you Louisiana. The Pacific Ocean? Goose egg from 29%. The Pacific Ocean, for God's sakes. And where's Japan? 58% don't know. England? Head scratcher for 69%.
Did you survey the geographic literacy of young adults in other countries?
Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, Mexico, Sweden, England.
How'd we do comparatively?
Second to last. We beat Mexico.
A fifth of Americans can't find the United States.
Turn this single player thing into kind of like a little arena shooter, like how Sean mentions he saw wide open space in Doom the Dark Ages. That'd be cool for multiplayer. Back then it'd be like, okay, let's just let people run around and shoot each other there online with no real expectations of long-term support necessarily for this. I think we got to go back to that. I do. I don't know if we need live service. Everything has to be online and you got to log in every day for the rest of time. The budgets for these live service games are crazy. Fortnite spends a stupid amount of money to do what they do, and no one else, well, most people can't do that anyway. So the next time you have an idea for Last of Us, instead of trying to spin the entire multiplayer off into a live service thing, just make factions too. Just do a multiplayer mode. They're not gonna listen to you.
Maybe don't ask a company that likes stealing artwork from people if it's cool.
Yeah, why did you have to check in with Bungie on that? I think it might have been a community manager at Bungie that stole it.
But it wouldn't have ended up in the game.
Or would it?
Yes, the community manager makes the art direction. That's definitely what happens.
I mean, they're the one that nobody over there is making any art. They're just chilling. I'm like, oh, this shit looks good. Yeah, throw that in.
Nice. If they say yoink, it's totally fine.
Yeah.
Either way, tacked on multiplayer, bring it back. That's the move. Let's go over to some of the super chats here. Let's see what we have. We have. RGT. How about them Knicks?
Yes,
Josh
sir.
Stewart.
Yes, sir. It's a beautiful thing to see. Can't wait
Roxana
for-
says, "Dark." Oh, go on. You have Knicks.
No, I guess I'm done.
You already had your monologue. Shut the hell up.
Roxana says, "Dark Ages feels like a repurposed Quake reboot."
I could see that.
There were some people are spotting some Quake references in this game. I'm noticing.
But if they did Quake, do you think you do traditional or multiplayer?
Just give me.
It's got to be
Quake Wars
live
2.
service, 5-year roadmap, just the whole thing. Yeah.
Quake Wars 2, I'll do it.
I will say, if they bring back Quake, that thing better have tacked on multiplayer. That's all I know. I don't want to hear no. Oh, it's just single player. We're gonna add cutscene. No. We gotta have that multiplayer action. This is. Ethan says Sean experimented playing with his and Jason Lapine's arms in a hotel room, and didn't like it.
I mean,
Motion
technically speaking,
control.
you're not wrong.
Let's see. Already got the over/under for 6 months in San Francisco. Wilby says 4K Smash will be glorious.
How you still got a Vince McMahon picture as your profile picture, dog? At least do do-rag, Vince. You can get some laughs off that. That's wild.
Beast says, I lived on both coasts, LA and New York City, and I regularly see brown matter on the sidewalk on the least coast, not the best coast.
So you see it on the west, because the least is the west, and the east coast is the best coast.
No.
No.
Bro is coping.
Straight up cope.
Where?
That's what he said.
Freezing your ass off in New
That's a
York
nice-
is great.
That is a nice Jackson guitar there as your icon.
No. Freezing your ass off with all that traffic is great.
It's called weather. It's called seasons, bro. I like seasons.
California's weather is way better. You know.
I know, it's great. It
Joe,
was
Joe,
really
Stop the
great.
cap, bro. Stop the cap. San Diego destroys anything on the East Coast. No,
Yeah.
no questions asked.
San Diego is incredible.
Modify your car. Oh, you're going to jail, pal. We got to impound that.
Bro,
job.
stop the. You ain't never been to San Diego. That's the thing. You ain't never been there. That's the
He's
problem.
never been to California.
Yeah,
I
John
did not-
doesn't
never
go
will.
outside. He
I
doesn't go
never crossed-
outside. So what do we?
He never will go to
This
California.
man afraid of
Exactly.
bridges. Come on.
You won't.
Yeah,
Not gonna happen.
You won't understand how great it is in San Diego. and certain parts 'cause
Wildfires,
you never go here.
earthquakes,
Oh my
no car
God,
modifications.
Get out
Not
of
for
here.
me.
Okay, yeah, blizzards and tsunamis and hurricanes. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Tsunami. I don't live in Japan, pal. I live in.
Yeah, wait, what do you mean
Blizzards.
tsunamis?
There ain't no hurricanes up here neither. You get snow.
Blizzards, floods. Come on now. Ice storms.
People over there are begging for our flood water.
Yeah.
Hell no, I ain't no beg for no damn flood.
No, it's humid as fuck there too. It's
Yeah,
like
boo.
It's quite humid here. Yes.
That was nice today.
Wow. We're close to the bay. We're like 15 minutes away from it, so there's just water there all the time.
I'm
Yeah.
close to the sound.
Cyber Taurus says the first time I ever heard my kid use the word jank was describing experience in the Area Zero DLC for Pokemon Violet.
It's like a solid parent
That's-
moment.
That's incredible.
Core memory.
And correct memory.
Albert says when the next Pokemon game comes out, it will get updated on Switch 3.
Oh boy, can't wait.
That's great.
Reese says, with retro systems breaking over time and emulation, what are your opinions on the retro gaming market now and in the future? So they have over 300 PS3, N64, PS2, and GameCube games. Breaking over time and emulation.
It's tough, man. I don't know if you're talking about from a selling perspective, like you're interested in selling your collection. If so, I think now is as good a time as any. It just depends. because they always say that the market's gonna crash, this, that, and the other. You might see some systems go down in price in terms of nostalgia as people get older and stuff like that. But
something is happening right now. You know what I noticed, Sean? Now you're mentioning this, I checked price charting for the video that I'm doing. I got some GameCube games, right? And I was like, oh, let me double check all this stuff. And I noticed that, you know how we had the big boom for retro games where 2020 or so, we just saw this, like, I mean, the line just went straight up almost. And then it's leveled off for the past, what, year and a half, 2 years, something? It hasn't done anything crazy. I'm noticing it's ticking up a little bit now. And let me see.
I mean, it also, like I said, it depends. It depends on the system.
Why
It
put it on
depends
the
on
left side?
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, it has like the little ticker up here, and I
Right.
thought about it, I'm like, what is going on there? You don't think that the Switch 2 with the GameCube stuff is all of a sudden going to start introducing the GameCube to a bunch of like new gamers that have never heard of it or seen it or anything, and just the overall interest in the system ticks back up?
I say, I'm going to disagree. I'm
Okay,
gonna,
okay,
I'm
you
gonna-
go, and then I'll go.
Okay, I'm gonna say it's because of, think about the age of those people who a GameCube. Oh, I had a GameCube when I was 6 years old. I used to play it all the time, and now that person is 30 years old and maybe has some disposable income to spend, so they're wanting to buy things from their childhood, nostalgia, this, that, and the other. I don't think that will really play a role in it, in my opinion.
I think it will, just for the introduction of things. When looking, I'm just basing this off of, as an example of it, on TikTok, there's a lot of retro content that's having an uptick right now. And of things that I find like, duh, everyone knows that. Like it's like common like knowledge to me, a person in my 30s. Yeah, that's like new and exciting to a ton of like younger Gen Z and like old Gen Alpha. It's like one of those things where it's like, oh wow, like this is new and fun, and all these things I've never heard of, even though it's common fact to us. And them being introduced with the GameCube NSO for the Switch 2, they're like, huh, like there's a GameCube, what's that? And like they get into it. There's like a new wave of like retro collectors from younger generations. It did physically hurt because I remember I was in a retro game store, and this guy came in. He was much younger, and he was obviously filming a TikTok, and he went to buy a Nintendo 64 cartridge, and he was like, oh, I'm buying a new one because the old cartridge I bought didn't work in the console, so I'm buying it again. And like I had to like pull I did say, oh, did you try cleaning it, because I had asked that. He didn't, and I had to hold my tongue a little bit because it was like one of those things where he just didn't know that that's a thing, because his generation of like when he started gaming, he was in disc gaming. And I did ask him why he was buying a new one, and he threw it away because he thought it was broken, and I had to really hold my tongue to yell at him. But that's okay. Different time, different story. But yeah,
You should have punched him.
I know. I thought about it, but he's a child, and I can't do that. I didn't feel like having a day in jail. But yeah, it's just kind of one of those things where it's just, it's new generation. They're getting excited. When Nintendo Switch had they released NSO in the beginning, and, they had all the NES games and all that. That's back when I worked at HyperKid, and there was a huge uptick in like Retron sales and all of that, of people just wanting to like check it out and play on hardware. And it wasn't just only people who looked back on their childhood and wanted to play their games again. It was a whole generation of people that just wanted to check it out for the first time. I do feel that like the retro gaming market is like in a weird spot, just for the fact that things are so expensive now. Like I used to go into retro store, and it would be like under $20, like $10, like whatever, to like get a new game, and prices are over 100. It's hard to have that impulse buy to try out a game I've never played before. I'd rather emulate it, see if I like it, and then purchase it for my collection if it's something I like. So yeah, I've had a lot of like I guess less purchases for retro games.
Sure. Yeah, I haven't really been picking up as many GameCube games. I went to that opening for the Just Press Play. I did grab that guy.
Whoa! Chibi Robot! Yay!
It's for the video tomorrow.
Poor
Nice.
kids. I'm gonna have to
Gotta
go to
complete.
community college.
You know,
Dad wanted to buy Chibi Robo.
Who knows what that thing will be like when it's time to go to community college.
unrelated but related.
Yeah,
I
wow.
almost okay, Josie. How you mentioned you picked up a Wii today? I almost bought a Wii game today, but I didn't. It was okay. You guys can't see this, but it was licensed from the History Channel, and it was Battle for the Pacific, and I thought that was really funny, and I almost bought that, but my Wii's not working, so it felt like a waste. But if you want it, I will go back and get that for you.
Okay. I got it. I got a Club Penguin game because that was also there, and I was so nostalgic. I was like, oh my god, this is gonna get phenomenal.
There you go. This is from Scott S. Says, I also have Cox at COX Internet. There is Cox Internet in this area too. They do have that here.
But you don't like the Cox?
They have
I don't
Comcast. That's all they
recommend
have
it.
in my area. It's just
You don't use
Comcast.
Cox. Okay.
Casual Noob Gamer says, do the Amish sell internet service? She goes,
I'm not Amish, guys. I don't know how to answer this because I don't know. But I'm not Amish.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Jebediah out on the internet wheel right now, just
Wow.
running.
Running on the treadmill.
Sal Mark says, Western AAA is full of talentless hacks and activists. Oof. Corporate decisions suck. The poor little devs get a
Oh
pass.
my God.
All good people are laid off.
This guy's
Wait.
a gamer.
Talentless hack.
But wait, the devs get a. So who are the good people then at the Western AAA?
The little devs, the poor little devs. They say they get a pass.
But the poor little devs get a pass while good people are laid off. So the poor little devs aren't getting laid off, according to this.
The first part was just funny to me. I don't even understand what the hell he's trying to say. I just think it's hilarious that he said AAA is full of talentless hacks and activists.
Okay, how dare someone?
I love that
be
it's
an
like
activist?
one or two
What the
people,
fuck
like in
is
a
that?
month, from a company just suddenly come up with like some activist thing, and it's like everyone in there is an activist. Okay,
Sal, I look forward to
What if
seeing
you
your
are?
very talented game.
And thank you for caring about social issues, sir.
Rich says, Space Marine 2 is a good example that people still want games that have a campaign, PvE co-op mode, and PvP with updates. There you go. There you go. Ben says, Switch Super Mario All-Stars being sold in GameStop over $100. Physical is king. Well,
You pick up the digital. Oh wait, you can't buy it digitally.
I didn't know they have it. They really got them over 100 now?
I'm like Jordan after the first three-peat, baby. I'm like this. I got 3 of them, baby. Woo! I'm waiting. Pay for my daughter's college with that in about 8 years. Let's go. Come and Jordan, baby. I got 3. Let's go.
Says, I had 2 of them. One was sealed. And then one of the kids came in here and was like, I want to play Mario. And they opened it. I was like, oh, there you go.
That's brutal.
I got 3 sealed,
All right,
baby.
then.
Oh my
knocked
God.
him out.
Yeah.
I love
That'll
OJ, I
work,
love
yeah.
that that's your investment strategy. I did that for, Cooking Mama for the Switch, the one that
Oh,
got
yeah.
pulled off.
The canceled one.
Yeah, I have that. I was like, this is my retirement. And it's hanging out on my shelf.
It's gonna pay for nursing school for my daughter. Let's go.
So
I'm ready.
exciting.
Well,
Yes,
if
sir.
you decide to collect
Ma'am.
sealed games and you have kids, just put them up on the high part of the shelf, okay? That's all.
Why'd you put your kid up on a high shelf?
Yeah. Wait, you telling him to jump or something? What are you doing over there?
Put the sealed game on the high shelf.
Okay.
Tyler says, will ever get Smash Melee with Switch Online? Also, I'm 21 and wasn't alive for when Sega was big, but I love collecting Dreamcast games.
I love that.
YouTube.com.
Dreamcast is awesome.
Still has Dreamcast games still have a nice, unique look to them.
No melee. Look into other ways.
Smash Melee on NSO.
Look into Slippy or something.
Zoe says, Fast Fusion reminds me of games like Wipeout HD, Extreme G, even F-Zero. You think we'll possibly get a new IP of F-Zero, or say a new game for F-Zero on the Switch 2? 90 days left until the 2 is finally in our hands.
I almost feel like Nintendo looks at the Fast series and they're like, all right, that's enough F-Zero for everyone. Like, hey, you got that in GX on day one. Like, hey, we're giving you guys plenty of stuff. You can play 99 on there too.
We've
No,
got critical mass. We're good to get rid of it.
Yeah, no, Fast Fusion is going to be fire. That's actually like probably
$50 too.
That's probably the second game I'll have coverage on. Like I'll probably play that.
I think it said it's getting a 120 mode too, didn't they? 120
It
FPS.
They're looking.
has it.
No. It's only 4K 60. They're looking into a 120 mode.
I thought in handheld it was 120.
That's the latest that I heard. Unless they updated it from that, the latest that I heard was 4K 60, and that they'll look into a 120 mode.
A 120 for handheld mode would be really cool. I like the idea of those higher frame rate games getting updates are coming out. But I will say Nintendo does like to remind us of F-Zero a lot. That seems to be a consistent thing over the last 5 years or so. Like, hey, don't forget about F-Zero. Just saying. I almost wonder if they just think there's got to be something else to it other than just being a new racing game for, let's face it, $70. Like, there's got to be some other twist to it. So, they already have a racing game. It's Mario Kart. So, they do something else with it, too.
Let's just start shooting.
AMG says, just picked up a PS5 Pro randomly after work today. I feel like I've been missing out. I have a Series X, but the PlayStation controller and UI is so much better. You like the Xbox Series controller more.
I like the AMG though. What kind of AMG do you have?
The haptics in the PS5 controller is better because there is no haptics on the Xbox Series controller.
Yeah, I think that there's a new Xbox controller coming out in like 2 years. I think it'll be ready for the next generation. I feel like they're going to have advanced haptics in that then too.
There's also like gyro, like PS5 has the gyro controls and stuff.
I don't know if they'll have gyro. They will have haptic.
But
so I don't know.
Yeah, UI is just, I guess it's just I can see that a bit in terms of like the UI. You know,
the UI in Xbox feels functional. The UI in the PlayStation just feels like they're trying to make it a more premium looking setup over functionality. Like the Xbox UI, I think works really well for what it's trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't play my Xbox as much either. I mean, I play my PS5 Pro mostly for the third-party stuff. So yeah, I mean, I agree with his take overall, but just
Let's talk about Rockstar a bit here. We did all GTA 6 stuff. I'm gonna wait for that next year, see how that goes. But it seems like all of a sudden a bunch of other games are popping up that they are either working to port, doing remasters of, or in some cases big updates. So the first one is GTA 4, right? The remaster for that, or port as is being kind of mentioned. And it sounds like something that would be ready. This is from Tez2, who's talking about it on GTA forums. They're very plugged in with a lot of the stuff at Rockstar and their future plans. Sounds like something they were trying to get set up for this holiday, GTA 4. Now, that is backwards compatible currently on the Xbox Series. Play the 360 version. It's uncapped frame rate, so it runs well. Looks okay, but it runs well enough, 60 frames, the whole thing. However, there are some issues with bugs. Some of the mini games, quick time events and stuff are kind of messed up for it. So it seems like they would, I guess, fix that and then port it over to the Switch 1 right now is what's mentioned, and then the PlayStation, where you can't play that game on either of those. So GTA 4 seems like a big deal for a lot of people. I don't know if you guys remember playing that back in the day. I'm excited to actually go back to it because it's been a long time since I played that game.
Played it when I was in college. I don't like it, but I know people like it.
Cousin Nico.
The controls are terrible. The controls are absolutely awful in that game. The lag. I mean, if they make it better, I'd be happy. But when I was playing, I'm like, this game controls terribly. So, I mean, the game is
The driving wasn't good.
The driving was terrible. The shooting was...
The physics are really good, though.
There's like, it's a jack of all trades, and it's a master of nothing, which GTA games are always that, but GTA 4 just seemed like massive input delay when I was playing it on the 360. Or no, sorry, PS3. I was playing on the PS3. Massive input delay with the controls, terrible driving, shooting was just But what was good was the music, the graphics were good at the time, and the story was fantastic. So it's all that stuff is great. I'm not saying the whole game was trash, just the gameplay part. So if they could improve that, then I'd be down to play it again.
Did you play the Ballad of Gay Tony?
Did I play the Ballad? I did not play the Ballad of Gay Tony. No, I did not play. I just played the base. I beat the base GTA 4. I played a little bit of GTA 4 online, and then after that, I was like, I'm done. I'm never playing this game again. So
yeah, I assume this version will have Ballad of Gay Tony and Lost in the Dam. Those are the two DLCs they had. I assume both of those will be included for this. It sounds like so they'll have all the content there. This is something I'd be interested in playing back through, though, provided they figure out whatever was going on with the QuickTime events. Apparently, there's one that is really messed up, I'll say, towards the end that kept some people from even being able to complete the game. So they would have to work that out, I assume. But I played on 360 when it came out, what feels like forever ago. And then I looked and realized it really was forever ago. It was like 17 years ago or something.
Yeah, that's a whole game.
A long time.
That's insane. It's so weird to think about some of these
Did
games.
you want to go bowling?
Yeah. That's a good setting, though, for GTA. Like New York City, that's a good kind of setting for
Makes
it.
me feel so old. I was playing it in college. 17 years ago.
So what kind of I didn't really follow this. Like, what are they doing to it?
Okay, so the terminology that's been used is port, which I know. So think about Red Dead, how they did that Red Dead Redemption, they did that port. That's apparently what people are expecting for GTA 4.
The Red Dead was good.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah, Red Dead was that was a good port. It plays much better. It actually it plays a lot better, and it plays at 60. Like now it plays at 60 on PS5. So it was an update. Yep.
So I assume it'll be similar to that, and then maybe they'll do, because what happened was they put it on the PS4. It was backwards compatible on the PS5, but they went back and did kind of this update for the PS5 to put it at 60 frames. They could do something similar for the Switch 2, because it's a Switch 1 game apparently that would then be backwards compatible on the Switch 2. That maybe they do an update that you could even open up the frame rate completely to 60 for that, and like higher resolution and everything. So I mean I'll be picking it up right away. I think it'll be cool to see it. Go back in time to that one.
Yeah,
different times.
Yeah, I'm looking for like to seeing what they do with it. Like if it's if they improve that in terms of like just like I don't know if the 360 was maybe better than the PS3 with the input delay. I don't know.
I always assume back then like all third-party games are just better on the 360. That's just what I assume, and then kind of go from there.
Yeah.
But I remember back then. So we talk about how right now it's very clear that Rockstar and GTA 6 and Take-Two are like aligned with PlayStation 5. They ran the whole trailer on the PS5. They made sure everyone knew it. Back then, they were all about the 360 with GTA 4. It was like we're basically lining up next to Microsoft because their system is ahead. We're all about 360. So they definitely move around based on who's where in the console race technically. But it was interesting then versus now how much it's changed. The Microsoft was very aggressive back then with the 360 stuff. But I'll pick this up day one. I think it'll be cool. Josie still needs to start her journey on GTA 5.
Yeah.
That needs to happen. Okay.
It will.
So I fire up and play it here and there when I get time, and I'm slowly working all the way back through GTA 5. I think at this point I'm like 20 hours into it, and it keeps rolling. It's ridiculous every time I play it. So I'll be actually curious to see your take on some of the. There are parts in the game that feel very much like it is from that 2012 2013 era that I almost wonder. I'm trying to think, Josie, what would that have been for you? What grade were you in?
I was 9.
Okay.
So 3rd grade?
I don't know how much of that, like, this, because it was it's so funny. You go to GTA 5, it's almost like a time capsule back to that time period. Like, some of the stuff they're doing in the game is it's ridiculous. I mean, from down to the cell phones they're using and whatever, right? But, like, even some of the stuff they're doing parodies of, like MTV or whatever, it's pretty funny.
Cool.
So.
Yeah. I'm excited to start it, and I'm about to have a bunch of time, so I'll probably stream that whole thing too.
You should. Oh, you absolutely.
That's important.
Yeah.
You definitely have to stream that.
Yeah. Oh.
That'll be great. People, like I said, say first time playing or something like that. People will tune in to see it.
Yeah. Exactly.
Did you hear that, Sean?
What?
Josie's going to be playing GTA 5 for the first time. Probably
wow.
over summer.
How fun.
She said she's going to stream it. For the first time.
I'm expecting big donuts from you, RGT.
People got to go out to that to see the Josie reaction to some of the stuff happening in GTA 5.
I'm excited.
Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, what the fuck happened to Shenmue?
Hey, I played GTA 5 when it was 20 frames per second on the Xbox 360 in 2013. Thank you. All the way through it then, and it's like night and day now. It's so much better. Okay.
Shenmue had to take a back seat because I was in school.
School. Shenmue should be your teacher. It teaches you life lessons.
No, it doesn't.
Where's it going?
Like how to make people wait for years and not give them closure.
Yeah.
Incredible.
So the other Rockstar game, there's actually two other ones. The other Rockstar game that was making the rounds, Max Payne 3. This is a game that also needs even if it's not a remaster, although I think a remaster would be good. It's on the 360, backwards compatible, playing on the Xbox Series. It's locked at 30 frames there, which is pretty annoying. Otherwise, though, it's the only way you can play it on consoles, and then on PC you can play it. I don't know if I have to look, Evan, if that one's tied to the Rockstar launcher. I don't think it is. I think that's just maybe someone in chat can let me know. There's all kinds of weird hangups with Max Payne 3, more so than there should be in general. That game is awesome, but it's very annoying to try to get to. So I think that would be good to see that also get that kind of remaster treatment, especially since we're going to get Max Payne 1 and 2 remake, as that's in like full production right now with Remedy. So we should have maybe a time period there where we have 1, 2, and 3 from the Max Payne franchise all right there and available on pretty much all these systems. So I'm all for Max Payne 3. Bring that up. Even if it's just a port, just get it on these systems. Raise the frame rate cap to 60. Let's get that done. And then finally, Red Dead Redemption 2. We have two things for this. One being a Switch 2 version of the game, which I feel like I remember this being rumored for Switch 1. Was that years ago that someone said Red Dead Redemption 2 was going to Switch 1?
That was when they found the Switch controller symbols in an update.
Okay. I felt like it was forever ago that happened, but I remember it definitely being rumored for Switch 1. Switch 2 makes more sense, sure. And the other part of it is that we would get an update finally for PS4, Xbox One, the Xbox Series, PS5. And I figure at that point it's a 60 frames game, because right now it's stuck at 30 and it feels extra sluggish on consoles. I don't know why you would play it there. I assume you would just go to PC because it's not easy to get 60 frames there, but it's not as hard as it used to be, where you'd need like the top of the line video card in the market at the time. Now you can go a couple generations back and still get to 60 with some settings tweaks. So Red Dead Redemption 2 would be cool to have that done. Apparently that's another update that could be hitting by the end of this year. So GTA 4, Red Dead Redemption 2, Max Payne 3 maybe next year. A long way to GTA 6, but it seems like there's a lot of stuff that they would have at least set up to bring their back catalog up. I'm all for it. These are all good games.
Oh, did I burp?
Yes, you burped directly into your microphone while I was talking.
Yeah, I thought I was muted.
Oh my god.
It was not muted.
Okay. Remember when companies used to make like new games instead of just re-releasing old stuff?
No, what's that?
That was fun.
They're making GTA 6. They're making a game that apparently is going to be like $1 billion plus. So that'll be fun. I do remember when, to your point, Sean, I remember when Rockstar used to make new games like every other year, it felt like.
Yeah, they used to Manhunt
with new titles, new attempts, checking random stuff out.
Table tennis. There's a game.
Table tennis.
Rockstar's they made a table tennis game.
That's the most dramatic game I've ever played, I feel like, which is crazy to say that.
Yeah, that was a pretty crazy game. Table tennis, they made all sorts of stuff. They had Bully, they had, but shark cards. Like that's shark cards.
That's all it took.
That's all it took.
A fifth of a.
Oh, she ain't letting him go nowhere. Why he take his shirt off? There was a towel there too. Why didn't she put either the shirt or towel on him? She using the wall detailers. Those are nice. Technique not too bad. That poor dude's probably itching so bad. That's a nice wall shaver. These are some nice tools for it being her first cut. Nah, bro. The JRLs are not like a first haircut tool, bro. Chat, we might be getting played. And her technique ain't that bad either. I mean, the cut's looking pretty good so far. Oh, nah. Nah, that ain't no beginner. That ain't no beginner movement right there. That's a pretty nice cut. She wasn't no beginner, though.
Why not? My scissors
I'm just a convict with a train. I'm just a convict with a train. I'm just a
Spider-Man behind one shot.
Oh!
Some teeth actually exploded in people's mouths.
Really? I don't buy
It's
it.
back in the 1800s, and no one knows exactly why this happened. One theory is that this incredibly rare phenomenon occurred when untreated cavities began to create gas as the tooth decayed.
Okay, but this wouldn't be an explosion like that. Yeah, you can have stuff like cracking, essentially pressure builds up, but ultimately it's gonna find a vent path by making a hole or a crack, not detonate.
Due to poor dental health, it built up pressure as more gas was released. And after a
Yeah, a bunch of
while,
holes,
the
that's where
pressure
they're
was
coming
so
from.
high that the damaged tooth couldn't handle it and allegedly exploded.
It's like a pressurizer at a nuclear power plant having an uncontrolled pressure buildup and undergoing a localized rupture, but then the pressure equalizes, so no explosion.
Some teeth actually exploded.
I have an alpha male diet. Now, what does that mean? It means I only eat predators. Okay, do not put a prey animal on my plate. I will not touch it.
Right.
Now, who's the number one predator? Pound for pound? It's spiders. Okay, spiders can take down animals 1,000 times their size. So I eat anywhere from 3,000 to 4,000 spiders a day. People are saying that's too many spiders. People are saying you shouldn't be eating any spiders. I'm saying you're listening to the beta FDA telling you need a balanced diet. You can check out my website. I've got some recipes for spiders as well as blueprints for spider traps. It's www.alphamalekingsbeatingspiders.squarespace.com. That's www.
Hold on. Oh my God, that was a huge cock.
I have an alpha male diet. Now, what is that?
What's an obvious sign someone's American? 1. An Italian told me that Americans walk confidently in the wrong direction. 2. According to the CIA, when training to be a spy you have to unlearn how to lean. Americans tend to lean on things.
Ben is like one of those players that you can't ever sleep on when he goes to like an international, bro. It's like when Zeus was playing really bad last year for a period of time and he was just dying all the time. Like, I think you're dumb if you think that Zeus is actually bad. There's a level of informed Ben and informed Zeus that no one else can reach. Besides for like maybe Inform the Shy. But Inform the Shy never happened, so it's useless to talk about. Ben is like one of those players that you can't ever sleep on when he goes to like an international, bro. It's like when Zeus was playing really bad last year for a period of time and he was just dying all the time. Like, I think you're dumb if
This might just be the best anesthesia fighting video I've ever seen. Watch this.
What I really, really want. So tell me what you want. What you really, really want. I want to want.
Oh my god, I love it. Propofol is going in. Not much time left now. Let's see how long she lasts now. Still going.
Now don't go wasting your precious time. I love you.
Out.
Table tennis. There's a game.
Tennis.
Rockstar's they made a table tennis game.
That's the most dramatic game I've ever played, I feel like, which is crazy to say that.
Yeah, it was a pretty crazy game. Table tennis, they made all sorts of stuff. They had bully, they had, but shark cards. Like that's shark cards.
That's all it took?
That's all it took. It just took shark cards for them just to say, we don't need to make more stuff. We could just monetize you guys for forever on shark cards. And that's exactly what they did. And here we are. Here we are now.
We need a bully too. That game was so good.
It would be so good on modern platforms too.
Bring back bullying. I agree.
Red Dead Redemption 2 with 100 million for that game. So they just make one game and they can just keep on selling that, which is what it is.
You can't hear it's beef jerky.
What kind?
Teriyaki.
Cattleman's cut. Hardwood smoked.
Ooh.
Nice.
Peppered, nice.
I buy 2 bags of these off of Amazon a lot because it's pretty cheap, but it's
You
good.
got-
It's very good.
You got
stuff.
Cox and you got hardwood smoke. Damn. That's
No,
crazy,
no. Josie has Cox. I just have the hardwood smoke.
Whoa.
Oh my god, guys.
The Rockstar roadmap used to look insane back then for releases. Now it's just you go several almost at 5 or 6 years at a time without anything coming out. Different times though back then. Manhunt, Bully, table tennis, Grand Theft Auto games all over the place. It was like every other year a new GTA game came out. Liberty City Stories, Vice City Stories,
Chinatown Wars.
There was 5 on the PlayStation too.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
3
Not so much
original.
anymore. Now we have 5 on 3 different systems, 3 different generations. It's like that now. Anyway, they did say that GTA 6 is delayed roughly 6 months is what it comes down to. So I guess it was going to come out in November, and now it's in May. So.
Did you hear what the CEO said about the when they asked him do you play? He's like,
oh yeah, they asked Strauss Zelnick. They asked him if he
He's
played
like-
video games.
he's like, why
He's
should
like,
I do?
what do I look like a nerd? Next question.
Why should I do that?
Sorry.
I love that response because the response is like people need to realize that like he's a business dude, man. He probably don't care. He's doing other stuff. He ain't playing video games. He said his response is to just let them do what they do and get out of the way. That's what he said.
I gotta see what he said. Hold on.
Go look at what he said.
I want to look at what he actually said.
No, we pretty much paraphrased it. That was great though. I thought while you're looking that up, I thought that was hilarious because a lot of sometimes gaming CEOs people think, oh yeah, they're playing all the stuff. Nope, not all the time. Sometimes they're good at business. You know, they're good at business. They're good at numbers and stuff like that, and they collect their huge paychecks. And that's what they do. They set everything up. They don't gotta play it. They just gotta let the people who know how to make it, who know how to set everything up. They let them do it. While they kind of like put all the structure or whatever, you know.
Yeah, it's in a video for CNBC, and they asked if he was playing GTA 6 or playing games. He just said, "No, I'm not. I'm not a gamer at all. That was it."
Nah.
No.
I'm good.
Oh wait, they might actually have quotes here.
I mean, that's respectable.
Yeah.
Don't fucking lie to people.
Exactly.
Yeah, I prefer for him to be honest than pull like a must.
Oh, here it is.
And not know
This
how to
was
play
his
the
quote.
game.
I know the
Like,
Nintendos.
This was his quote when asked about if he had engaged with GTA 6. His answer was refreshingly candid. Quote, "I am not a gamer. I do not play video games at all." End quote.
Base.
Like that's it.
That's so good.
Good for him.
That is his
So
quote.
good.
Yeah, he said it's my job. Don't ask me.
He does look like the kind of guy who just yells nerd outside the window when he drives past someone like Sean on the street.
The fuck you talking about? Someone like you, fucking dingus. Listen to your fucking. I'm at the gym listening to Chrono Trigger. Look at me. Fucking dork.
Maybe because you're wearing a jersey and all.
Damn, Sean, that
Look at
offended
Rob.
you to a core.
Sean is pressed.
Why take shots at Chrono Trigger though? I gotta be that.
I mean,
listens-
that's
great
soundtrack.
of all time.
Because he listens to Chrono Trigger at the gym.
Because
He's
it's
told me that.
goated.
To be fair, like JRP music, like at the gym, is really good.
That's an insane take.
It's really good.
JRPG music is great. Like if you're trying to like lift, you got a
Yeah,
lot of battle themes and stuff like that, right?
it's really good, and it's like the right amount of repetitive where it keeps things interesting. I don't know. I like it.
Yeah, but the
Chrono
secret
Trigger.
is that John listens to the town music.
Oh well,
Yeah.
good for him.
John listens to Kendrick Lamar.
The
and
shop
Drake
sounds.
back to back.
No, he doesn't. I've ridden in a car with a man for 4 hours. We listened to fucking YouTube podcasts.
Game and Talk. I heard that
That's
one's pretty good.
hobbies.
I listen to Game and Talk.
Yeah. Hey.
That's good.
I listen to Game and Talk on the way there. Sure, why not? What'd you guys talk about this last time?
The
God.
Switch 2 updates, and then we just sort of fucked around for an hour.
Dude, it
Sounds
was,
like a show.
we all were
Hey, hold on, John. Why do you
exhausted.
think Sean looks like a nerd though? I just want to get your explanation.
Oh my god.
Can I get your explanation? Why do you think
Arno
Sean-
asked him what happened when he went up to the car at Too Many Games, and Agent 47 looked him up and down and said, "Back up."
Man, fuck those voice actors.
You were in like decked out in full Hulk Hogan gear.
that was
Okay,
funny.
wait. Were you okay? Were
He
you
does
like,
look like a dead ass nerd on that one though. Like that Hogan gear on.
Nah, man. The shorts, chalk line joints. Come on.
okay? Time out. I do not have context for this. Can someone tell me
The
this
voice
story?
actors have bodyguards and special drivers.
They have transportation. We're supposed to have transportation to and from the event center. So
Okay.
there's some fucking limo or like this big black SUV. I'm like, hey, you know, can I get a ride back? Dude was like, no. I was like, what the fuck you mean? No, aren't you the transportation? He was like, no.
Describe what he looked like though.
He was a bald dude with like an earpiece in and stuff like that.
Okay,
like
he was like some bodyguard.
like they
shit. Okay.
like the fucking body the fucking like they have to do like so much extra security because of the voice actors, and I'm like, that's crazy to me. I mean, I'm sure there's a logical reason for it.
Yeah,
but
because
it's
people
like,
get weird and try to touch them. Of course, they need something.
yeah, people get weird and try to touch other people. Like, I don't know. It
Do
was,
you want a bodyguard, Sean?
no, I'm
We
my
can
own
find
body.
you
No,
one.
John.
We can
Sean
find-
wants to be touched.
Yeah. What are you talking about? Reach out and touch me.
You hear him, chat? You see Sean touch Sean.
Oh my god, we should be making
Tell
a
people
shirt.
that, because then they're gonna start doing that. They're gonna be like, yeah, well, it's my turn. They're gonna try to do that shit.
Yeah,
At
give me
something.
slip me some
For
money.
money. Yeah, for money.
For money. Yeah.
Prostitution.
You're getting roundhouse kicked.
I'll take
I'll just say that
10%.
right now. You're getting fucking roundhouse kicked. So don't touch me.
Sean was walking around in his like Hogan gear and his pants were falling down constantly.
Because the
Love
shorts
that.
were too big, and I had a bunch of shit like my knife in my pocket.
Okay,
Nerd.
John. Okay,
He's
okay,
like,
John.
he has these huge ass glasses,
Yes.
and he's like sagging his shorts, and I was like, "Who do you think you are? What is happening?"
Did you not
was
do a
because-
test run of your outfit, like first day of school? Like,
had my
you make
phone.
sure everything fits?
I had my wallet, I had my backup charger, and I had my knife in there.
You know, if you had a little
wrong with the
backpack, your pants.
Wait,
would
how'd
not
they let
be
you
falling
Yo,
down.
fanny pack
Security
next
at the
year,
phone
Sean.
with
Get
a
the
knife.
Hulk Hogan fanny pack.
Well, okay, so when we never went through the front. The only time we went
Oh,
through
yeah,
the front was when we did the signing outside, and I had to go in and I set it off, and I'm like, oh, this motherfucker's gonna try to take my knife. And so I ended up just playing it off. I was like, oh, I think it's because I looked at like the things that would set it off on the list while they're starting to dig through my shit. I'm like, look, I don't even, I'm supposed to be going on the side here. Like, I haven't been through the front here. I think it's my phone case. The guy just kind of looked at me, and I was like, scan it with the phone case. And then he scanned it with the phone case. He's like, oh, yeah, that was probably it. You can go in. He's like, you didn't touch my knife. It was not a butter knife. I pulled it out on John. It was a nice, John, wasn't it a nice knife?
Holy
It was a
shit.
good knife. It was a good knife.
It was a good knife.
Okay, so what's the end of the story? Okay, so you tried getting in the limo.
The dude
And
told me to
then-
piss off.
Yeah, you just got
Supposed
pushed
to
to
get
back
pissed
up.
off. Did you just get in anyway? Because I
No,
expect
Sean
that.
backed up immediately. He said, hold on.
Oh.
That dude looked kind of serious. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's
Yeah.
boring.
I said Agent
Interesting.
47 for a reason. It looked pretty serious.
He's a
It's just the
bald
ridiculous
dude.
nature of Sean going up there, and the window was like half up, so the guy kind of looked over at him. And
It's
then
also
they
the
just- that was
fact that
it.
like we are supposed to get transportation, and probably Sean could have gotten transportation back to the hotel from this guy, but he looked so insane.
Yeah. Okay.
that it
I'm
was
saying he looked like a
Can-
person at the convention, and the guy is sitting there
What the
and like.
fuck
his-
do you
like,
look like with your fucking little fucking
No.
tank top and your
Okay.
platform shoes with 3-inch lifts on the back of them? Oh, they're standard Nikes.
Sean, have you planned
They're,
the
they're
fit
running
for this
shoes.
one?
And then
How-
what happens at the end of the day? You're like, my feet hurt. Yeah, because you walked around with slippers the whole time.
Yeah, because they were comfortable. But now I have sneakers because I had to spend money on sneakers because I'm not here. No, John, it's like we're the same size. We're the same size. Literally, I looked up the shoe after he told me the name of it. It is a 2-inch cushion lift on the shoe, and it's like, well, what the fuck, man? So now I bought a pair of
rent free in your head.
yes, it bothers me.
It's Nike Pegasus running shoes. They're good shoes.
Yeah, with a 2-inch lift. Gene Simmons over here, fucking Kiss. I
Jesus Christ.
I got a new pair of Nikes and a new pair of Pumas. I like Pumas. Clyde Frazier. Shout out to Clyde Frazier, the GOAT.
Pumas are good.
So I'll be wearing those.
You mean Jordans?
So you planned out the fit?
How about the GOAT? The GOAT's Jordan.
I mean, I don't know what clothes I'm wearing. I don't care about that.
Is too many games casual? I can't tell from what.
No, you have to be very serious about your outfits there.
You should come in like a dress.
Three-piece.
Wait, what'd you say?
Three-piece tux. You need like a three-piece tux.
3-piece tux? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Full
Very
ball
casual.
gown? Nice.
You're gonna walk around like 20,000 some odd steps, so
Yeah, sneakers.
wear decent shoes.
Or
yes.
Segway.
It's not my
Or
first
Segway.
question, yeah.
It works too.
Ooh.
Segway works. Let's see.
Get them Heelys.
I have some
Oh, I look
Patreon
like
mailbag
Heelys.
questions here. Says, by the way, Sean, what I'm saying is you look like you're cosplaying as Hulk Hogan's assistant. That's all.
No, you're just jealous.
Hulk Hogan's hype, man.
That too. That too.
Real American beer. Too many games, brother.
Did you hear what might happen? He's thinking of bringing and investing and saving Hooters by infusing it as Real American beer branded. I looked and there's not a Hooters.
Thank
I told
God
my lady
someone's
friend.
tackling the big issues.
I know.
And I
in
was
the
like,
world.
look, we need to go to a Hooters if this happens.
Oh my god.
And the nearest Hooters is like an hour away, and I was like, you know, I'm gonna get drunk.
That sort of kicks ass because then he's like in competition with Flava Flav and Red Lobster. So
Getting drunk off of Real American beer sounds like a terrible night. I'm sorry, man. That
It
seems bad.
does, it does, but you know, it's an experience. What am I? He's also opening a bar in right next to Madison Square Garden, right next to the fucking train station.
It's probably gonna have fountains that are like colored only, and then like non-colored fountains. It's probably gonna be like that, or it's segregated. I mean, it's
separate but equal wings,
Jim
sir.
Crow
Separate
was
but
good.
equal wings.
That was good. I will give you that.
You guys can go out around the back if you want to eat something there. Like, remember the time? Remember that? Remember the Titans? You got some food around the back if you want to eat. Let's just go, man. Come on, let's go.
Hooters isn't bad.
That is not difficult to imagine, Cole.
Hooters isn't bad. There used to be one next to the skate park that we would go to, so we'd eat there. Like, the food is fine. Like, it's nothing special, but it's not bad.
Zoob says, one of these days you should run a poll. How many viewers actually care about all the sports ball talk?
I had a viewer.
Burn.
No, wait, hold on. I'm pulling up the message right now.
Yeah, he's gonna go find the one message that
I got it.
Yeah,
verifies
it's gonna be
that tons
him.
of people love it.
It's gonna be him tweeting at himself, being
No,
like,
it's a
"Hey, Sean,
DM.
sports,
One of his burners.
DM
sports ball is
yourself on
great."
Twitter.
Between your sock accounts, you can. And don't lie and say you have no sock accounts.
Well
Sounds
done
like
for your
5.
Knicks. You must be buzzing. Can't wait to see you on the next Spawncast. I know it's not a sports show, but let them know how you feel, bro. A UK viewer, because I love my UK viewers. Shout out Tubbs. I got you, broski.
DC Fatcast says, "Are we going to ever see a PS3 emulator for the PS5 Pro?" My understanding, I've talked to Ryan about this a few times. We think it might be a PS6 thing, PS3 emulation. That'd be my assumption. Tim Marshall says, "Will Ubisoft Plus be available on the Nintendo Switch 2? And do you think we will be able to play many Ubisoft Plus titles on the Switch 2 if subscribed? Ubisoft Plus works awesome on Xbox and PC, and it would be amazing if it came to the Switch 2. Ubisoft Plus, no, they don't really have. They have like their one NSO subscription, really. I don't know if they'd have Ubisoft Plus show up. Is that on PS? I don't know if that's on PS5 with the premium. There's like different levels of Ubisoft Plus. I think on PC is the one that has like premium, where you get things like Assassin's Creed Shadow's Day One, stuff like that. This is from Steven, who says, "Why does it seem like the dynamic resolution on the Doom the Dark Ages makes everything beyond 5 feet blurry? Why does no one else seem to notice playing on Series X here?" I don't think I've noticed that. I'm playing on a monitor right next to me here for Doom, because I figured I'd try to get like the best response time possible for a game like that. But I haven't noticed like blurriness personally yet.
I don't think I really noticed anything. I
Maybe
know
when
sometimes when you die and then you come back, like it is blurry, but it usually just goes away.
Maybe when it opens up, people would say it does open up more later on. Maybe in that kind of arena, it'll drop resolution. Maybe.
But isn't the Series X version the most optimized? Like it's as versus consoles, because the PS5 like 1290 something p, and
it was interesting to see that. It does seem to be the better version right now, and it also supports Dolby Vision, which people are noticing on like the LG TVs, for example, and others, that the contrast looks a lot better too with it.
I wonder if it's maybe a TV issue or the monitor issue. Then you could, yeah.
This is from Joe, who says, with GTA 6 taking place in Vice City, do you think there will be a Tommy Vercetti cameo? If so, do you think they recast the late Ray Liotta, use archive audio, or dun-dun-dun AI? Yeah, you know, people are wondering about that. I've seen people say, oh, maybe there's some kind of thing here with Tommy Vercetti. I don't know. That would be cool. I feel like, you know what they'll be? There'll probably be mention of Tommy Vercetti or some kind of Easter egg or something there. I don't know if they're going to full on be like, hey, look, here's a whole scene with him now. I think it'll be just more a reference.
Yeah, I agree.
Kaylee says, I heard Jade Raymond has a new project in the works. Time to invest while it's still early, folks. Yeah.
Yes.
Counter Fifth says, you've probably had this question a million times, but what direction would you like to see the next mainline Zelda go?
Upside down.
Dungeons. I want traditional dungeons. Like, I miss that so much. And, like, Breath of the Wild was amazing. Tears of the Kingdom was really fun. But I would like to see a more traditional Zelda game. I miss it. And I would love for it to be 2D pixel art. I'm never going to get that. But, oh, God, I want that so bad. I got really sad when I finished. Like Minish Cap. I want a Minish Cap. I want it 2D. I want it like pixel art, and just to have that I don't know, that charm. I love those kind of games. When I finished Minish Cap, I got really sad because that was the last time I was going to play a new to me 2D Zelda game.
You imagine them getting all the way to the Switch 2 now with all the bells and whistles and features with tech. Like, here's a 2D Zelda game.
No,
now
fuck
for
yes.
the mainline thing.
No, that would be beautiful. Because, you know, don't knock on it. Like, think of, like, you know, their pixel art is beautiful. It's really fun. And you can go into such detail with things. Like, think of Sea of Stars as an example. Their art is absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, I would love to see that. It would be pretty.
I'm picturing the reaction online to that.
Yeah. Oh, I don't care. I know everyone will be like Wind Waker levels of pissed, but I don't give a shit. I want it.
I think they can make that and still make the big 3D Zelda game. I mean, we have
Yeah.
Echoes of Kingdom, and we also have, you know,
They're
Tears of
saying,
the Kingdom.
yeah, we could have all.
That's true. Remember when Gerard was in Sea of Stars?
That was random. That was so random.
You talking about Sea of Stars?
Shout out to Sea of Stars. I got a video coming up.
It's
Hashtag
such a good
sponsored.
game.
Let's go.
This
Yeah, just co-op to it, right?
Yeah, it's 3-player co-op. They got like Secret of Mana.
3-player co-op? Ah, cool.
Yeah, 3-player co-op. It's good.
This is from Game Bro, who says, not a question, but I just qualified for YouTube partnership, and I want to thank the Spawncast and Discord for being a great resource on YouTube journey. Cheers. Hey, shout out to Game Bro. Congratulations on that.
Congrats.
Yay.
Let's go.
Vegeta says, pretty hilarious. The Pokemon patch all along was a just buy the new system patch. Way to go, Game Freak. Anyway, I saw something about Red Dead 2 coming to Switch 2 along with the next gen for PS5 and Xbox Series X. So which would you rather have, a Red Dead remake or a Bully remake, or whatever Rockstar game you can think of, counting the days till GTA 6 along with 100 million plus other people as well? Peace out. I kind of feel like a lot of people are about to say Bully.
Bully. Yeah, we don't feel
Manhunt.
the other Red Dead remake.
Manhunt.
Hell yeah.
Bully would be good.
Australia already banning that idea. It's over.
Australia.
Breaks who says, I've been enjoying Doom the Dark Ages. I'm halfway through. Does anyone else feel like this Doom is the easiest one? I had to turn the difficulty all the way to Nightmare to experience a challenge. Also not a big fan of the Mech and Dragon. They felt super simple. I was expecting more. But overall, it's a fantastic game.
I will let you know.
It does throw a lot of, if you are aggressive constantly in the game, it will just keep throwing health at you to kind of keep you alive. Health and armor just fly at you. So I can see people pumping up the difficulty. I was playing it on just the default normal, and I was like, wow, okay, I'm just gonna run it through everything. So I'll bump it up at least one difficulty spike. This is. Did I get everything? Oh, Steven says, I've heard no one anywhere mention or ask this. Third-party mouse accessories for Switch 2, third-party or first. Is anyone designing some kind of pro or high-end mouse?
Well, I think it can use certain mice, right?
I believe so, but we'll have to do some I guess people have to do some testing with that. Jake Randall did spot that mouse accessory that he described here at GameStop. So there's something, I think. Maybe it's a grip for the Joy-Con too. Otherwise, though, I'm sure people will be plugging in all kinds of different mouse accessories to see what works and what doesn't when it comes out. So what's the real... Okay, this is... Okay, David says... Without the new update... It's a long pass, so I can cut it down. What's the real reason why the Switch 2 is not being released early for review? And that is also why the motherboard leaker couldn't get the Switch 2 to work, because he needed this day one update. Otherwise, Switch 2 is a bird without it. Or is Nintendo punishing the 98% of sites and content creators who talked about leaks of the hardware? So I'll say for the person who got the board early, apparently it just wouldn't turn on. Like, it wouldn't power on completely, so it wouldn't boot or post. So I think that was more that, not necessarily firmware. As for the site, like review side, hard to say. Maybe Nintendo is just thinking they don't really need to. So IGN will get one, and I don't know, 2 or 3 other big websites, and that's kind of it until launch day. But for a lot of us, it's like, well, I guess we'll all kind of have it at the same time as most of the sites.
Yeah, that's how I saw it. I mean, it'd be cool if they were able to get it, but it kind of puts us all like on equal footing at this point. But I don't know, like it might have been because of the manufacturing process. Just thinking about it, because they've been manufacturing these for quite some time now, and they've been stockpiling them to try to meet demand. So whatever this significant update is, you know, it might be to the point to where obviously the review wouldn't be anywhere near as good without it, because of whatever updates or features that they're adding. Maybe there's like game share stuff or whatever that you need to test out. So that'd be the only thing that I can think of. Like, what's the point of doing the review beforehand if you don't have all of that? So that'd be the only thing that I can think of, because I think the Wii U had a big day one patch as well. That still got, I don't remember if it got reviews beforehand, but it probably did. That had a huge day one patch. And the Switch also had a day one patch from my fact. I think PS5 had one too. So yeah.
A few super chats left here real quick. Mecha says, question for OJ and RGT. Who are you feeling in tomorrow's games? Nuggets or Thunder? How they stack up against the Wolves? Very quickly. I'll go through some of the other ones.
I'm going with the Nuggets. I think Jokic gets the job done. And it should be a good series, Nuggets and Wolves.
I'm going with, just to be different, I'm going with the Thunder. SGA is awesome.
This might just be the...
I'm gonna pretend like I...
Meow, meow, meow. Why is this guy tweaking, by the way? Like, I don't know if you guys can see it. His left eye. Nah, he's not doing it anymore. He was tweaking before. Oh, there you are. Oh, come here. Oh, yeah. Meow, meow. You are so precious, you know that? She loves attacking these things. This is like her favorite activity. Oh, oh. Eat it. Eat it. You just reached 1,000 videos on YouTube. Congrats. Oh, really? That's sick. That's awesome. 1,000 videos. How about that? Aye. Well, we already got 3 kills, so if I just don't feed this game. I'm not recalling. I'm not scared. I need to push. Okay, there we go. I need to hit my poke before I can go in. Right now there's no reason to poke him because he's gonna turn into Mega Gnar anyways. So I'm just playing safe for the next 30 seconds. Turn level 6, buddy. You're dead. Solo Bolo. In all my Scrims games I've been going tank, Bruiser, Jarvan. Haven't had great success with it. Is this it? Bro, should I just send the fucking lethality Jarvan game in Scrims and see how it goes? Like, honestly? Look, that guy's just like it's just 30%. One little all in. If I can dive him before he hits Mega, it's risky. I'm not gonna do it. Oh, I'm dead. Oh my god. I didn't think. My bad. You think Jake Paul is the best boxer we have today? I mean, I thought Mike Tyson was the best boxer in the world, but then Jake Paul beat him, so, you know. Demosia! I'm dead. No, he didn't reach the flag. Fuck. This is gonna hurt. Okay, he didn't ulti. I'm gonna look to all in him after his form. Good damage. Come on. Come on, come on. Another solo kill. Ah, it's crazy. I'm B. I have to kill him before he goes into mega form. Like now. Never mind. I didn't have damage. No. You don't go in on me like that. He thought he can push out the wave and recall. I'll just flash on him. I'm dead. Don't be weird! Let me get out! Okay, he dies for that. Maybe. Not really. Ugh. Oh boy. Oh boy. Cordus ult! That's gonna kill them all! Boom! Big. I'm gonna TP on the mega form and be like, oh no! But then I have my teammates here, so... Beautiful.
dislike you because you sit differently. Curious. What way do you think people would dislike you? I cannot describe an illustration. An
about the days when we sat down smoking wine and drinking hazel? Was it the other way? Was it the other way? Swing now, come on, chill with me. I got your favorite show, we got it on my TV, but we don't have to watch that, no. I'll turn off the radio. So won't you pick up, then we can pick up. It's not a hookup, don't think about it too much, too much. You just need to pick up, then we can pick up. Don't think about it too much, too much. Don't think about it too much, too much. Don't think about it too much, too much. Don't think about it too much, too much, too much, Swing round, come on, chill with me. I got your favorite show, we got it on my TV, but we don't have to watch that, no. I'll turn off the radio. So won't you pick up, then we can pick up. It's not a hookup, don't think about it too much, too much. You just need to pick up, then we can pick up. Don't think about it too much, too much. Don't think about it too much, too much. Don't think about it too much, too much, too much, too much, too much, too much. Do you think about the days when we sat down smoking wine and drinking hazel? Was it the other way? Was it the other way? Swing now, come on, chill with me. I got your favorite show, we got it on my TV, but we don't have to watch that, no. I'll turn off the radio. So won't you pick up, then we can pick up. It's not a hookup, don't think about it too much, too much. You just need to pick up,
night with my nightmares. Bodies in the room, but I'm not there. I should feel more, but I don't care. Gripping this knife, but I'm not scared. Karma coming at me, kamikaze. Falling on my focus, feeling foggy. Guessing all my demons just caught me. Calling for my conscience, stop me. Another round, it's a vicious cycle. It's a long way down, looking down from the tightrope. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. One more drink till I'm done. I just wanna have fun. I'ma burn like the sun. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. One last call and we're done. Now I'm back on the run. At least I'm not the only one. At least I'm not the only one. Dealing with the damage when the day ends. Pretending that I'm fine with my fake friends. Make another mess like it makes sense. Just another grave that I lay in. I keep on falling 6 feet deep. Dirt on my name I can't clean. Whoa. Another round, it's a vicious cycle. Whoa. It's a long way down, looking down from the tightrope. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. One more drink till I'm done. I just wanna have fun. I'ma burn like the sun. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. One last call and we're done. Now I'm back on the run. At least I'm not the only one. At least I'm not the only one. At least I'm not the only one.
If love could have saved you, you would have lived forever. You would have lived forever. With your tired eyes and your broken mind. I wish I loved you better. I wish I loved you better. If I held out one more minute, would you take back your decision? You were failed by the system. You don't know just what you're missing down here. You don't know just what you're missing down here. Down here. If only you could saved you, you would have lived forever. You would have lived forever. In your darkest night, your hands slipped from mine. I guess you felt the pressure. I guess you felt the pressure. If I held out one more minute, would you take back your decision? You were failed by the system. You don't know just what you're missing down here. You don't know just what you're missing down here. Down here. If only you could hold on. saved you, you would have lived forever. You would have lived forever.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Time has hit you different, but I don't think you've changed.
should try it. You'll swear that you're gonna fly. I wish that I could describe it. It's living up to the hype. I got my hands to the sky. Ooh, it gives me butterflies. I'm getting high and I like it. I'm in the prime of my life. We got the move, you should try it. You'll swear that you're gonna fly. I wish that I could describe it. It's living up to the hype. I got my hands to the sky. Ooh, it gives me butterflies. I'm getting high and I like it. I'm getting high and I like it. I'm getting high and I like it. I'm in the prime of my life. We got the new, you should try it. You'll swear that you're gonna fly. I wish that I could describe it. It's living up to the hype. I got my hands to the sky. Ooh, it gives me butterflies. I'm getting high and I like it. I'm in the prime of my life. We got the new, you should try it. You'll swear that you're gonna fly. I wish that I could describe it. It's living up to the hype. I got my hands to the sky. Ooh, it gives me
Legendary. Has destroyed a turret. An inhibitor. Legendary. Has destroyed
I'm getting TP'd on.
An enemy has been. Plating will soon fall.
Run to me. Hey! The fuck is that shield? This guy's serious? Oh my god, he is serious. Well, I'm unserious. I am so not serious. My bad. I mean, if I'm into Victor, he's really good. I destroy him. I'm just gonna take tower.
Earthquake! Earthquake! You got 7 seconds to live! 7 seconds to stun! Earthquake!
we're putting the studio like in a roller coaster.
There's the pop.
Yep.
Last year, our studio was hit by an earthquake so hard, our ceiling broke. Oh my god. Dude. And this was scary because it made us realize we don't actually know what to do in this type of situation. We literally live in a seismic hotspot and spend most of our time here in this building in downtown LA. But if the big one hits, are we doomed?
In case you don't know, the big one is the anticipated rupture of the San Andreas Fault, which is expected to result in a catastrophic earthquake.
If that happens, how much danger are we in? Is this whole building gonna collapse and bury us alive? Where can we even hide? What are we gonna do in that type of situation?
Hey, Ren, come here. Earthquake got me thinking, and I found this channel called Earthquake Sim.
Nice, okay.
And this guy basically does physically based simulations of all different magnitudes, all different cities, buildings.
Oh, and he's basing this on real seismic data, too.
If we invited him in, he could recreate our studio.
Oh, like simulate our building during an earthquake? Yeah. Like, what would happen if the earthquake that hit this building was the big one?
I would rather know the future, right? So we can know exactly where the safe places in the studio are. We know where collapses, where doesn't collapse. And then from that information, we can make a real safety plan for the crew.
Do we want to see that, though? This could get dark.
I mean, this is life or death.
There they are.
What's up?
Hey, how are you doing?
What's up, man?
Welcome to Corridor.
I'm Michael. I'm the creator of Earthquake Sim. I started this journey 2 years ago.
I'm Victor. I'm a grad student at Caltech. I study earthquakes, and I definitely think more about the science aspect of the videos and how we make them physically accurate.
Michael and Victor are here to photograph, scan, and gather data on our studio so that they can simulate what would happen. But before we put in all of that work, I wanted to see if there are any Hollywood depictions of earthquakes that we could learn from instead. Has Hollywood ever shown us a realistic earthquake?
Oh my god.
Okay, so that earthquake lasted a while. Is that a realistic time frame for an earthquake?
Probably not. I mean, most likely not. Like, even if the big one hits, like the shaking in the LA area is estimated to be maybe 2 minutes. I mean, if the whole San Andreas breaks, like at Salton Sea, like to Cape Mendocino, that's like 800 miles.
But the chances of the whole thing breaking and rumbling is very, very low,
Yeah,
right?
it doesn't work like that.
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, okay. So what could possibly cause something like that?
If you bring the moon closer to the Earth and you like all of a sudden get like a big gravitational pull, yeah, you would create something like this.
Yeah, a lot closer to
A lot closer, yeah, a lot.
We gotta get to the other side of the freeway!
If you're driving down the highway, how would you feel an earthquake like that? Like, would you actually feel it adjusting your driving?
Oh yes, I mean, imagine if like the ground goes 3-4 feet to the left and then 2-3 feet to the right, and then up and down. Like, it's not just horizontal motion.
Right. So here's a good example of a real earthquake happening. Oh, interesting. The motorcycles all turned at the same time and then turned back at the same time. On a scale of 0 to 10, how realistic is 2012 as far as destruction here in LA?
2.
Yeah,
A 2?
I would say a 2, yeah.
It's more than 0, okay. But to be fair, 2012 is essentially pure fantasy. But a movie like San Andreas is based on real science in that there's a San Andreas fault that could cause the big one. You're already sighing. Whoa, you could see the wave going through the ground and through the neighborhoods.
That's not a realistic speed though. Like,
Should it be faster or slower?
it should be faster.
A lot faster.
Like the wave would go through downtown LA in like 3 seconds.
Although surface waves do travel a little slower. Yeah, I would be more concerned about the scale of these waves than the speed they're moving at.
To me, it's at least maybe 10 times like exaggerated.
I would say so.
For example, for the Tohoku earthquake, which was a magnitude 9.0, 9.1, right? The maximum vertical displacement was 2 feet maximum, right?
Whereas here, they're showing it being like 30 feet, at least.
I'm a big fan of Apocalypse 10.5.
But we'll Look at that, it's cracking and then the water's flowing down into the crack. That's another thing we've seen a lot, is like fissures opening up as if the whole ground is moving sideways, causing this huge cliff, a void into the abyss.
So if you think about a fault line, right? It's a plane that's always in stress. The reason it's not moving all the time is because there is some amount of contact and friction on the surfaces.
So what we're seeing here is basically the opposite of what would actually happen. It's the earthquakes are because it's pressing together so hard, but they're like, oh yeah, if it opens up, there wouldn't be a quake.
There wouldn't be any shear stresses to move the fault. There are places on Earth where tectonic plates are moving away from each other. These are mid-ocean ridges. That's where new oceanic plate is being created. As the plates move away from each other, new molten material is coming up. Because of that lowering of pressure, allows for new crust to be created.
So a 10.5 on the Richter scale, is that even possible? Okay, quick pause. Before we go any further, I think we need to just define what earthquake magnitude even means. It's basically a score given to every quake to indicate how powerful it is, as measured by a seismograph. And those are those little like pin things that scratch back and forth during an earthquake. However, quakes can range from tiny tremors you can barely feel to massive ruptures which release billions of times more energy. To keep things simple and not have to write so many zeros, we use the moment magnitude scale, which is logarithmic. It's a lot like the Richter scale we used to use. For every point higher on the scale, the shaking amplitude increases by a factor of 10, but the energy released increases by a factor of 32. From magnitude 3 to a 7 is actually 10,000 times more motion and 1,000,000 times more energy. Even though it's 4 steps, it's not 4 times more powerful, it's 1,000,000 times more powerful. And that's why it's not really possible to have anything above a magnitude 10 earthquake, because it's simply not possible to store that much energy in any of the fault lines on Earth.
Unless a meteorite hits the planet.
All right, so it's apparent that Hollywood movies won't teach us much about how to actually survive an earthquake. I mean, I don't even have access to an airplane, let alone know how to fly one. So if we want to actually simulate our own earthquake here, we got to do a better, more realistic job than Hollywood. So we're going to capture all of the measurements and material data from our studio, but there's one more piece of information that we need the whole crew to help us with. We need to know where they would hide.
Earthquake! Earthquake! We got 7 seconds to live! 7 seconds is not enough! Earthquake! We got 10 seconds!
If you do not have a spot in the next 3 seconds, find your spot! This is 3, 2, 1, freeze! Wherever you are, this is where you're stuck. Dang it. I got too distracted announcing this, now I'm stuck here.
I mean, if only 10 seconds, this is where I'd go. If I had more than 10 seconds, I'd go outside.
I can handle if this hits me. I mean, this is pretty secure, see?
Okay, he's under some stuff. That's pretty good.
Matt's losing his head, dude.
Alright. I'm like right out here in the open. I don't have a feeling this is a good place to be. We have Griffin over there in the doorway to the bathroom.
We got Jordan Allen under.
Dude, the important thing is my organs are protected.
What about your legs?
You know what? I can live without.
You could be turned into a nugget.
I'm pretty sure I'm directly over the sword wall.
Yeah.
By the way, if this floor gives way, I'm getting pierced.
I think I got 2 metal doors. Looks like brick and concrete doors.
I think this is a pretty solid spot right here. I mean, look at all this water. I've got at least 2 days worth.
Well, because like you always hear about these earthquake situations where people get trapped.
Yeah, everyone feel safer? Raise your hand if you think you survived the earthquake.
I got a pretty good feeling about this one.
I'm like pretty 50-50.
So with our earthquake drill concluded and each crew member's hiding places recorded, Michael is going to go process all of this on his array of supercomputers using real-life seismic data from real earthquakes of all shapes and sizes. And while he does that, we wanted to find out more about our building's structural safety. And the only man who can tell us that is our landlord, Steve. What's up, Steve?
Earthquakes, yeah. Okay, since I've owned the building, which was like in 81, and we built out the studios in 82. So now, Los Angeles went through a major building boom in the 20s. And when I mean major, it went from like 150,000 people downtown to 1 million. People were throwing up masonry buildings. And this building, I believe, was built in 1924.
101 years old this building is.
Yeah, it was part of the building boom. And then Division 88 came about. We didn't have any choice. We had to hire a structural engineer that looked at the whole building, did a whole series of plans. Also had to have this earthquake guy come in and do this all around the building. Pull the brick out, test it here, test it there, test the front walls, back walls. Then they determine, based upon what the test is, what you're going to have to do. And they want you to do what are called tie rods. Drill through the brick on the outside, and then they make you put a metal plate. And we had to do it a lot. It doesn't seem as much now, but it cost $56,000.
That's a lot. I mean, that's a lot now.
Then, a couple years goes by, and Division 88 started to realize that a lot of buildings have, on the rooftop, have parapets, where the wall goes up about a foot, sometimes 3 feet above the roof line. Well, a lot of those parapets in earthquakes were starting to actually give way and fall out.
Is that why you installed those like diagonal brackets
Those are
up
called
there?
parapet bracing. They had to re-drill new holes. We had to spend about another $50,000.
Oh my God.
That's what we said too. Trust me, it was a little more. You see all this parapet bracing? That was phase 2. Then came the Whittier Narrows earthquake, because I remember I was in my home in Echo Park, and my son, less than a year old, crawling across the floor early in the morning, and as he's walking toward me, I just watched my entire house do this, like move a foot from side to side. Picked him up like a football. Shit's falling all over the place. Ran up into the backyard holding him, and after things settled down, I then jumped in the car, came over here. Nada. Nothing.
Really?
I know. I was shocked.
Paid for it.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. I mean, I'd hope nothing.
Nothing. No cracks, fallen out walls, no parapets fell out. Yeah, and I was kind of really surprised.
That makes me feel a little bit better, honestly.
That was a 5.9 earthquake. So Steve's pretty confident that this building will hold up, and I remain pretty optimistic because for the last week, Michael has been rebuilding our studio brick by brick, and today he's here to show us what he's made. Oh, there we go.
So this is it's a big diorama that has
Whoa. Yeah, that's our studio.
27,000 objects, right?
I'm very curious to see how the sausage is made here. Like, how are you actually simulating this earthquake? What software are you using?
Is called Bullet Constraints Builder. It's a plugin for Blender 2.79. Basically, they were trying to like have some sort of a software that you would simulate, like if a building collapses, where you would get like air pockets, so that first responders would focus on searching survivors in those spots.
So I'm very curious. You took all these measurements of the building, and you're actually putting in all those parameters here in the software. I'm just curious, like, where?
So I just like use real size dimensions, right, for like whatever I build virtually, right? I mean, it's kind of easy, like when you're dealing with bricks, sometimes, you copy paste, I have to put that object into a group, then I use the plugin and I assign, hey, for this type of objects, the objects that belong to this group, like I'm setting these parameters. Now I can give them all sorts of properties, right? Like breaking thresholds. There's some default parameters, like there's like reinforced concrete, there's like wood beams, there's welded steel, there's screwed steel, all sorts of, like stuff that you would get in reality. So it's kind of like just building a diorama.
Piece by piece, item by item of this entire studio simulated its density, its strength, its friction between each other, and then just ran it. Overall, it's just a big, giant, rigid body simulation.
That's correct.
And the actual shakiness is derived from real data.
Yes. For example, right here, I can create an artificial earthquake, like I'd have whatever amplitude, duration, frequency of earthquake, but then I can select a CSV file that basically contains the seismic data of a seismic station that recorded a previous event.
So how exactly is that data getting implemented into the simulation? Are you just taking like the ground plane?
Yeah, so what I'm doing is, like, if I zoom out over here, you see this like beige kind of color.
So that's like the
So
foundation.
that's the foundation. So it's applying those ground motions.
An earthquake is literally just the ground moving in XYZ space, just like it's moving around, and you've taken that motion capture data of an earthquake and put it on this ground plane that everything else is now attached to, and you're just hitting simulate.
Yeah, the beauty is that everything is connected. Like I can see there's like at least like 3 million constraints being built.
Okay, wow.
Which is a lot. I mean, like,
I'm honestly a bit nervous, but there's nothing left to do but to show the crew the results. Michael even recorded each crew member's hiding position from our drill and added us into the simulation, making this extra personal.
How accurate are these simulations? Have you like tested this against real world materials before?
I think the true value of models and simulations is the way you interpret the data and figure out what would be like one place in the studio that would be the safest.
It's kind of weird because we already know the answer. It's the kitchen table. Like, I don't know why we even needed to go through all this. It's going to be proven, so.
Okay, so the first earthquake that I simulated is the one that most of you felt last year in August. It was just a 4.4, but the fact that it happened right underneath you, like there was some damage in the studio, right? You got some like falling pieces of plaster. Well, let's see what happens.
It's almost 1-to-1.
I didn't do any kind of manual tweaking. Like I literally said, hey, the ceiling should be a little bit weaker than the bricks around it. Basically used the data from a seismic station that's like not even a mile away from you, so the shaking is pretty accurate. We're going from 0.1 G, what you saw before, to 0.5 G. So that's 5 times bigger acceleration.
Oh, this is not fun. We're not having a good time here.
This Smash game up at the top being played?
There is a 90% chance we're playing Smash when one of these earthquakes hits.
True, yeah.
Oh, we're good though. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good.
That's not
Ren's dead.
It's my left hand, it's fine, I don't even need it. So glad I wore clothes though. Is that a shadow or did you actually model cheeks? That's freaking, I'm caked up, dude. Caked up, ready for the big one. I feel like everyone's making it out of this, except for Ren outside.
That's a good place to
Rip.
Sorry, isn't this incredibly frightening?
The freaky part is that it's literally where we're standing right now. And we're seeing, I actually can it's visceral, I can feel it.
If you guys become more familiarized with what an earthquake really does to the ground, maybe that would make you feel more, hey, I know what to expect. No, it shouldn't be that bad.
So this is the most accurate big one simulation for us here.
2 years ago in 2023, there was a big earthquake, the Turkey-Syria earthquake. It was a 7.8. I basically used the data from a seismic station that was about 50 miles away from the fault rupture, right? So we should be getting pretty much to how a 7.8 would feel. This is just 0.3 G, but the difference is that there's a lot more momentum. Almost like you're in a big boat, big waves during a storm. So that's how the earthquake, the big one, would feel like. Really, we're putting the studio in a roller coaster.
I'm right here. I'm good. That's me right there. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm still. Look, it's not crushed.
Yo, this smash area is still perfect. It's pristine, guys.
Yeah, that's bad. You're still alive. You're still alive.
So Nick, you actually survived here because you were laying next to the couch. You did survive.
Yo, it's the triangle of safety, dude. You just lay as flat as a worm along something that's taller than you and you're safe.
First and foremost, I can see one thing. These arched vaulted ceilings here are really tough. That big flat finished ceiling out there does not have any stability once things start wiggling.
I love that every single piece of evidence that's coming to light is encouraging the theory that we should play more Smash. Every video is making a stronger case that we should just stay in here for a while.
Even if it's the lightest earthquake, I am booking it out of Studio 3.
Yep.
It just looks like it's ready to go.
Trying to keep your balance while running or through that type of environment with the floor moving, it's gonna be impossible.
Again, this is a worst case scenario. Like this kind of motion would be expected maybe in the next 500 years. I really feel like that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, is uploading this video just the world's biggest jinx?
We jinxed the big one.
We jinxed the big one.
Sorry guys, we caused the big one.
Just the thumbnail's oops.
Yeah. So where is the safest place in the studio?
Truly in the center of the building, by the walls and support beams and everything. Which is anything that's doing this strongly is what you want to be under.
The other silver lining is that on two sides, your studio has adjacent buildings. And it's been noticed in big earthquakes, in Asia, for example. They had weak buildings, but the fact that they were really hugging each other, it made made them stand and not collapse. So
What happens with LA's freshwater supply with this big earthquake?
it's like a really big issue. I don't even know like how it's going to be solved, because like when the San Andreas fault breaks, like that would create an offset of about 20-30 feet. So any kind of infrastructure that passes the San Andreas fault is going to be just like cut in two, right?
So LA would theoretically just be without fresh water.
Without fresh water, without food supplies, that's just so many people here. Like it would be really recommended to have water supplies and food supplies so that you don't have to rely, you know, just waiting for a week.
Michael, I think you've made us safer here. We're now more aware, we're more knowledgeable about what could happen.
I think we might need to come up with like a morbid name instead of saying, oh, the studio floor. We should be like, this is like the crush zone.
I mean, after watching all of these simulations, the thing that I've had to come to terms with is the fact that if the big one actually does hit, it's going to be destructive. There's going to be damage everywhere, and we don't know the extent to how bad it could be. So the best thing you can do is be mindful of how you can be prepared. Do you have enough water and rations to survive the aftermath until you can get help? Do you know where in your house you can be that will be the most stable? Do you have an emergency plan for after all of this stuff goes down? It's never a bad thing to know more. And now after all this, I do feel a little bit more prepared. I'd be very interested to read all of your emergency preparedness tips. What do you guys have that you think could be really useful for other people to know? And again, huge thanks to Michael and Victor from Earthquake Sim for helping us simulate this building. Check out the full Corridor Studios simulation on their channel. That video is linked right here. Thanks for watching. And now I'm just gonna sit here and wait for the big one. I might be here a while though. It could be tomorrow. It could be 1,000 years from now. But I will stand here until then.
Well, I'm sure everybody here knows that I originally started my YouTube channel to play Summoner's War. However, the game that I was planning on pivoting my channel to after Summoner's War, because I like moving around with what games are good, I don't like sticking around when games get bad, was Blue Protocol. Blue Protocol was announced over 6 years ago, and we found a game to fill the gap while waiting for it to be updated, because it got pushed back by a little bit, and we played Genshin Impact. But now, Blue Protocol is now called Blue Protocol Star Resonance, and now might be releasing in big 2025. A lot of people are very excited. I'm skeptical, but Brax played the game for 60 hours, so I'm down to at least hear his thoughts, because I don't feel like getting betrayed by this company once again.
Sponsored video. You guys know I get quite a few of those.
What is this?
This is not a sponsored video.
Good, because if it was, I wouldn't watch.
You guys know I get quite a few of those, and oftentimes game companies will reach out to me and they'll be like, hey, can you make a video on our game? And then I'll look at it, I'll talk about it, whatever. This is just news though, and this is something I've been so excited about for such a long time. In fact, probably more creators than just me are excited, and you will be hearing from them very soon.
Yeah, I think everybody's very excited to at least try Blue Protocol, because everybody who played Genshin was originally waiting for Blue Protocol. Yeah, I know Chaotic's stoked, and I know Brax is fucking stoked, because I know Brax is fucking burnt on Honkai Star Rail. He needs a game that he can sink his fucking teeth into, and I think this is the one.
Because Blue Protocol Star Resonance just got announced for a global release.
Yep.
Now, if you don't know what Blue Protocol Star Resonance is, but maybe you know what Blue Protocol is, maybe you're confused on what that's about. Essentially, there was this anime.
It just sucks because this game looked groundbreaking 6 years ago, and now it blends into the crowd. And that's my big concern for the game. Am I still going to play it on launch? Absolutely. But man, if this released when we thought it was going to release, it would have like completely obliterated the status quo.
Anime MMORPG that was in development for a really long time called Blue Protocol. It was developed by Bandai Namco, and they were based out of Japan.
Now, obviously, people hear Bandai Namco. You might not know what that means. The big reason why people were worried about Bandai Namco, I'm going to be referring to that a lot during this video, is due to the fact that Bamco has very bad netcode. And having bad netcode in an MMORPG practically renders it unplayable. So I think that's probably the big reason why they never wanted to release it, because they just cannot, they don't know how to handle server stability. So hopefully in big 2025, they can figure out how to run a game that looks like this properly.
It was going to be a Japanese anime MMORPG, but somehow, some way, everything went horribly wrong, and the game released in Japan first after like 10 years of waiting. The game, if you Google it, it says the game was announced in 2022. That is not true. Blue Protocol was a game that maybe the release wasn't officially announced, but the game was in development way before then, and it is actually a large reason why so many content creators that played Genshin Impact ended up being a Genshin Impact creator. Because what happened is this game was taking so long to come out. I think it had to have been announced in 2018 or earlier. I don't remember when. I just remember.
It was 2020, Brax. It was 2020. Or maybe it was 2019. 2019, 2020.
I remember seeing an MMO Byte video on it way back in the day when I was looking for a new MMO.
I think the oldest MMO Byte video is 5 years old on Blue Protocol. So it would be around 2020, 2019.
And amongst all of the hype of this game, Blue Protocol, this game comes out of nowhere called Genshin Impact, something we had never before seen in the West. It's like a high-quality gacha game. So all the Westerners who have never touched gachas before, I mean, there are some, right? But people like me who's like, I played casually Pokemon Masters EX. I didn't even know what a gacha game was at that point, right? So Genshin Impact comes out and we're like,
see, I knew exactly what I was getting myself into, and I loved every second of it on the release. I still get disheartened about how mismanaged Genshin Impact was after about year 1.5, year one. Truly a shame.
Like, oh my god, it's an anime RPG. That's all I wanted. Because so many people wanted just an anime RPG to play, and some people wanted an anime MMORPG to play, but Genshin Impact comes out and it fills that gap, and we're like, okay, I'll just play this until fuck. And some of us are like, okay, I'll just play this until Blue Protocol comes out. Yeah. That was what I did. And then I heard it was going to be announced, and then I was like, oh my god, this is it. Finally, we're going to get to play. They release it in Japan only, and it's absolutely cooked. When you release
it, flops so fucking hard, and region lock releases just completely obliterate all hype for the game 99 times out of 100. Especially when it's an MMO. A gacha can still get away with it, but an MMO cannot get away with it.
It's a game to one.
Because the point of an MMO is to blend all regions and all hype at the same time and be able to interact with the other players who enjoy the game. So saying, yeah, we're going to release this MMO, but it's only a 5% of our audience first, it's like, what are we doing?
Region only, when the entire world's excited about it, you fuck the game. I don't know how many times we have to tell you this, old man. You know, like, how many times do we have to repeat this same old song and dance where we release a game earlier in another region when the entire world is excited for it? It was different back in the day because we didn't have as much globalization and social media showing us everything that was going on in all parts of the world, but now we do, right? So now the expectation is a global release, which Blue Protocol Star Resonance is doing. Now, before I tell you more about Star Resonance, because I've just been yapping about the history of Star Resonance and why this is such a big deal, you do need to know where Star Resonance came from. So essentially, Blue Protocol did end of service. That game is dead. The Japanese MMORPG is completely dead. The reason is because they released it in Japan first, and they didn't focus enough on the gameplay, and they focused too much on cosmetics, and it caused the gameplay to fall flat. And
if you were to watch and maybe I'll show you guys this later if this video gets enough likes. If this video gets, I don't know, 3,000 likes, I'll go over it. If you were to see the JP Dev live streams for Blue Protocol, you guys would just about shoot yourself. It was the most unprofessional, uninspired, as compelling as a fucking paper bag was to watch. It was embarrassing. The devs themselves didn't know how to play the fucking game. They didn't even know what the fuck they were talking about. They didn't even know what was put in the game, and it was a joke. And it really felt like they were just, you know, they were like, oh, Jesus, take the wheel. And Jesus was like, nah, man, I'm drinking tonight. I'm good. They did not want any of that shit.
Players to be unhappy. That's the problem. Well, one company, I believe they're called Bokura, they bought the rights to Blue Protocol to make a mobile version of the game when Blue Protocol came out, and they were going to call it Blue Protocol Star Resonance. Now, when Blue Protocol EOS'd, I think they basically just got free reign to do like whatever they wanted with it. So they took the world of Blue Protocol, the art style of Blue Protocol, and like the combat and stuff, and they kind of overhauled a lot of the bad things about it. So like the combat is much better, the class design is much better, the character and world progression feels much better, and they did all of that and then ported it over to a mobile device. So now we essentially have upgraded Blue Protocol. Now you might be wondering, well, Brax, I haven't heard of Bokura. What is?
I think that's such a big savior because obviously mobile games can get away with looking worse because they have to. So I think there's a very smart pivot that they did, as well as they'll also increase sales dramatically. But can taking a MMO that was EOS by mismanagement, now under new management and ported to mobile, save what once was? Maybe, we'll see. I mean, if TOF can still be going strong in 2025, somehow, I'm sure a game that's quite literally just better TOF can possibly flourish.
What is that? How did they get the money for this? That doesn't make sense. Well, actually, it was Tencent. To my knowledge, Tencent is funding Bokura and the creation of Star Resonance, and then they realized once Blue Protocol EOS how much hype there was for a global release, or like for other players that still wanted to play Blue Protocol. So now they announced the global release. So that's what this is. It's essentially Blue Protocol Premium Pro Max Ultra Plus Plus. It's like Blue Protocol, but they took out some of the bad systems, put in some better systems, and it's going to be available globally on PC and mobile. So now we have another platform too. I do hope we get a console release. They didn't say anything about it, but hopefully that can happen, because if you can port something to mobile, you can port something to console.
Absolutely.
Let's be honest.
And I don't get these companies who are like, oh yeah, we're releasing an MMO, but only in these specific regions and only on these specific devices. Even though other devices can handle it, it's like, why would you not want more players for a game that thrives on having more players?
This. So I was actually in the CN beta test for Blue Protocol Star Resonance, so I got to play it a fair bit. The problem for me is that, like, obviously I can't read any form of Chinese, so a lot of what I was doing was guessing based on my previous MMO experiences, and I did figure out a lot of systems, and it very much is an MMO at its core, although it does play a little differently from some of the MMOs that I'm used to, and I don't know if that's just like a studio decision or if that's like a regional thing. But either way, there is a lot of stuff to do in the game, which I think was the biggest problem that Blue Protocol initially had, was that there just wasn't.
Guys, if you thought American MMOs were grindy, just wait till you play a Japanese one. Okay? It's about to be grind city, bitch.
Enough actual content to play. There are some concerns I have still, and I'll talk about those in a moment, but what you should know is that this game has a lot more to do at the moment than original Blue Protocol did, and I think that's a huge W.
Oh, by the way, for anybody who's saying this game looks not as good as Genshin, well, you gotta understand that in an MMO, no MMO can look good and also perform well on servers, right? Like, these characters are made less polygon heavy due to the fact that you have to load so many things at the same time that it's kind of a necessary evil. But what you will get is a better gameplay and world feel because everything can load properly. So it's kind of like sacrifice a little bit in graphics and you make up for that in world, community, and gameplay.
For example, you can go life skilling, you can dungeon spam for gear score if you want to increase your gear score. You can just run dungeons infinitely. I know a lot of people are really worried about, myself included, about them putting like a stamina system in for dungeons where you can only run a certain amount of dungeons a day, but you can actually run dungeons infinitely. There is no stopping you from running one infinitely. You do get bonuses for the first 2 dungeons you run every day. That's your daily incentive to play, is that your first 2 dungeons give you bonus loot, but you can technically just run it over and over and over for gear. And there's also other classes, and you can get all of the classes on one character, which means that you can progress all of your.
The only thing that I'm worried about is them over monetizing any aspects of pay to win. But as long as all of the pay to wins are for like quality of life and looking cooler, then I don't care at all.
Your classes on one character. If you've already maxed one out, that doesn't mean you have nothing to do on that character anymore. You can still max out other jobs or other classes, not jobs, and swap between them. There's world bosses, elite farming for materials. There's a challenge tower that has multiple floors. There's 20-man raids. There's plenty of guild content. There's fishing. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, the fishing one seems like a pretty big deal because I feel like every single game there's fishing in, there's like a cult of fishermen who like sit there and fish all day, every day, and that's what they do for the.
Well, that's also all the bots, right? They program bots to do that shit all day. That being said, guild is most important for me. Like, for example, Ethereal Restart. The reason why I'm so excited is because any sense, and I'm sorry guys, I'm not a guy that likes to play games alone. I'm just not. There's a reason why every time I play a game, it's alive to you guys. Community is so important to me. And so having things that connect me with other people, fuck, it's so important for the game to feel alive. That's why Ethereal Restart I'm very excited about, because there's gonna be guild battles and guild raids, right? So like, that is what gets me hard. That's what gets me excited, right?
The entire game, like all the way from beginning to EOS,
like
these guys are crazy. But I'm happy for them. You know, they found something that they enjoy doing, and go fish, man. You also have class role trials that you need to do to level up your classes. So, I mean, there's just a lot of things for you to sit down and actually do every single day. Now, there are downsides because remember, I played the beta and I got to experience firsthand what it felt like to have a stamina system in an MMO.
All right, I'm gonna be genuinely honest. Let's see if these downsides are deal breakers. I expect Brax to be truthful for this. I do. So let's see if they're bad, because this is gonna determine whether I play or not. Let's see.
The system is not for dungeon and gearing. It is, however, for crafting and gathering. Now, for some people, that is a huge deal. That's a deal breaker, and I totally get it. For me, I'm not someone who's always spent a lot of time crafting and gathering, but it does feel like it has some pretty good applications in this game, mostly because by crafting and gathering, you can get things that you need to upgrade your gear, and it limits the amount of things that you can do per day. So essentially the way it works is you have a cap of 2,000 stamina, and every single day at reset, you get 400 stamina. Every single thing you craft or gather takes 10 stamina, so you can craft or gather up to 40 things combined for your daily stamina. But since the game will launch with you capped at 2,000, so I would recommend, like, if you guys are starting out, probably just go grab a bunch of stuff so your stamina doesn't cap. There's also some different ways to get stamina. One of my biggest pieces of this is just the fact that you can buy the stamina. You can't buy too much of it. There's actually a really short limit of how much you can actually buy, but there's ways to get more stamina, and it involves using the cash shop. So I'm not a big fan of that. But if you do want a stamina max, you actually get different stamina on every character you have. So if you make 3 characters, each character is going to get 400. And if you're trading that on the market board, or if you're just trying to farm skills or whatever that may mean, you technically can get up to 1,200 stamina a day across your 3 characters. But yeah, that has been the biggest sort of upset I've had about.
I hate that. I think that's so lame. That also encourages players to make alts. I don't do that. I think that needs to be taken out of the fucking game. I think that is so fucking stupid. I don't want to play multiple characters. I want to play one character. Playing multiple characters in MMO, that completely kills my immersion. If other people like it, that's fine. For me, I think that's so shitty.
The entire thing is that gating, this is based on the beta, by the way, so this still could change, but gating your crafting and gathering behind stamina, I do think is not great. It's not the worst thing. I would much rather than gate crafting and gathering than dungeon runs, because like the main con.
Sure, I think that's fair. I think that's completely fair. But I do think that's still very shitty.
Content of an MMO is running content with your friends, and I feel like, you know, if I'm gonna go run dungeons, if I'm gonna run bosses, raids, and stuff like that, I'd rather not have those gated by stamina. That just takes away like so much of what the game is supposed to be. But either way, you still are gating some sort of side content, which I don't think is good. The other issue with Star Resonance is that it does have one of the same issues that Tower of Fantasy has. This does not matter if you start playing the game like a month in, but it matters for people playing at launch. They are time gating the main story quest. So essentially what that means is after you do the first quest, there's going to be a server, I believe it's server side. There's going to be a server time where the next quest unlocks. And that is another artificial mechanism to slow down progression to make sure.
Me personally, I don't care about that too much. I think it's generally all right to do because that lets people go explore optional content. I'm not too pressed about that, to be completely honest. I can see other people being turned off by that, but time gating is a thing in every game for games like these, so I don't particularly mind this. Not that big of a deal to me.
Make sure people don't rush to endgame immediately. Now, as far as I can tell, none of this stuff actually exists outside of Chinese MMOs. I haven't played a ton of Korean MMOs. I wasn't there at Lost Ark launch, so I don't know if they did the same thing. But it is something that I find quite frustrating. Really hoping that they don't do that on release and that it was just a beta thing. But
they're gonna do it on release. 100% they're gonna do it on release.
We will see. There is a possibility that you do the quest and then you have to go do side content for the rest of the day because the next quest isn't unlocked for 32 hours. So in my opinion, those are the 2 biggest downsides. I know some people don't like the graphics. I'm personally a fan. I think the
graphics are fine for me. I think the stamina gating crafting is really fucking shitty.
It looks like anime and very cartoonish, the way that the characters move. And I feel like that's kind of on brand for what the game is. I know some people don't like that, but that's, I mean, that's just my opinion. I think it's cool. But yeah, so this is a game that everyone's been waiting for a super long time. And I've been waiting for it for a super long time. Now, it's like Blue Protocol died, and then they harvested Blue Protocol's organs and put them into another vessel. And now that thing is alive, but you know, it seems better and stronger than ever before. Blue Protocol Star Resonance, I'm very excited for it. And with the announcement of a global release, you can absolutely expect me to be full diving into that game when it comes out. I've always been an MMO junkie. I have played so many MMOs.
Brax is currently killing his career because he can't stop playing Final Fantasy XIV. Which is insane. Like, I mean, this guy is self-harming so much, it's nuts.
Throughout my life, I love investing all of my time into one game and being able to play that game with my friends for meaningful content. Am I still gonna cover other games?
Absolutely. I mean, that content for me would be fucking amazing. I love spending time with my friends. Having a game where I can do that would be fucking great.
Time will tell. It depends how much time I have when Blue Protocol comes out, right? But I am absolutely gonna be talking about that game a lot because I love MMORPGs, and finally, finally, after what feels like centuries, we get to play an anime MMORPG that is not Aura Kingdom. Anyways, guys, let me know what you think about Blue Protocol Star Resonance if you guys are going to be playing, and I will catch you guys in the next video.
I mean, one thing's for damn sure, it looks a hell of a lot better than Tower Fantasy. Those downsides are pretty big, though. We're going to see if they change that in the future, and I'll still give the game a shot when it comes out, but yeah, I'm definitely skeptical, and we'll see if they can unfuck that game.
Hi, I'm Tyler Foltz. I'm a nuclear engineer with a little over 10 years of experience in the commercial nuclear power industry. From engineering to operations to emergency response. I don't claim to know everything there is nuclear, but I can certainly share some knowledge. Today, we are going to start the heavily requested Man Who Tried to Fake an Element documentary. Let's go ahead and get started and see where this goes.
Enrico Fermi.
I've never heard of this story, by the way.
Ever win a Nobel Prize. Fermi is Italy's top physicist. At the age of just 24, he had been made a professor at the University of Rome, and thanks to his commanding presence, his researchers had nicknamed him the Pope. Unlike the Pope, though, he was broke. Italy's dominance in science had long fallen off since the days of Galileo. If they needed a piece of equipment, they built it from homemade scraps.
This video is by Bobby Broccoli, by the way.
They would sprint back and forth.
Never seen any of his stuff.
To avoid getting a lethal dose of whatever chemical concoction they had just made. You see, they were trying to do the unthinkable. They were trying to create a new element. The periodic table back in Fermi's time looked a little like this.
So we're missing a few, but no uranium, no plutonium, no nothing, huh?
What you're familiar with, but with a lot of pieces missing. You'll notice a few gaps in the middle regions, specifically elements like technetium, francium, astatine, and promethium. But the biggest missing piece is at the bottom. We're missing like a full row and a half. What you see here right now are all the chemical elements that humans have found in nature. Just sitting around in the atmosphere as gases, in the ground, in rocks, even a couple liquids. Many of them are stable. A good number of them are safe.
I love the way this is animated, by the way.
A decent portion, however, are not, and are in fact quite dangerous. Radioactive samples that are firing off millions of invisible electrons that can penetrate.
I know what he's getting at, but just one clarification on radioactive. Just because it isn't radioactive doesn't mean it's safe. There's a lot of things on this that can kill you that don't have to be radioactive. And there are some things that can kill you because they're radioactive.
Your bloodstream. Radium, discovered by Marie Curie, almost certainly killed her.
Yeah.
Her daughter, Irene, very likely died of exposure to polonium, the other element discovered by her mother. So maybe you understand now why Fermi didn't mind having to sprint up and down his lab if it meant extending his lifespan by a few years. So how does one go about creating a new element? Well, on paper, it's simple. You add or remove protons. Hydrogen has one proton.
Just protons, right?
2. Lithium, 3. And if you keep doing this, count all the way up the periodic table, you'd eventually get to the heaviest element in the known world up to that point. Element 92. You know it as uranium. Here's the other part of the picture. An element is determined entirely by its proton number, but the number of neutrons can vary. That neutron number makes certain elements more stable than others.
One interesting thing is neutron's actually a little bigger than a proton. You can increase the element's atomic number. In fact, that's how beta minus decay usually works, because beta is an electron. Well, a neutron is basically a proton and an electron combined with a little bit of extra mass energy in there. And that's how it gives off that energy in the form of an electron when you undergo beta decay. And that neutron turns into a proton. So you lose mass, and then your atomic number goes up under beta minus decay. That was something that was like, whoa, when I first heard about it when I was a kid.
Carbon-12, with 6 protons and 6 neutrons, is extremely stable. It will stay in that form untouched for billions of years. Carbon-14, with 6 protons and 8 neutrons, is radioactive. It's got an energy imbalance that it wants to rectify. And at random, it will convert one of its extra neutrons into a proton and fire off a dangerous electron to account for that energy imbalance.
Dangerous is relative. Any sort of, little subatomic particle can be dangerous, or in the case of radiation, gammas can have no mass whatsoever and still be dangerous.
All this beta minus decay. And what you're left with is an element with one extra proton. That's 7, aka nitrogen. Look at that! Purely by having one too many neutrons, the carbon destabilized and transformed into an entirely different element. Fermi's idea was to go to the furthest edge of the periodic table, uranium, element 92, and fire neutrons at it to try and artificially induce beta decay. If it worked, you'd be upgrading element 92 into 93, and if you could do it twice in a row, possibly even 94. Here's a fun problem though. How do you even know if you've created a new element? After all, you don't know what it looks like or what its chemical properties are. In this case, Fermi and his team had to rule things out by verifying which elements they hadn't created. They compared the result with the chemistry of all known elements.
I love this presentation animation style, it's just really cool.
And couldn't find a single match. Unstable elements often lead to something called an alpha decay chain. That's when a nucleus spits out 2 protons and 2 neutrons.
A helium nucleus.
A leapfrog effect, where element 94 turns into element 92, then 90, 88, and so on.
And the reason why it's alpha decay is the way it is because this is relatively common. That configuration right there of 2 protons, 2 neutrons, or a helium nucleus is quite stable. So it's a nice, sizable chunk for a radioactive element to basically lose mass in a relatively stable way. Because this is an interesting balance between the strong nuclear force that binds things together, the battle between it and electromagnetism, because you have a bunch of positive charges, protons, right on top of each other, and the neutrons, they are neutral, hence the name. So, which is one of the reasons why you get much bigger in terms of element size. You're going to need a lot more neutrons to keep that thing stable, because those neutrons can act as a little bit of a buffer. Like this example here of this alpha particle, 2 protons and 2 neutrons, that's not too bad, but uranium with 92, at least uranium-238, and 146 neutrons. So you need that extra buffer, and then it gets so geometry becomes part of this as well as how this force stays balanced. And even then, it's not completely balanced because it's radioactive and will eventually decay. Though uranium-238 in particular has a very long half-life, on the order of billions of years.
Until they reach a stable element, which is often lead. The other possibility was that they had succeeded. They had made...
Lead is an example of something that is not radioactive at all, but is poisonous. So, there you go.
Elements 93 and 94 for the very first time. The discovery catapulted Fermi into overnight fame. He was Italy's pride and joy, and obviously, he got first dibs on naming those 2 elements. Although he was under a lot of pressure to name the element after a symbol of ancient Rome, fascism, from the word
fascism.
Recently, however, the symbol had taken on an entirely new and terrifying meaning. It was the symbol of fascism.
Especially in that time period, yep.
Was none other than Benito Mussolini. Yeah, Fermi did not follow this suggestion. 4 years go by. It is November 10th, 1938. 2 things happen that day. In Germany, it's the night of broken glass. In Italy, a wave of anti-Semitic laws are introduced. Fermi's wife Laura was Jewish, and her passport was on the edge of being revoked. So when the phone call came in that day at 6 p.m. that Enrico Fermi had won the Nobel Prize in Physics, their family didn't think twice. Fermi, his wife, and his children packed their bags and immediately traveled to Sweden. They did not return to Italy, and instead settled in the United States. And almost immediately after they arrived there, Fermi got the news. He had been wrong. He hadn't created elements 93 and 94. He had done something much crazier. He had made an atom explode.
Yeah.
When Fermi declared that he had made new elements, he did so because the chemical properties didn't match up with anything as light as lead. Turns out, he should have looked even lighter. A group in Berlin had repeated his experiment, and they saw something really unexpected. They were seeing krypton and barium, 2 elements that were far too light to be the result of an alpha decay chain.
Note that you're not guaranteed to get krypton and barium when you split uranium. you can get anywhere between like atomic mass of like 80 through 100 for the little one, and like 120 through 140 or something like that. That's where you can get a whole bunch of other stuff, but that's where the probability peaks are, and it's just a big probability numbers game of what you're actually going to get when you split uranium. You can also get mostly around 2 neutrons that are free, but sometimes you can get a third or even 4. So it's just a big Monte Carlo situation is what all of nuclear physics is, really. Just going to Vegas.
But if you add up their proton numbers, 36, 56, you get 92.
So no free protons in that one. Good to know. That's so unlikely.
Releases an absurd amount of energy. In reality, Fermi had discovered nuclear fission, a discovery that would go on to fundamentally reshape the upcoming war that he had just fled from. A discovery that would go on to dictate a global power struggle that would last for half a century. Entirely by accident, Fermi had falsely claimed...
So he's going to go through like decades of this stuff. Wow.
Half a century later, one man would make a similar...
You can see why this is over an hour now.
Entirely on purpose. This is a story about Viktor Ninov and the race for the periodic table. I gotta show you something. This is the periodic table. I'm betting you recognize it, but it doesn't show the whole picture. Each element has a unique number of protons, but each element can have any number of neutrons. We call these nuclides. Some are more stable.
I've always heard it as nuclides, no E. I don't know if that's a regional thing, but I distinctly, getting the book, the chart of the nuclides, which tells you what decays into what, how it decays, what's the energy from all that, had something like that on me almost all the time through college, and it was this big reference material. We use it on tests and stuff like that all the time. I think the reason why they gave it to us, it was easier then the professor or whoever to remember what each parameter is on each decay chain, and you couldn't memorize it. It was much too big to memorize it. I mean, some people might have, but they might be the same sort of people that memorize 1,000 digits of pi or something like that. But I've never seen it spelled nuclides.
This is hydrogen, exactly 1 proton. This is helium, 2 protons, 2 neutrons. Every possible proton, neutron,
but there's also helium-3
ever been observed is present on this chart. Every time we go up a row, that's a new element. I don't think my audience has a lot of overlap with football fans, but if it does, for some weird reason, think of this as scorigami, but for chemistry.
I don't know what scorigami is, so...
It exists before, and maybe never will again. See, inside a nucleus is a pair of competing forces. On the one hand, you have the strong nuclear force.
That's what I was talking about earlier.
It is able to glue together protons and neutrons into bundles. But on the other hand, you have the repulsive electromagnetic force. Protons all have a positive charge.
The key thing about strong nuclear is it is absurdly short range, so it doesn't even affect the electron, for instance, at the end. That's way too far away, so in close range around the nucleus, which is probably why it's called the strong nuclear force.
Just want to push each other apart. Only when the strong nuclear force can overcome the electromagnetic force can you have a stable nuclei. The neutrons, which are electrically neutral, serve as a kind of packing material because they don't repel each other.
I like that.
Is a buffer.
It's a good term for it.
Making a nuclei more stable. Notably, the same element can have different numbers of neutrons, with some being very stable and some decaying immediately. We can actually see those stable nuclei quite clearly. They are the tall pillars in brown. The height on this chart represents the half-life of a given nuclei.
That's what I thought.
Half-life is the time it takes for a sample to be reduced by 50%. The taller it is, the more stable it is.
This chart doesn't appear to be to scale, even a logarithmic scale. I mean, it is in terms of element, but in terms of the height, the third dimension of it jutting out at you, because those blue ones, some of those are milliseconds, nanoseconds, absurdly short amount of time. What's this, like a nitrogen with 30 neutrons on it or something, ain't going to be around for long, if at all.
The thing you can see is that for the lightest elements, the most stable combinations are those where the proton number equals the neutron number. See this line? Perfectly balanced. You can trace this line from hydrogen up until about calcium, and then the trend starts to diverge.
Yeah.
For most elements, it's actually more stable to have more neutrons than you have protons. If we follow the path all the way up,
that positive
we
charge
end up
gets
at
pretty
lead.
big.
This is the path of stability. As soon as you stray even a little bit from that path, you plunge into the realm of radioactivity. The red pillars here are essentially stable, with half-lives in the billions of years.
Yes.
But by the time you make it to the oranges, you have a half-life in the minutes. A couple hours go by and a sample could be reduced to nothing. And if you touch the water, in blue, those half-lives are in the seconds. And the deep blue, well, that's milliseconds. Or in the worst cases, the half-life is so short we can't even measure it.
I love this
Some of these
infographic.
nuclei, there's a good chance there's only ever been one of them in existence in the entire universe.
This needs to be shown, and for all I know, it is, because I'm looking at 15 plus years ago of when I started undergraduate school. Yes, I'm that old. But this is way more interesting and easy to understand than here's a book of the chart of the nuclides and have fun. No, this is super, super cool.
The nuclei is so unstable it could never occur on its own, but we forced it to. The beauty of this chart to me is that it's almost like a topological map of our journey through the periodic table, like a mountainous peninsula surrounded by a raging sea of radioactivity. The sea even has tides. Way up here in this chasm, you'll often get swept away in an alpha decay chain. That's when an element spits out 2 protons and 2 neutrons. It moves 2 spaces diagonally downwards, like this. A cascade that doesn't stop until you reach a stable element. On the south side of the mountain pass, there's a different type of tide, Fermi's beta minus decay. You lose a neutron, but gain a proton, like this. If you're smart, you can use this to go up a step, potentially creating a new element. But on the other hand, to the northern side of the mountain pass, there's beta plus decay. You lose a proton, but gain a neutron.
So that one, the plus, that is a positron, which is antimatter. It's the opposite of an electron. And a positron and an electron will annihilate each other, and then you get 100% of the E equals mc squared of both particle and antiparticle. That can happen through through pair production. It can happen through beta plus decay. But positrons, you're not going to see them in an atom, in an electron orbital. That's not a thing. But yes, a type of radioactive decay can create antimatter, which is pretty cool.
No matter where you are, however, every part of this sea is fighting you. The tides of radiation always lead you back to the same place. No matter where you started, eventually you get pushed back to shore.
I haven't heard beta positive in a while. That's cool.
Of stable nuclei. Some people refuse to accept this. They push back, trying to explore more of the sea and potentially uncover more and more land.
I like it. The land sea explorer analogy is really cool.
Made it as far as the uranium chasm. Over the course of the next 50 years, several different labs would make the same pilgrimage up this mountain, and every new pilgrimage would fill out more and more of this chart. The protagonist of our story, the intrepid Viktor Ninov, claimed he had made it up to here. It's pretty far, huh? To meet him, we've got a bit of a journey ahead of us.
Scale?
And we're gonna
element 150?
To cross this sea, we're going to need a captain. Fermi would go on to do important things. His most well-known achievement is building
Now that there's a new best pair of wireless headphones, what headphones should you buy? Assuming you're not trying to drop $448 on the new flagship, Sony's older headphones are still really good. Like if you bought XM5s 5 months ago, keep the XM5s. XM5s are still disgustingly good. With that being said though, for high-end headphones, at the $300 price point, I would go for the Momentum 4s. At the $350 price point, I would go for the XM5s. And then above that, I would go for the XM6s. And like always, for anyone asking if they should upgrade from their XM4s or the XM5s, it's up to you. The noise cancellation, sound quality, and build quality is very good on the XM6s. And if that upgrade is worth it to you, go for it. If not, the headphones you're using right now are still very good.
Defendant regularly streams on his YouTube channel the details of his case, including confidential details from meet and converts held between counsel. I haven't revealed anything confidential, and I'm allowed to go over the public filings. This is a public case. He wanted to file this publicly, and now I can read the public filings. I have every right to do that. There's a reason why these are public filings. It's a public court case. I haven't revealed anything that I'm not supposed to under seal. I haven't revealed anything that has been redacted. Have you gone over recent court memes? No, I don't know if there's any point in going over any of this stuff anymore. I hope there are sanctions for this case when this is over. They don't understand the rules of civil procedure, and they don't understand I guess anything having to do with I can't explain it. I'm not sure. They keep trying to cite these local rules for how they want to file things under seal, like local rule 5.4b1. If you read these the local rules, or if you know anything about civil procedure, you can't file stuff under seal and keep it from the defense. You just can't do that. I don't know why they keep trying to make this argument that they can. You can't do this. You're not allowed to do this. Defendant's opposition completely ignores the substantive basis for the motion. 1. Good cause for sealing the identities is established since the declarations contain sensitive and private intimate details. But you yourself said that the details are there, you just don't have the names. So which part matters? I have to know who a witness is. I have to know who somebody who's purporting to support the plaintiff is. I have to know this. I have a right to know this. And 2, public disclosure of the identities of these witnesses would expose the witnesses to harassment, embarrassment, possible harm, and retaliation. If this is true, you've undermined your own motion by publicly releasing the screen name of at least one of the people involved, which allows people to identify who she is, and that's already happened. But their own filings are sloppy, so they've already undermined this. And also, if you want to publicly file something under seal, meaning to keep it from the public, fine, but you still have to make that available to us. None of the rules allow you to file something that the defense doesn't know who the person is. Well, there might be, I'm not gonna say none of the rules, but there might be some really exceptional rule. I know with child sex cases, I think there are really special rules that can apply to accusers or victims to keep their stuff sealed. But outside of an extraordinary case like that, you just can't do that. They also keep bringing up just random stuff. Defendant has publicly threatened physical harm to individuals who have spoken out against him and in support of plaintiff. For Jissigal and Queeman and Lav and Mr. Girl, these people aren't part of this case. These people are not involved in this complaint. I don't know why they keep bringing these names up. These people aren't mentioned as witnesses. These people aren't mentioned as parties to the complaint. They're not part of this. So I don't know why they keep blog posting in these motions. They try to bring up this, and again, they undermine themselves. They say that, I used her name, for instance, after they filed the protection order. So 1, no, this was hours before the protection order on my YouTube channel, number 1. Number 2, I edited out, because I went back and I edited out because there was an instance where I used her name, and I edited that out, or August did. Apparently it pops up a second time in the video. Why not just do a meet and confer with us and have us remove it? Why would you sit on this for 2 months if it's so important for you to keep the name protected? Why would you sit on this for 2 months, not communicate that at all with us? And then why would you link the video and the timestamp with the person's name in a public filing when you've already demonstrated that you know how to file under seal? Everything about this is just a joke. I can't, dude. I'm praying. I might buy a Civ Pro book and just start reading because I want to write the fucking summary judgment. I hope there are sanctions for opposing counsel after this. I pray. It's just, it's unhinged how stupid and insane the filings are on this, but... Do the witnesses' names need to be published for you to be able to serve discovery requests to them, even though you might already know who they are? Technically, theoretically, I can try to find out in other ways. There's at least one witness person who's listening. I have no idea who the this person is, but also nothing that on their declaration is relevant to this case at all either. So actually, none of the declarations are relevant to the case except for the one person whose screen name is called out. I don't want to say that. I don't even know what I should or shouldn't say publicly in terms of the name, although they haven't responded to any discovery requests related to this person or the evidence that they're purporting to have. But yeah, it's all super, super, super stupid and goofy. But is there a chance that they're just trying to keep this going as long as possible to hurt you financially as much as possible? That is, no, there is no chance of that. That is absolutely what they're doing. Yes, the only purpose right now is to basically just weaponize the civil court system as much as possible to try to cause as much damage to me, reputationally, financially, as much as possible. That's the only purpose of what's happening now. That's, yes, 100%.
He did sort of quite convincingly portray a feeling of
which is whatever. I mean, you have the legal right to do it, I guess. But but I'm hoping, as part of a summary judgment, that I hope that opposing counsel is punished for the behavior, because they've violated like several rules at this point in terms of how they're conducting themselves. And it seems to me that it's willful, but you know, I don't know what the standards are when it comes to like sanctioning people, or what the standards are when it comes to getting people in trouble for actually fucking around. So who knows?
Convincingly portray.
It's funny how their meet and confer was emailing Andrew like 2 hours before they file and not even making any effort to see if they could resolve it with him. Yeah, they did the meet and confer. They said that we met our obligations for meet and confer. They emailed my lawyer 90 minutes before filing, and they're like, well, it might have been 9 p.m. Florida time. It was 6 p.m. California time, so he actually still should have been awake. And I was like, bro, are you 90 minutes? What? Like, it's not my fault. It's not our fault that you're filing all this shit at the last minute because you're either too busy or don't know what you're doing, or you're too lazy, or you're overworked, or whatever or you're doing it pro bono, so you don't want to put any actual time towards it. Like, yeah, it's unhinged. It's crazy. Is there an ETA for summary judgment? I don't know. Somebody, where am I still appropriate? But how long does discovery last? Like a month or two? So hopefully in 3 months, I guess, maybe? I don't know.
President of the United States type.
I'm pretty sure. I feel like I read this at one point. I thought I read somewhere that if you can't file stuff, arbitrary bullshit stuff, that's not a real term. You're not allowed to file stuff just so that a case can survive summary judgment. That's like an actual sanctionable or call-outable thing. I don't know if Jen or someone else in my chat, but you're not allowed to, like, if you think a case is going to lose on summary judgment, you can't just file some bullshit to go to trial. That's like a specific thing that's called out somewhere. But what does sanction on opposing counsel mean? Like, do the lawyers lose their license? I know they lose their license, but they should have like some kind of punishment or reprimand against the opposing counsel, the lawyers, yeah. Because I think they're filing stuff and they're doing stuff that they're not supposed to. I don't even think, for instance, throwing on witnesses like after a complaint has been filed that aren't even part of the original complaint. Like, plaintiff stated that a supporter reached out to her and said that the supporter's sister had received the video that is the subject of the complaint like 4 months ago. That's what she claimed to the complaint. That person never materialized. Okay, without that person, the complaint is dismissed because the law wasn't active when she's alleging the original video was transmitted. So they threw that in there. So that makes it survive a motion to dismiss, right? Because now there's a dispute of fact. But now that we're in discovery, we've been through discovery for a bit, that person never materialized. Okay, so that person just wasn't real, I guess. You just put that in your complaint and you didn't have an affidavit or a declarant or anything. You didn't have nothing. So I don't know if that person's even real. And now we've thrown on another random person. But why? Where did this person come from? Like, you didn't get that from me. That wasn't part of my discovery. I didn't have that. So did you have this person all along and you just didn't file it with your original complaint? I'm pretty sure you were supposed to amend the complaint to have her part in there. I don't think you can just keep throwing people on. You're not allowed to do that. You can't just keep adding random witnesses and shit unless, I believe, if it comes up as part of discovery, I think you're allowed, there's a process by which you can file motions or whatever to do that. But yeah, I don't know. It's like I said, it's all wacky bullshit. How often do you communicate with the law firm in this case? Probably every other day or something. Proving it's difficult. Destiny has really, really good lawyers, though, and it seems she really doesn't. In federal court, summary judgment can be filed before discovery is. Okay. I'm killing this meme rumor right now, okay? Because people are doing this thing where it's like, oh, he's got good lawyers and she doesn't. That is true. I do have a really good law firm. However, her mistakes right now, or the mistakes from opposing counsel, are not because they're like bad lawyers in that like they just don't have the resources or whatever to go get. They're failing like basic civil procedure stuff. Like they're failing on the basics, and they're acting incredibly vindictive in terms of, at least in my opinion, in terms of how they're persecuting this case. They're being incredibly vindictive, incredibly unprofessional, and they're missing basic civ pro rules. That's not like, oh, it was just they just got outmaneuvered in some advanced strategy by like a crazy, powerful law firm. It was just, it's the honest to God answer is they just don't have a case, and they know that, and they're just flailing. But yeah, because everybody, when they first covered the case, I was completely doomed and destroyed and dead, and there was no way I'd ever survive. Then everybody said, oh my God, it's an amazing law firm, because they went on the website and they saw that they did like 50 different areas of law. And then they were like, oh my God, they even brought in another lawyer from out of district. Oh, he's gonna get destroyed. And then slowly the cope has changed to, oh, okay, well, he just got a good law firm, or oh, okay, well, he's intimidating all the witnesses somehow, or oh, then so the cope is like changed like over and over and over and over and over again to where, not to bring up my Voldemorts, but I think Kelly was in one of her side discords that they keep saying they're not making, which is really funny because they keep making them and them talking about like, we've got to get rid of the spies or whatever, which is funny to read. Because I'm everywhere again. But now it's like, oh, I don't even care what happens as a result of the case. Like, at least his reputation got harmed. I actually don't care about the outcome at all. It doesn't even matter anymore. Ha 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 ha. And it's like, okay, good one, guys. Nice. You guys have been filing back and forth. Has the court said anything about the disagreements between you two? No, not yet. Although I think we're finally, hopefully, starting to come up on where a judge is going to have to respond to some stuff. I don't know if you can say, but what have your lawyers said about the other counsel's actions? Have they talked about it? I'd like to be a little careful about what I say about my conversations with my lawyers, because technically that's like privileged, meaning the opposing counsel can't touch it unless I bring it up publicly. But like I'll say like in a very general sense, yeah, like I'm asking, I'm also checking with friends and stuff too, because like I said, despite what people think about me, I'm always like super nervous about like, am I way in over my, not in over my head, but like, am I way too confident in this particular area, or like, am I missing something really obvious? But the overwhelming majority of everybody that I've spoken to seems to be like, yeah, opposing counsel is being incredibly fucking like crazy on this. So, and that seems to be the case, but who knows? We'll see. Seeing the judge talk about the TRO was like provided me a great deal of relief because I was worried for that TRO hearing where I was like, oh God, maybe there is actually something I'm super misunderstanding about all of this, and that TRO is going to get granted and I'm like just totally not understanding something. But seeing her rake them over the coals, I think was like, okay, all right, not super crazy. Will you read their response, do you think? The last thing, it's just more of the same. It's just more of the same, like slop, lawyer slop. Comes now plaintiff Jane Doe in bind through undersigned counsel and files her reply to defendant Stephen Bunnell's opposition to motion to file declarations under seal. Plaintiff's motion for leave to file declarations under seal seeks to have the unredacted declarations of 3 witnesses filed under seal in order to protect their identities pursuant to local rule 54B1. Plaintiff attached the redacted versions of the 3 declarations to her simultaneously filed reply to the opposition for the motion. The portions of declarations that are redacted are only those that would serve to identify the witnesses. The substantive content is not redacted. Defendant Bonnell opposes the motion on 3 purported grounds. 1, plaintiff's failure to meet and confer. They gave us 90 minutes, number 1. Number 2, plaintiff's refusal to identify the names of the declarants. They won't identify them to us. Not allowed to do that. And 3, the rule upon which plaintiff relies is not applicable. For the reasons set forth below, defendant's arguments are unavailing. Furthermore, it bears noting that defendant fails to address the merits of the motion and the critical need to have the identity of these declarants protected. Okay. Meet and confer. Plaintiff did not fail to meet and confer. Plaintiff made efforts to meet and confer, but was unable to obtain defendant's position prior to the deadline for filing. Plaintiff then continued with her efforts to confer with defendant and resolve the issues raised, but plaintiff's efforts proved fruitless. So remember, it was 90 minutes. They gave my lawyer 90 minutes to respond to this motion on like a Friday night, okay, before they filed, I think. I don't know if it was a Friday night, but it was like, yeah, it was at night. I was like, okay. Plaintiff then continued. Plaintiff complied with both the letter and spirit of local rule 71A2. Moreover, it is apparent that defendant's opposition that he was completely unwilling to reach any reasonable resolution of the issue. The only reasonable resolution, I guess, is for them to have secret witnesses that come forth that are fully redacted that we never get to know who they are, I guess. Okay. Thus, defendant's first ground for denying leave to file under seal is without basis in law or fact. Okay. Plaintiff's refusal to identify the names. Defendant's second purported ground for denying the motion is also without merit. Plaintiff's refusal to identify the names of the declarants prior to the court's ruling on the motion is not a reason to deny the motion. Rather, it is merely a nonsensical demand by defendant. The precise purpose of the motion is to protect the identities of the declarants. Wrong! This is not true. I don't know why they can write this. The purpose of the motion to file under seal is to protect the identities of the declarants from the public. Filing under seal means that you protect it from the public, not from the defense. I don't know why they keep saying things in their motions that are wrong. This is just not true. These declarations contain highly sensitive, private, and confidential information regarding the non-consensual distribution of sexually explicit materials and related communications involving the witnesses, plaintiff, and other individuals. Not of the witnesses. The witnesses are not parties to the case insofar as they are, insofar as they're plaintiffs. These are just supposed to be in support of the complaint. I don't know why you would bring up anything related to anything of them in any of their declarations. It seems improper. It seems like you're exposing them to more unwanted harassment or risk or whatever than they even should be. It has nothing to do with the complaint. Defendant's insistence that he be prematurely provided with the names of the declarants prior to the court's ruling on the motion would defeat the very purpose of the motion. Again, the purpose of filing under seal is not to keep the names hidden from opposition. The purpose of filing under seal is to keep the names out of the public. I don't know why they keep saying this. I don't understand. They just don't it's just crazy. Local Rule 54B1 is the only applicable rule. If you read local rules of civil procedure for the state of Florida, nothing here has anything to do with keeping names hidden from the defense. In a case that is not otherwise sealed in its entirety, as permitted or required by federal law, file and serve electronically via CM ECF a motion to file under seal that sets forth the factual and legal basis for departing from the policy. So you can have an entire case filed under seal if you file it initially like that, but this one is not like that. Without a technical look at, the proposed sealed material shall not be filed unless the court grants the motion to file under seal. The motion to file under seal shall specify the proposed duration of the requested sealing. The motion to file, this is just how to file something under seal. That's all this rule is for. It has nothing to do with filing something under seal. Does not mean that you're hiding it. You don't hide it from the defense. That's not how this works. I don't know why they cite this. There's nothing in the rules of civil procedure that allow you to hide things from the defense. There's no local civil procedure rule for Florida. There is no federal civil procedure rule that I'm aware of. Somebody can point out to me. They haven't cited it.
Killing spree.
Local Rule 54B1 provides a relevant part. If prior to the issuance of a ruling on the motion to file under seal, the moving party elects or is required to publicly file a pleading, motion, memorandum, or other document that attaches or reveals the content of the proposed sealed material, then the moving party must redact from the public filing all content that is the subject of the motion to file under seal. Now for this, I don't know if you're supposed to redact the entire declaration or just the stuff that you want hidden. I feel like you're supposed to redact all of it, meaning I don't think that they were allowed to, because usually I believe when you file something under seal, the entire declaration, the entire thing is under seal. So I don't know if they were even allowed. I don't know the answer to this, and I don't have any law school friends who know the answer to this. I didn't ask my lawyer, I should have. I don't know if you're allowed to just redact a couple parts of it and file the rest. The way that I read this is you shouldn't file anything, or the whole thing should be redacted, because this is saying if prior to the issuance of a ruling on the motion to file under seal, so we don't have a ruling from the court yet, the moving party, the party filing the motion, elects or is required to publicly file a pleading, motion, memorandum, or other document that attaches or reveals the content of the proposed sealed material. So the declaration that they're filing, they've redacted something that they want to file under seal. Then the moving party must redact from the public filing all content that is the subject of the motion to file under seal. So I feel like the entire thing shouldn't have been filed publicly like that, without the whole thing being redacted. That's how I read this. I could be reading it incorrectly, though. I don't know. I don't have any other examples to draw from here. And they don't cite any cases that I can see, so. Thus, the rule specifically allows the filer to publicly file a redacted version of the document, if feasible, and simultaneously submit a motion to file under seal the unredacted version. Okay, I don't know if that is the case, if this says that, because it says you have to redact all content that is the subject of the motion, but I don't know. This is like, I don't know. I'm not super confident in my reading there, because I just don't know. But also, again, this has nothing to do with hiding it from us. This has nothing to do with hiding it from us? The only thing I can think of is if there is no enforcement mechanism, if you were to leak the names before motion to seal is granted. After it's granted, then you'd be legally bound not to disclose. Well, no, I can't leak stuff that when they've said that they are proposing to file something under seal. If they make that known to us and they say that we're going to try to file a seal for this, and I leak the names beforehand, I would be in trouble for that. I'm pretty sure that they could file to get remedies from the court if I were to engage in that behavior. Defendant's reliance on local rule 54F1A is misplaced. This rule is not applicable to redacted filings accompanied by sealing motion. The only applicable rule in this instance is 53B1, which does not require disclosure prior to the court's ruling on motion. Thus, defendant's third and last the critical need to protect the identities of the witnesses. Defendant's opposition completely ignores the substantive basis for the motion. 1. Good cause for sealing the identities is established since the declarations contain sensitive and private intimate details. Why? 1, those details aren't even relevant to the cases, so I don't know why you're even including those, which is bizarre, okay? Number 1. Number 2, public disclosure of the identities of these witnesses would expose the witnesses to harassment, embarrassment, possible harm, and retaliation. Then why did you include one of their screen names? Number 1. And number 2, we're not talking about public disclosure, we're talking about private disclosure to me. I'm allowed to know who's accusing me or who's claiming to be a witness on things. As set forth in Exhibit 3 to the defendant's opposition, defendant has publicly threatened physical harm to individuals that have spoken out against him and in support of plaintiff for Jessica and Queeman. I'd kill them if whatever I'd show up, but they're probably having to do it. I do want somebody to kill Jessica, Lav, Mr. or Queeman. All those people can go die. None of these people are parties to this case. You can also cite a bunch of crazy shit I've said about Trump or the firefighter or whatever else. These people have nothing to do with this case. I don't know if we're just playing random quotations from stream to throw into our court motions, but they're not relevant parties here. Defendant regularly streams on his YouTube channel the details of his case, including confidential details from meet and converse held between counsel. I haven't revealed anything confidential, and I'm allowed to go over the public filings. This is a public case. He wanted to file this publicly, and now I can read the public filings. I have every right to do that. There's a reason why these are public filings. It's a public court case. I haven't revealed anything that I'm not supposed to under seal. I haven't revealed anything that has been redacted. After the reply motions were filed, he streamed about the filings, showing them on his screen. Yeah, they're public filings! Destiny, yeah, and it establishes a pattern of behavior? No, it doesn't. That's not character evidence that's allowed in court. You can't just show random things just because I might be willing to talk. I talk shit about a ton of people or make threats or whatever and say there's a bunch of people that should die. That doesn't mean that I would necessarily do that to somebody who's the subject of a court case. This is exactly why this type of character evidence isn't allowed in court. You can't just have, you can't just say like, oh, well, he said like these unhinged things to his siblings before, so I think that's why he would kill me if he had it. It's like, no, what the fuck? After the reply and the motion were filed, he streamed about the filings, showing them on his screen, reading excerpts aloud, and providing vitriolic and defamatory commentary. I'm allowed to talk about their public filings! I agree that they aren't right, but they're trying to do that. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, they're trying to, yeah. This video has been viewed 115,803 times to date. In it, defendant accuses plaintiff of extorting and blackmailing him. Of insane lies, of a total lie. Defendant yes! I'm allowed to have an opinion about my court case. No shit. Defendant accuses witness Abby MC. Nice. Thanks for keeping her identity redacted, by the way. Thanks for keeping all of that private and under seal as you continue to publish witnesses' names that you say that I'm harassing and intimidating. I don't know why you would continue to publish their screen names publicly, but okay. Of lying and perjury. He refers to the undersigned counsel as disgusting. Oh, that's them. Nice. I am. Yes. Include this in your next file. I look forward to being in your next court filing. That's right. I think you are. And repeatedly accuses the undersigned counsel of grabbing random people to perjure themselves. I do. Show me your next filing. I'm here. Thumbs up. Link me. Put a screenshot. Apparently, all of this commentary is approved by defendant's counsel. I pass everything that I publish by my lawyers first. I don't talk to my lawyers about every single thing I say on stream. The thing that I conferred with them the most on was on my the writing the mini-festo or whatever the I did to see what is okay or what's not okay. And then I've like asked them generally like I'm allowed to talk about my public filings on stream or whatever, right? It's not like I write down every single statement that I say and then I give it to my lawyers and I was like, can I call the opposing counsel disgusting f***s? And my lawyers are like, yes, call them disgusting f***s. But the opposition counsel here is desperate to attack my law firm as well. They're desperate to attack my representation as well. Furthermore, despite the protective order entered by this court to protect plaintiff Jane Doe's identity, defendant publicly disclosed plaintiff Jane Doe's legal name on his social media platform. So 1, this was before the seal or whatever on identity was approved by the court. 2, Once the court granted that motion, I removed her name from the video. 3, apparently I say her first name a second time in this video. I was unaware of that. But if the plaintiff's name is so concerning to you, why would you not email us and say, hey, your client said the person's name before that motion was granted. They said the person's name in this YouTube video. Can you edit that out, please? Because we want to be protective of our client's name. Why wouldn't you make us aware of that? Why would you hold on to this for 2 months and then publish it publicly in a filing instead of filing it under seal and not confer with us at all to remove it? Do you not care at all about the name being private? Is it all just for show? Like, it's just wild. The behavior is wild here. This video has been viewed over 130,000 times. In the same video, defendant posts plaintiff's private messages to him about her emotional distress and suicidal thoughts due to his non-consensual sharing of the video, and then mocks and ridicules her. She already made a public Substack about me. Yes, plaintiff already made a super public Substack about me. Other people have already filed videos about this, or not filed, I'm sorry. Public videos about this. Of course I'm going to talk about it. You've already publicly called me out. No shit, I'm going to respond publicly. He then tells his 183,000 subscribers, lowballing me, please, that plaintiff's emotional distress is contrived solely for the purpose of extorting him. None of this has any, I'm sorry, but none of this has anything to do with you seeking any sort of protective order whatsoever. Again, I'm allowed to have opinions on my case. And even if your protective order is granted, I can still have all of these opinions about my case, and I can still say them publicly. Unless you're trying to seek a gag order, or you're trying to seek some incredibly extensive, I think you might be able to get a really extensive protective order that prohibits me from talking about it all publicly. Unless you're going after that, then f you, I can talk about it and say whatever the f I want. It is readily apparent that the 3 declarants, Abby MC and witnesses A and B, need the court to seal their identities in order to protect them from public intimidation, retaliation, and psychological harm relentlessly perpetrated by defendant. This doesn't make sense. If you think that I'm going to harass them, then you're not looking to file these under seal. You're looking to keep these hidden from me, which you're not allowed to do. Number 1, and number 2, your a motion to file to seal something doesn't keep it private from me. That's not even what this does. It's not even... Further relief may be required to give defendants continued efforts... further relief may be required, given defendants continued efforts to dox and intimidate both the plaintiff and the witnesses in this matter. What? By serving subpoenas? Or by serving discovery requests? I have not published any information about any of these people publicly that are the subject matter of the complaint, or that are witnesses, or that are attached to the complaint. I don't even know what the fuck this means or refers to. What? But anyway. Yeah, it's all of this is like, this is literally lawyer slop is what we've got here.
Is unstoppable.
What is the correct response that a lawyer should do if they're worried about them being harassed? I mean, I guess it depends on the level of harassment you're worried about. Like, if you think somebody's gonna show up and kill you, then you should like call the cops or something. In my personal opinion, maybe I'm a little sociopathic, I guess, I don't know. In my personal opinion, you want the plaintiff to harass you. That's like a dream scenario, because if your case actually gets to trial, then now you're looking at big secondary damages. So the statutory cap on damages the plaintiff can get from me, assuming it goes to trial, assuming she wins, and assuming she's given the max compensatory award, is $150,000. But for tort, the jury could levy secondary damages onto you. And if the jury is watching the trial, and if during the trial they say, hey, the defense literally tried to dox me publicly, he was harassing me publicly, he posted my information, he was contacting my friends and family, he was doing all these horrible things, a jury might look at that and go, you know what? This motherfucker, this guy was f***ing around. And you know what? We're going to award plaintiff more in this case. We think plaintiff is entitled to more damages here because she suffered a great deal of emotional harm and everything else that was furthered as a result of this case. So in those cases, I would imagine it would benefit you when it comes to getting secondary damages awarded to you. But anyway, isn't that what they were trying to set up? They were claiming you were harassing them, but they were I don't know what I don't know. I still don't think the complaint will survive summary judgment, but who knows? We'll see. Read the court's local rules to show everyone why you think that they cannot keep the identities away from you, but only the public. Here's a link to the Southern District Court that they cite. Yeah, I went through some of them on stream. Or I think I read the paragraph that they're citing. Nothing, I control F yesterday. I control F opposing I controlled F, available. I looked through all of this. I can't find anything in here. The only local rule that I found, but again, the joke in law school is that civil procedure is like the hardest class because there are so many different rules. And I've heard people say that like you don't even really learn Civ Pro until you actually start practicing civil procedure, and then you learn the rules as you do it because there's just so many. So I mean, I'm being honest, there could be something that I'm just completely missing. But when I went through, the only thing that I could find that was remotely relevant to anything, but I also feel like, I want to be careful when I say this, because I don't like the word common sense normally. But when I went through this, and I've not read all the fucking local rules for Civ Pro in Florida. Okay, let's see what that's to be draw for. 16.16i. If new evidence or witnesses are discovered after the pretrial conference, the party desiring their use shall immediately furnish complete details thereof and the reason for late discovery to the court and to opposing counsel. Use may be allowed by the court in furtherance of the ends of justice. This is for like newly discovered evidence or witnesses. I don't know if that would apply to the new witness that they threw onto this, but I mean, I don't know if there's other more general rules, but I mean, I know as a matter of common sense, I hate to say that, but I know this is true. I'll give all my money away if it's not. You, in the United States of America, you have a right to confront your accuser, and the people have to make known to you like who they are and who witnesses are. Those can't be anonymous. But it's like, it's common sense, right? Like, imagine I say, I know that you murdered John. And it's like, how do you know that? Because witness A, B, C, and D all said that you did it. They said they saw you do it. And it's like, what? Well, who are they? I'm not going to tell you. You might go kill them too. Oh, well, fuck me, I guess. Like, I don't know. Do you think the Jane Doe thing will be a problem? What do you mean a problem? I mean, reputationally, obviously, it's already been a problem. But, I mean, I don't anticipate... Like I said, I don't anticipate this surviving the summary judgment. Still. Yo, Destiny, Dynamics Inquiry. What posture to have when dealing with partners that dislike their body? E.g. chest size, do we overlook, manipulate them, it's get to dat, it feels they're jealous or self-confident. Did this guy just have a stroke? Why are you guys typing like this to me today? Stop! You guys are trying to give me schizophrenia. Stop.
It's been a while since I've done a GameCube collection update, and there's a big reason for that overall, and it's something we've been facing for years now, but it did cross my mind recently, funny enough, with the Switch 2, as to now the direction of collecting GameCube games, especially starting in 2025 and going forward. And while I did pick up, I think, some heavy hitters for the GameCube recently, the future of the GameCube and collecting is looking a bit sketchy, and I wanted to go over that here today. So if you guys enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe if you're new. So before we get to some of the stuff that I've picked up somewhat recently, GameCube stuff, a few other games kind of sprinkled in there. This is a chart that essentially goes over the GameCube itself, and this covers a loose price for licensed non-variant games for the GameCube. So we have at the bottom the median, and then we have the blue bar being the average. And you can see the average obviously much higher because it pulls in all of the games that are significantly higher in price than some of your basic, almost like mid-tier titles. I mean, there's a lot of games that come in under 10 bucks even, especially all the sports titles and Time Shovelware that was put on the system. There are some pretty expensive games that will even pull a lot of those prices up with the average here. But nonetheless, the thing that a lot of people realized with the GameCube was right around that 2020 time period right here, that year, it had started to see a massive surge, and it was pretty much that up until right around 2022, although it still kind of saw a bit of a jump here at the midway point in 2023. It got into like this $30 to $33 range for the average, and it sort of hung out there. Now, it did sort of come back down as I think it peaked right at like the $35 mark. Yep, almost 36. And then it kind of came down a bit. And now something that's happening is it's starting to move back upwards. And I thought about this a little bit. I was, okay, what would we be seeing in the last month even that would start to push this up? Interest in the GameCube. And then I realized, oh yeah, the Switch 2 is going to be introducing GameCube. for NSO. And it might not seem like a huge deal because it has, what, 3 games that'll be going in day 1, but the point is a system that didn't necessarily have a mass audience when it came out back in the day. It didn't sell a ton of systems. It was like 25, 26, something like that, right? 26 million. But it wasn't the PS2, where there are systems everywhere. Games were printed like crazy. I mean, they were all over the place. It was more of a limited supply, we'll say, for the GameCube. But now you have the Switch 2 audience that will be coming in after the Switch, and there's just a lot more awareness for a new generation of gamers that might be interested in the GameCube in general. And yes, it is seen as kind of just retro hardware at that point, sure, but it is still something where there's just more eyeballs, more of an audience looking at it. So I have noticed myself that some of these games continue to sort of grind their way up in price, especially stuff on the higher end. Either way, I did attend actually a big grand opening for the Just Press Play Megastore, and I did pick up 2 relatively high-priced GameCube games that we'll look at here, as well as a few other things, so let's actually move over to that now.
So let's start with a game that I picked up just off of eBay outright. Occasionally I'll just look around to see if there's any of those mid-tier games, as I call them. The GameCube library is just quickly becoming more and more expensive still just over time. All these games kind of just grind their way up that price chart they have with the lines, just constantly going up. Maybe leveled off a little bit in the last year, but it's still quite expensive. And this is one that I've been looking at for a while, Lost Kingdoms, and it's sort of funny. So you see Activision here, right? Only for GameCube. This is kind of like a card game, where you collect these different monsters and you'll kind of battle on these 3D like battlefields and stuff that they did the monsters fully render them and stuff. So it's not just cards necessarily floating in the air or something like that, but it is a FromSoft game. Now, people tend to forget that, yes, FromSoft did stuff other than like Dark Souls or whatever, okay? So they had a long-running history even before that of some of these kind of experimental or I guess kind of strange games, and this being one of them here. Again, partnering with Activision to make this title, and had my eye on it for a little while just to add it to the collection, as again, it's kind of been going up in price, but it was such like a strange game. There's also a second one, if I remember, Lost Kingdoms 2, but this was just one that I've been keeping an eye on, and I finally picked it up to add to the collection here, but still pretty fun to see some of the earlier FromSoft stuff. I'll put this right alongside the 360 shelf that has Ninja Blade. I grabbed this one off of eBay as well, and it's more so because Ryan and I were talking about PS3 games that could go online still. This sort of came up in the conversation, and I went ahead, looked it up on eBay. I said, you know what, this is still a fun-looking game. And I do remember this back when it came out, and the whole point was, I mean, as you could tell, Legends of WrestleMania, just sort of reenacting and going over some of the legendary matches at that event, you know, the big yearly wrestling event. And they had it set up with the iconic wrestlers, the whole thing. And I remember it being a lot of fun, but even the visuals at the time were super impressive on like the PS3 and the 360. And when I ordered it, the person I ordered it from sent me a message, and they're like, yeah, I love the channel. Let me just send this out to you. So I wanted to give them a shout out here. Then they even had some really cool artwork inside, which is a lot of fun to have that. So there you go. Drawn by Alex Sherbert. Wildberry Cola on Twitter, so shout out to them. Here's a new game. I did want to get the physical copy of Ninja Gaiden Black, and I had to go, or Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, sorry. I did have to go through, who had this? I feel like it might have, I think it was PlayAsia. But you had to basically go outside of the typical publishing you'd see, maybe just going into a store and buying it to get the physical copy. I was a big fan of Ninja Gaiden 2 when it came out back on, I remember I played it on the Xbox 360 a lot when it released, and it's still tough as nails. Fun game. I do like this this new version of it. I think it still looks awesome. Obviously, they went back and did Unreal Engine over the whole thing, and it still plays awesome. It's a really fun game. If you have Game Pass, to me, this should be an automatic download, and you should check this out anyway. But on the PlayStation 5, people were saying it looked good on the Pro, but I just wanted a physical copy anyway, just because I do have at least some sort of attachment to Ninja Gaiden 2 from back in the day. Everything else from here on is from Just Press Play, which I did go to their grand opening for their mega store, and it was super impressive, and I got a chance to meet many of you out there, which was a lot of fun. Just kind of hang out, talk about video games, and just see a bunch of people come out for a local retro game store that is, again, super impressive, almost overwhelming with the amount of stuff that was there. I had some images as we were kind of hanging out on sort of like it's like a second floor kind of rafter situation there, but it was a lot of fun to look out over it and see just how many people were excited for the opening and all these older games. Although I did pick up Link's Awakening, and this is a situation where I let someone borrow it. I had already played through it and beat it and everything when it came out on the Switch, and I let someone borrow it, a family member, and I never really got it back from them, and they moved away, and so I was like, you know what? It's a game that we played when we were younger on the Game Boy. Like, you know what? That's it's more childhood memory stuff. I'll get another one. And of course, I do want to have this because the Switch 2 is going to have like free updates, one of them being for Link's Awakening, and this had an issue when it comes to the frame rate that would bounce all over the place. So to me, it makes sense to go ahead and grab another physical copy of this awesome title, fully recommend it, and hopefully I'll be able to recommend it more with the Switch 2 version, well, the Switch 2 update for the Switch version that should completely fix the frame rate, and